folks. And then for those that are not, usually what you have is you have your merchant and you have their acquiring bank. That's two parties. And then the other two parties are going to be your issuer and then you, the consumer. Those are the four parties in our four-party payments model. Underneath that is Visa as the network. That's what it looked like about 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago when I moved into payments. This is where we are today as an overall ecosystem. It's more complex, and there's a lot of value coming through here, whether it's through processors, providers, payment facilitators, issuing processors, gateways. They're all providing value, wallets, exchanges. All of this is providing value to consumers, but it's creating a more complex landscape across payments, right? So that's the first fundamental change that we're seeing across the payment space. The second thing are those large language models that were referenced earlier, right? So how is that changing the experience? Who here, just by show of hands, is using an LLM on a daily basis? I thought I would have seen more, but just this morning, I had to change my actual travel. I spent a half hour on the line with a chatbot. And fundamentally, I actually have to go now to the airport to change my flight. But nonetheless, we're seeing a lot of value out of these, right? Virtual assistants, language processing. One of the first things that we actually saw organizations doing, we're actually reviewing how do they develop, generate, and push code through QA faster. And in fact, at Visa, that's one of the fundamental things we did early on. Within 3 months of some of the LLMs being deployed, we were looking at how do we actually develop some of those core code that some of the core code that makes up some of the models that we deploy. How do we actually create that faster, deploy it faster as part of our overall processes of pushing updates out into the ecosystem? Fundamentally, it saves money. It saves an operational cost. It lessens the amount of time to push code out into the ecosystem, and it improves the overall developers basically balance in terms of what they're doing in the code they're developing. So overall, we're seeing a lot of advantages for LLMs. But of course, I'm not here to talk about the good. I'm here to talk about what we're also seeing on the fraud side. And I'm going to quickly go through this because some of this has been covered. But from a payments perspective, I think it's fundamentally important to understand how is this enabling fraud from a payments perspective. So the first aspect is our threat landscape today. When I came into payments 10 years ago, it was point of sale malware, ATM skimmers, and maybe the beginning of e-commerce skimmers, right? In the 2014 timeframe. Today, this is our threat landscape. We have everything from the sophisticated insider attacks to even some nation states operating for the purpose of conducting fraud. They're all operating and conducting different forms of attacks across the ecosystem. And we're here to talk about scams, which is one of the core components, but is actually showing up in different forms of technical attacks and even ransomware, right? Scams is driving a lot of the fraud that we're seeing across the ecosystem. And I want to explain 4 fundamental things that we're seeing in terms of AI and scams. The first is phishing, right? This was the first thing we saw about 3 to 6 months after the deployment of some of the first LLMs. They were moving quickly. We saw the advent of Fraud GPT, at least the first iteration of it, the first version. And that enabled scalable, deployable phishing and SMS texting for fraudsters, basically in any target language, right? It minimized the need for them to have local language in terms of who they were targeting from a consumer space. But it also enabled them to actually conduct pretty realistic phishing and vishing. And as a result, what you had is actually really good target sets in terms of how can they get localized phishing out there where it's believable more from a consumer perspective because it is localized. Beyond that, we actually saw the embedding of code, right? So you bring in Worm GPT. Now, all of a sudden, your code development and embedding of illicit infrastructure within that phishing or vishing that you just created can be automated in a scalable form. So now we have scams, as we've discussed over the last day, in a scalable form. But you add to that, LLMs are not the only advanced artificial intelligence that we're seeing across the ecosystem, right? The other big aspect is deep fakes. And deep fakes are adding another level of complexity to the overall threat landscape. So just as an example, in terms of actually replicating voices, right? You just need 3 seconds of my voice, 1, 2, 3, and then now you can create 60,000 hours of an actual transcript using open technology. That's or the most of you have on your devices right now. Or if I'm from the Northeast in the States, if you want to give me a Californian voice, you can do that now and create a synthetic voice that sounds, or somebody who actually sounds like a family member, right? We've already heard this being used as part of deep fakes. Not only do you have a illicit scam text that goes out, but then you get that followed by a phone call that sounds exactly like a family member. Very realistic targeting that we're seeing across the ecosystem. And then finally, the visual representation. So not only do you have the sound in terms of what is contributing to the potential scam, not only do you have the realistic message, but now you have a visual. And all of this is coming together in terms of a nexus of where we're seeing fraudsters moving. So I'm going to bring you into a real life example. Some of this will jump out immediately to you because maybe you've been reading up on this or you're actually part of the overall case. But just for the sake of this scenario, imagine you're Josh. You work in the financial team of your organization. You're a merchant. You're going through your quarterly update, and then you get an email from your CFO, right? Martin sends an email to Josh. Hey, Josh, I need you to make a payment to this new vendor that we're onboarding, right? Go ahead. Here's the code. I need you to do this urgently, right? Josh just took his cybersecurity training. He knows that this is a phishing email, right? Urgent. Martin would never have me do this. This goes against the policies that I have in terms of onboarding a new vendor, right? Then all of a sudden he gets a call. He gets a Zoom call. And on that call is his whole leadership team. Everybody he recognizes. They look, they sound realistic. You got Martin there, the CFO, saying, Josh, I really need you to urgently do this. I just sent you that email. How many of you at this stage are thinking, well, this is probably Martin. This is my, I got to do this. Martin's asking me to do it. And not only that, he really emphatically wants Josh to make this payment. Josh, I really need you to make this payment urgently. But guess what? That's not Martin. That's not the leadership team. That's a fraudster sitting somewhere in a cafe with very realistic, timely artificial intelligence for the generation of deep fakes, voice, visual, all part of this integrated targeting. Josh goes in, he makes the payment, puts in the payee, and that goes outbound. This is a real case that happened earlier this year, obviously anonymized. However, the biggest thing that jumped out to me was not the confluence of all of these different technologies into a single attack. It was the fact that the video, the audio, it was all happening in real time. If you think back on scams, just about 6 months to 12 months ago, there was always a time delay, right? A fraudster may say, oh, my connection's bad. That's explaining the delay in terms of the visual that you're seeing versus the voice that you're hearing. This was all happening in real time. And as a risk operator, from my perspective, we usually plan 3 to 6 months out in terms of emerging risks. This all developed in less than 12 months, building on technologies that have been advancing at pace. So really the question then begs to any of your organizations is, how do you keep pace? And not only that, how do you stay ahead of some of the technologies that we're seeing across the ecosystem? So I'll go into that now, which is, what is Visa's strategy over the next 12 to 24 months from a risk perspective? So the first thing is start with the fundamentals. So I'm not going to go into all the details, nor all the products or any of the products or services that are listed here. Protect, empower, secure. That's the core, right? So everybody here has a core mission. Our core mission is built on the resilience, availability, and reliability of our network. And this is really where we focus, right? Ensuring that we have effectively 100% uptime for all of us to make a payment anywhere in the world at any given time. So focus on the core. But then with the advanced threats that I just walked through, there's really 3 core components that we're employing across the ecosystem. Firstly, payments are not just card payments anymore, right? You may have an account payment. You may have an account to card payment. You may have an account to account payment. All of this is fundamentally happening, and the fraudsters know it, right? They're shifting between payment rails. And so you need to have risk solutions or capabilities that can detect that across rails. So one of the big focus areas that we have is we're deploying capabilities and technologies across rails to ensure that there's visibility from an operator's perspective to see, or from an anomaly detection perspective to see those anomalies and detect them across the payment rails. Number two is going back to that ecosystem view. I mentioned the complexity of the overall payments landscape is at a point we've never seen previously in history. It's no longer the four-party model, so we have to actually deploy tailored solutions that can work with a small fintech all the way up to the largest issuers worldwide, operating anywhere in the world. So number two is we have to tailor our solutions, make them more bespoke. And then number three, remember, we operate in the payment space. You heard from a digital provider today. You heard from network providers. In the payment space, what we're focused on is how do you create that smart friction where you as a consumer can make that payment, but then at every layer of that payment lifecycle, you have some form of capability that can identify that anomaly. If you think back to Josh's circumstance that we just walked through, right? Most of that was Josh. That was Josh paying from his device. That was Josh paying from his device through an actual application that he had authenticated into. But where was the payee? Where was it outbound? Where was that going? Where was the anomaly? There's always going to be an anomaly somewhere in that life cycle before that payment's outbound. How can you create that technology to at least flag that anomaly before it goes outbound, either to a card, to an account, or otherwise? And those are the three fundamental ways in which we're really creating and revolving our strategy to provide that payment security across the ecosystem. So I know that was a little bit of a sprint, but I really appreciate it, and thank Gaza for having us here as part of today's discussion. Any questions? I don't know if we have time. Happy to take them at this point. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, David. We do have one question from the Zoom, which might be a little bit technical. The question is, why is the adaptation of 3DS so low, 34%? The person really knows what he's talking about, with SCA being mandated.
Yeah, that is a good question. So those are the monthly views of those statistics. So you would have seen, I think it was 34%. There are exemptions for 3DS, and then we do have some cross-border volumes that come through via those exemptions from large providers that do not have 3DS implemented today. So that percentage is low. You're right; it's around 99% inter Europe. But once you get into some of that cross-border traffic, there are exemptions for some of the providers.
Any other questions? Then, David, again, thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
And then, indeed, we're moving towards the breakouts. And my apologies to the chairs. I'm going to challenge you to try as much as possible to stay within the time. We have 5 breakouts. The workshop 6 is going to be here, and the other workshops are again 2 floors up. And for those of you online, please follow the breakout room sign again. And I see you all at the lunch. Thank you very much. You are.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, I think it's time to start. Thanks for everybody for joining. We're going to be under pressure from time right from the word go because we're starting late, but we're going to see if we can compress that. So thanks to everybody for attending. This is the Financial Services Workshop, part of GASA. I think when Feedzai joined GASA two years ago, this workshop would not have been possible because there were very few financial services companies, banks, payment providers, etc., telcos involved at GASA at that time. So one thing we're really pleased to see is the increasing involvement, increasing engagement from financial services firms. And what we want to do in this next 3 hours of this workshop is to pick up on some of the themes you've heard, not just from yesterday, but also from this morning, right? About how collaboration can happen. And we've got four panels to run through the session. We're going to have to jig around, I think, a bit on the timings, but we've got a panel about banks and regulators, how banks can cooperate with themselves. We have another session on banks working with telcos, and then also banks and networks. So for all of these panels, the idea is we're going to have a short presentation from each of the speakers, but then we really want to open it up to questions. And so we do ask for engagements. One thing I forgot to ask actually is how I get the questions from the virtual audience. So we'll come to that in a second. But just before I start, there was a session yesterday run by Lynn, that talked about the scam chain and the scam footprint. I think it's a really good, just 2 minutes just to summarize that workshop, just to set the context before we kick into our panels. Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, my name is Lynn. I work for the Dutch Banking Association, and we had a workshop yesterday about actually like all the best practices, but also about the methods we use in the Netherlands, as well as how we figured out to select interventions throughout the chain, with all stakeholders involved. And what we want to do yesterday, we had a very interactive session where we were working together on the criminal journeys and the barrier models. I don't want to go into the content, but maybe I can tell you a little bit more why we did this as the financial sector in the Netherlands. And I wanted, if it's okay, I take 1 more minute. Because it's quite a personal story. Right now I work for the financial sector, but I used to work for the government, regional government in the Netherlands, and I was quite busy with fighting crimes and working together with the police, the public prosecution service. But I also saw it's like they didn't have a lot of money, didn't have a lot of capacity. You probably know all the problems also in the government, especially 5 years ago. But it wasn't a lot of pressure as well from outside. No journalists, no stakeholders, no consumer organizations that said to me, while I was working for the government, you should do more. But I wanted to do more, and I knew I could do more in fighting scams. So I moved to the financial sector, and I was able to do more. But I was also able to experience a lot of pressure from several stakeholders telling me to do more. So maybe, I don't know whether a lot of banks are here today. Can I see some hands? A lot of banks. You feel the pressure as well to do something, to take your responsibility. And that's good because of the pressure, we're also able to innovate faster and to really work daily on interventions and innovation. So I've seen it for the financial sector, and I'm quite proud of it. But at the same time, we have an issue, and it's told many times on this conference, that we have to do it together. But at the same time, you cannot pinpoint to another partner and say, you have to do this or you have to do that. So that's why we created the barrier models in the Netherlands, really on a scientific level, to map out all the steps of the criminals and then start conversations with each other about the role, responsibilities, and the possible interventions. And it led to, in the Netherlands, that everyone in the chain, in every phase, is taking interventions. And I think that's the way going forward. And that's how we decrease scams. We cannot stop them, but we can fight them together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lynn. So just before I hand over to the panel, just pick up on those two themes we heard about cooperation. And I think we should be thinking when we go through these panels, when you think of your questions, when we think of what actions can we take away from today, just think cooperation, right? Working together.
Yes. So we will have to miss the presentation of Bello, the lecturer on AI slide. But it's big, but also gives you a little bit more reading that whole. Very much welcome, everybody. My name is Peter Hagenaars. I work for the Dutch National Police. I'll be the chair for this morning and also do the first talk on first workshop on this morning together with Brent Spittal. Something about myself, and then don't want to you first.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Brent Spittal.
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
I've got Girma, and I'll be running through a couple of questions with them, and without wasting a lot of time because they have plenty.
Right. So when we're talking about platforms, we're talking about tech companies, it's really important for us to be mindful of some of those dynamics and the nuances that underscore sort of the perspectives that are going to be represented. At Amazon, for example, one of the things that is interesting about the types of scams and frauds that we hear so often from our customers are the impersonation of our brand, just like any other brand, right? So it's the impersonation of Amazon's brand.
Sound isn't too good, unfortunately, but if you listen carefully, you'll get it.
That our customers have
And I'm going back to watch the TV.
by bad actors who would then exploit that trust for our customers. And those are happening off course, which creates an entirely different set of sort of considerations and controls and things that we are working through at Amazon to protect our customers when they're not on our stores. I say account takeovers, things like that are not something that we are focused on at Amazon because the incidents are super minimal. But the impersonation of our brand is a real challenge. And so with that context, we'll dive into our first presentation. I'm Angeliki from Meta. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angeliki and I work as public policy manager on fintech and AI at Meta's first office in Brussels. Let me use mine. So my presentation today is structured in the three main sections. So the first section provides an overview of the current landscape of fraud and scams, highlighting the latest trends and tactics used by fraudsters. The second section focuses on the measures we're taking to reduce fraud and scams, including our efforts to improve detection and prevention, as well as collaboration with different types of stakeholders across the value chain. And the first section explores opportunities for collaboration, intelligence sharing, and consumer protection. And there actually I will discuss different ways in which we can go together to create a safe and online environment for all. As the title of my presentation also suggests, fraud and scams are a complex and evolving problem. Miguel also touched on this before. And few solutions involve collaboration across all sectors of the economy and in a whole of society approach, as we often call within Meta. As my colleague finally described this morning, during his keynote, this is the whole attack chain. These are the stages, the different stages fraudsters go through to commit a crime. So fraudsters start with building infrastructure, as you can see in the first pillar, and preparing digital assets such as, for example, setting up a scam center, setting up burner devices, often by gaining access to a bank account, and buying a domain and setting up eventually a fake website. So the next step, what they do is to hack an email address and often set up a fake identity. They gain access to everything linked to that email, such as a social media account, an Amazon account, or anything else. And what they do next is to engage with the target through various ways. So they want to gain the trust of the target. And they use actually a phone call, they can use an email, an SMS, or even a post on social media. So again, eventually what their objective is to gain the trust of the target and the potential, let's say, victim. After this, they proceed to the execution of the actual crime. So when they convince someone to send the money, and finally, we have what we call a cleanup phase, where they try to cover the tracks. They often block the target and then eventually launder the money, so they're not traceable and they cannot identify. So I think this already is quite useful because it helps us understand what we have visibility of and what other players, including banks, telcos, and I know that we have some examples here today, what other players in this chain have visibility of. It also highlights where we each have actually gaps and how we might work together to fill those gaps. So at Meta, and as my colleague mentioned this morning, our biggest area of visibility is the engage section, and where the fraudster has built their infrastructure and approaches the victim. And I'll talk actually through some of our strategies to counter this later on in the presentation. We also recognize that other key players may have wider visibility into some of the other stages of the or parts of the attack chain. For example, law enforcement may see more on the criminal groups operating, and Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, and he will also explain us further actually how you work towards this. Or banks, for example, seeing they have more visibility on the fraudulent stage. So we're all holding eventually different pieces of the puzzle, and only if we work together, we will be able actually to effectively address this important challenge. So now I will go through a couple of important players that are involved in the value chain of the fraud and scam prevention. And it will be also useful if I set out how we see the broader issue. So this slide is an attempt to set out the key players and the roles they can play to counter fraud and scams. We think that this is very useful because it's important we're clear about what is in our power to do and what is not. And this also helps us show where we should focus our efforts, where we can have the most impact, and where we might need to partner with others. And again, we believe that a whole society approach, so by working together is the only way of preventing this important challenge. So the main thing to highlight here, as you can see in the slide, is that platforms, banks, and telcos can not play a role in consumer education, but also in increasing friction and bad actors. And these are really the areas where we can have the most impact, both individually, but also by partnering with others. by ensuring that the people who use our services are aware of how to spot initially fraudulent scams, but also we are also making steps to make it more difficult for the fraudsters to commit fraud. That said, whilst that adding friction is an important role to play, neither of these things truly deter the fraudsters. They don't really care if they lose their social media account, or they don't really lose if the bank closed their account. So this action might increase cost for them, but it doesn't meaningfully deter them entirely. So deterrence here is really important, and we believe it's also the main role of law enforcement. And to have a meaningful impact on this problem, all these things that I mentioned, so deterrence, education, and friction, all need to be happening at the same time and in a concerted, as we say, manner. We also obviously see a important role of governments, which they should actually drive capability and also provide different incentives to take action in this space. In general, we believe that private-public partnership in this case is equally important. So this statement is quite obvious. Our platforms rely on our users, and we want to ensure they have a safe and positive experience. For us, it's a reputational risk. So fraudulent scams on our platforms threaten the experience of the users and make them also less attractive for brands and business to advertise. So we take this challenge very seriously, and we want to make everything to address this important topic. So Meta does a lot in this space. As I mentioned before, addressing fraud scams is a business imperative for us, and we take a comprehensive approach to address scams. We cover online litigation, consumer litigation, and collaboration with others as some of the methods and measures we're using. So we have around 40,000 people working on safety and security. And we have also some of my colleagues here working in this area that are today with us. And we have invested over 20 billion since 2016. Only in 2023, we invested $5 billion. So we also partner with other companies who employ 50,000 reviewers who review content in more than 80 languages to ensure that content on platforms meets our community standards. So to prevent fraud, we use a multi-layered approach that includes detection and enforcement, partnership and education, and legal action, of course. So our policies define also what is and is not allowed on our platforms, including, for example, advertising standards and monetization policies. For example, when we talk about our advertising policies, we prohibit ads with low quality content or misleading claims. And we also have our unacceptable business practices ads policy, which eventually prohibit the promotion of products or services using deceptive or misleading practices. So these are some of the measures we're taking and the policy and tools we go. We also take action and use a range of tools to enforce the policies, either via by proactive automated systems or even reactive methods. This includes also using our artificial intelligence systems. My colleague Nathaniel made also reference this morning during his keynote to proactively detect suspicious activity. We mainly focus also on our activity and our attention actually on behaviors rather than on content. So as Nathaniel said, we follow this kind of risk-based approach. As well, the content of these scams changes frequently. The modus operandi of the bad actor typically remains the same. And we also use some automation practices. So our main objective is to catch bad actors proactively, as early as possible, of course. And we often do this using AI technology. And AI technology, in a way, helps us in a way detect and understand that potentially page and profile on Facebook is created by real people and not automated bots. And we also use AI, for example, to identify and remove a large amount of violating content, and we often do this before anyone sees it. So here, when it comes to the level, we take proactive steps to prevent fraudsters from interacting with people on our platforms. For example, we remove fake accounts that are used for fraudulent activities. You see a significant number of accounts that we removed only the first quarter of 2024. So we took down 631 million fake accounts, and 99% of them were removed before they were reported by users. So we see again how powered, let's say the technology we use is for this purpose. And of course, our objective is to remove as many malicious fake accounts as possible, including those created with the intention of violating our policies, or as Miguel also mentioned, or impersonating, for example, a business or organization. And I guess this is the case also for most of the online platforms. So we also have a technology that practically detects and acts on the vast majority of violating content before anyone reports it. As I mentioned before, we have different type of teams, including policy, engineers, data scientists, and review teams to let's say update and improve this technology over time. And our technology also helps our human review teams prioritize the content and ensure that we're working in an efficient manner. We also offer the people the ability to report content to us within our apps. So when we are made aware that the content is violating, we work quickly to take action, and we continue working to improve our enforcement systems as well. So here you can see actually a couple of tools and measures we're taking. So we have various tools and interventions in place to create more awareness among users. This can include, for example, a reporting mechanism, verification badges, ads transparency library, and so on. And we also we're also collaborating with partners across Europe. So we have partnership already in Latvia, in the Netherlands, in Poland, but also in the UK, to promote online safety, among other measures. So we use a combination of nudges and proactive warnings on our platforms to prevent suspicious behavior. For example, we have developed a spam folder in the marketplace, where actually buyers can leave messages about their interest in a listing, and helps them actually filter the content in the message when, for example, we realize that this is a spam message. We're also introduced inline and scam warnings to educate people how to spot scams, and then they usually this can be triggered usually by a request to pay in advance, or often in the process they ask for to interact with their target either via email or phone, so outside the marketplace. So these are actually signals that something is going wrong. So our technology is able to detect this in advance and warn, in this case, the potential target. So we have also on both Messenger and WhatsApp a notification mechanism where, for example, users receive an immediate warning if they're contacted by someone they don't know, and they have the option either to block this user that they don't know, or even to report him or her. So in 2022, we started the campaign both on Instagram and Facebook to help people spot and avoid online scams. This campaign included educational videos that are run on our platforms. You can also find them on our website, and I'm happy also to share some relevant links after my presentation. And these videos cover common scam methods like romance, investment, cash flipping, and other potential ways of someone committing, let's say, try to commit fraud or scam. Now we'll go on the third section of my presentation. I will present a couple of opportunities for collaboration with other partners. Yes.
3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, I think it's my last slide.
Amazing.
So, where was that?
Not that I wanted to have that.
No worries, it's fine.
Stay on time.
Yeah, you're right. So, so it's very the last part of my presentation where, again, we think by working together is really very important to fight fraud. We can't do this alone. We only can do that, as I also mentioned initially in my presentation, by putting all pieces of the puzzle together. And there's a huge potential to share data, improve reporting flows, and educate consumers on how to avoid scams. Of course, we welcome also more collaboration with public sector for the reasons I mentioned before, and also support for cross-sector collaboration. As you all know, fraud is really complex and it's very difficult to detect and prevent as fraudsters become more and more sophisticated and they're constantly changing the tactics. So we've been working with industry groups and financial institutions around the world to find solutions. We're also part of the integral approach to fraud working group in the Netherlands, and my colleague Annette, who is also in this room, can also provide more information after the session about it. But we also with other industry players to share information and work towards solutions. So working together has obviously some challenges, especially when it comes to sharing data. We all know some of the constraints, privacy constraints, and perhaps GDPR constraints at the moment. So we believe that policymakers can help by making clear rules for everyone, facilitate eventually this data sharing among all parties. And in general, governments can also promote safe ways to share information that fights fraud while respecting at the same time privacy. And with this, I'd like to close my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And I welcome any potential questions eventually after, I don't know, either now or even I know the session also later on where we can perhaps
Yes, theoretically, that's true. However, you're behind time.
So then
yeah, it's all happening real life. You know, why don't we stop for maybe a couple questions just while we're here? Yes, we'll start with
Former cyber investigator. As a former cyber investigator, I did a lot of investigations on the Meta platform on Facebook and others. And now as a user, I keep on reporting fake accounts, but in 99% of the reports I get the result that there wasn't anything wrong with the account. So the 0.4% or 0.6% that's reported by users, I can't ever get an account disabled when I report it. So what happens when a user reports it? Is it automated or will it be revised by some people?
Thank you. No, this is true. This is a real challenge, I guess, and it's important to ensure actually that, as you said, like this type of content is removed constantly. So we are using initially our technology to a first detection of this potentially fraudulent content or activity. But then, as mentioned in my presentation, we have reviewers actually that we go through. Of course, we need to pay attention also and avoid over-reporting. So it might be cases where users over-report for different reasons, either because they're competitors of this, potentially content reported, or maybe, so we need some time also to review and ensure that this indeed is a spam or is a scam or fraud. But I'm having also a couple of colleagues here, perhaps they can also provide more technical details. I don't know if you want to take this further.
I think it's often, we often kind of hear this kind of thing about people, like I reported something, why was it taken out? Okay. So just to repeat people in the video, we often get this feedback of, hey, I reported something, why was it taken down? And I think that assumes that there's a kind of one-to-one process. So one person reports something that leads to a direct takedown. That's not always the case because, as Angelique says, often we see the fraud reporting button in particular misused by people. So, for example, if you don't like a celebrity or a politician, you might report them for being fraudulent when in fact they're not, right? That doesn't mean that that report just goes into a black hole. What it is used for is signal. basically. So if we get lots of reports about an account, we can say, hey, there's something might be wrong with this account, and we can then look into that. So a question about, is it a kind of machine-led thing or a human-led thing? It's absolutely a machine-led thing with human input. So we operate platforms on a massive scale, so we have to use machine-led technology to deal with that scale. But machine-led technology isn't great at context, right? Whereas human review is good at context. So combining both of those things together and using that signal to take kind of educated decisions on things. But that doesn't mean that it's a one-to-one equation all the time. So that's why you might report something and it doesn't automatically get taken down.
We will have multiple opportunities to ask more questions. In fact, our panel, after our presentation, is going to feature Rima from Meta, who we can also ask questions of as well. So thank you, Angeliki. We'll keep our next presenter, Martin and Bernard, are going to talk about advertising for fraud. What measures can we take? Away.
Okay, hello everybody. Thanks for having us. My name is Martin Körsel. I'm head of unit IT investigations at the Cybercrime Competence Center in Austria. Top slides. And that's my partner.
Yeah, I'm Belgium. I'm from the Austrian Institute for Applied Communications. And we run on what is Internet, which is the largest internet fraud prevention platform in German-speaking countries to monitor warning messages, tools, many other things.
Thank you. And we have a close cooperation between the federal police and the biggest prevention platform. And we talk a lot about advertising for fraud, and we see best practice and bad practice. And that's the reason why we talk about measures we can take. We have a lot of different starting points, approaches, how to investigate online scams. For me, I'm a criminal investigator since 15 years, and a lot of different approaches. So today we focus on advertising. It's the first line of attack. It's the acquisition of victims. So it's the most important time when we can prevent fraud. So when we are talking about online marketing, we have to clarify two things. We are not talking about ad fraud. It's the manipulation of commissions and so on. So we are focusing exactly on advertising for fraud and mainly for online investment scams. And here you can see some examples what we are talking about. And I want to, at this point, I want to quote a very famous scammer. He said, how to sell something. Don't sell anything. Earn the awareness, respect, and trust of those who might buy. Then they will buy everything. This is Jordan Belfort, one of the most famous operators of a large investment scam in the United States. You know the movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. It's based on his story. But we come back to this. So remember, awareness, respect, and trust. And we beat together with the help of a victims protection service, a survey in December 2023 among more than 150 victims of online investment scams. And we asked them, how did you become aware of the investment platforms? More than 70% say online advertising in different forms. Another research was made by your team at Watchlist Internet, and they figured out that more than 200,000 Austrian people are reached out every day with ads only from Meta platforms. And these ads are definitely for online investment scams. And we can see through these results that the perpetrators are measuring the marketing campaigns. So they see which VRP, which celebrities work the most, and they look at them in their campaigns more and more. Back to the results of the survey, you can see the losses and the that impact on the victims, they and we see some figures in Austria, but the biggest problem is the number of unreported cases. So we know that there is a huge damage in the dark side that we can see, but we have the experience of years of investigations in large-scale scams. We see, for example, we had 20 reports on one platform, and at the end, when we analyzed all the evidence, we saw 3,000 victims in Austria. 20 reports, 3,000 in the end. And together with the one of the best prosecutors against online fraud, Goldberg, we raided several call centers in South and East Europe, the whole world. And our analysis show that there is a huge scene of affiliate marketing. And these affiliate partners do a lot of marketing campaigns for these online scams. And we saw that the commission for one victim who pays the initial deposit of $250 is from $600 to $1,600 for these affiliate partners. So you can imagine how much profit they can make with this business. And of course, the most important platforms for this advertising are social media and websites. Last but not least, as I said, awareness and curiosity is the first reason why the people pay in the initial deposit, and trust is the motivation and the motive to pay in further. And they do a lot of investments, huge investments. They load all their savings, including loans they take private or at banks. That's for first part, so this part would like to hand over.
Thank you, Martin. I would like to get a little bit into detail about the different forms of advertising for this specific online investment scams. Well, the two most important ones, I think, are on the one hand, social media platforms and search engines, and on the other hand, news feeds on browser start pages. Of course, there are other ones. They're the so-called shady websites with illegal online streams, with adult content. And of course, there's this very personalized acquisition for online investment platforms in combination with love scamming, etc., the so-called tick butchering phenomenon. But the first two of them, I think they have the most, or the biggest potential actually to make together a change in terms of advertising for fraud. So let's look a little bit closer to that. To give you a concrete examples, when I did this presentation, I logged into Facebook, for example, then I just took me a few seconds to get this advertisement mentioning an Austrian bank and promising some obscure service, how to get rich. And when you follow the links of the advertisement, it's a very common scheme that you get to one of these impersonated news websites. Here, for example, Krone Zeitung, which is the largest Austrian newspaper, and here claiming, mentioning the Austrian president, that he has some special tips how to become rich, etc., etc. You know these examples. This is a very international fraudulent scheme, of course. Here in Belgium example from a Belgian newspaper. Interestingly, they're using football players, maybe in Austria that football players are not that well, I don't. So I think it will change, I promise it. So the typical step further is that you click on some links that lead to the actual trap, the actual online investment platform, and there's this registering process. The telephone number plays a crucial role because there's kind of a service promise. A few minutes after you register there, it's interesting when you test this, you will get a call building trust between the victim and the perpetrator in order to convince you to make this bank transfer. I think it's also important to mention that this problem is a general problem of all different social media platforms, even though these special online investment scams are quite often seen on better platforms. But in general, of course, all the social media platforms, search engines, have to deal with this huge challenge. Here's an example of a phishing website on it's Google or it's Bing. Yeah, it's definitely a very broad challenge. Another challenge, I also have a slide about artificial intelligence, is let's try to start this here.
My team and I developed this platform to give people a chance to make a real living. Millions of users were able to close all their debts in the first week on the platform, buy a car a month later, and buy their dream home 6 months later. Plus, if you don't make your first million in 6 months, I will personally give you a Tesla Model 3.
And so on and so forth. Well, still not that far developed. It's pretty easy, especially with all. It's interesting when we look at Austrian examples, the training data is quite limited, so you can easily detect that it's the wrong accent. But it gives you an idea about the challenges for the future. Platforms, search engine mentioned, but also advertising fraud on in the news streams of browser start pages. For example, in examples of things Microsoft Network, when you open the browser, you see this compilation of news messages. You also have this guy here, Armin Assinger, which is a TV host in Austria, also making advertisement for online investors. So what are potential measures? What are potential action? Of course, obvious. There's no silver bullet. There's no one-way solution. It's not useless. It's just dealing with almost 10 years ago.
The chat box is now on the screen.
What could we think of? What are potential measures? I think the Digital Services Act is an important starting point. We had yesterday in workshop 2 some input from the European Commission on that. Put in place since 17th of February. So the compliance with the enforcement of the Digital Services Act, I think, is here important. We'll get a little bit into detail on this later on. Law enforcement agencies, they request effective reporting channels to platforms, also and especially on the topic of fraud. Maybe this is something we can discuss later on, or even the break, yeah, to improve these operations. I think that's a very concrete and hands-on point. And law enforcement agencies also ask for a better legal basis for the takedown of fraudulent accounts, etc., etc. I think we have heard it quite often, the automated and semi-automated detection of these fraudulent schemes. They have also big potential. And I think there is also, from all of us, room of improvement. The KYC principle is an important, the verification process when you put on ads. Just a personal experience. To watch this internet, we did an awareness raising activity. We did some fake shops online in order to raise awareness. So it's a fake shop where when you get to the checkout site and you start entering your personal data, it will come a pop and say, well, this is a fake shop. This time you're still lucky, but next time you really will lose money. And we did a campaign on that, and it was very easy for us I think it was, in this case, it was a Google campaign to put on these advertisements with fake data. Dealing with compromised accounts was a big challenge. Compromised accounts are very often a starting point for these fraudulent advertising campaigns. People, and most of the time, probably it's their own fault that it's a compromised account, but still they are a victim in this case. So how to get rid of this compromised account, and people often feel left alone. So also the question, how can we improve this? What are maybe the options for corporations in this context? Also, the potential changes in the liability regime is discussed in terms of what role can the advertising industry play. And when we look at this very individual attacks, like the big budgeting phenomenon, and it's really hard, and probably education awareness is the only thing we actually can do. It really depends in the specific fraud case. Of course, awareness is always important, but it's not always the only solution. One aspect concerning the Digital Services Act, well, the DSA demands measures against illegal content, and in case of this fraudulent ads, this illegality is given because of its an initiation of an unlawful act, and also when we think of this celebrity ads, then it's also the violation of the right to one's own image and probably the violation of names, right, etc., etc. Then we have this whole tools and instrument of reporting. There was already a question about that. And we have the second level reporting, the trust partners, the trusted flaggers, and I think they also can play a very important role because they have the deeper understanding about what are actually the ads and the fraudulent traps that are out there on the platforms. Because they also quite often they'll get reports from the users, very concrete reports that are up to date. And then for very large online platforms and online search engines, of course, we have this aspect of systemic risk analysis that is demanded. So the question is this advertisement for fraud? Is this a systemic risk? And therefore it has to be taking additional measures maybe. And also the ad libraries that have been already mentioned here in terms of advertisement transparency. They can play an important role. Just to give you a brief example of this is the one ad we saw before. So you can, this is the Meta ad library, which is the most transparent one according to our experience. So you can see, well, there are active campaigns, there are inactive campaigns. You can see to whom these investment scams are targeted between 32 and 65, so you can see all of them. And you can also see the reach. And of course, this gives you interesting information also for trusted flag, also probably for the detection of this investment scams. I come to the end. I just want to put a call on all of us in order to intensify this fight against fraudulent ads together, and I'm really looking forward to further discussion, further cooperations, and how we can probably improve this fight. And also in the light of the keynote in the morning, I think this is definitely not a silver bullet. It's always a common and shared responsibility, but this is also, I think, fighting against advertisement is also part of the strategy to increase the frictions. Well, thank you very much.
I think I have time for one quick question before we squeeze in one more presentation before, yes, Gavin.
I was just wondering about the Austrian experience of using mutual legal assistance in terms of tracking down people who are making use of advertising to commit fraud. So have you had much success with using extradition, for example?
Extradition of?
So if you've got people who are carrying out these crimes who are based overseas, which is very common, so in terms of getting those people into Austria to prosecute them.
Yeah, when we're talking about the operators of the online scams platforms, then we have the perpetrators, some outside of Europe. So we are able to extradite them to Austria or to Germany and to bring them to court. And sometimes we try to prosecute them in the country where they are located. So when we are able to establish an investigation there, they bring them to trial and to be prosecuted in their own country. So it's possible, yeah. But some countries have a really big problem because there is no extradition, there is no prosecution.
Thanks, Jax.
Is this okay?
I was just interested to know whether you thought that it was working or not.
It's working.
Thank you.
All right, we will keep this show on the road. Thank you so much. We are going to do one more presentation here with Andrew from Google. And then we will take a break around 11:30 come back around noonish and get going into our final presentation, followed by a dynamic panel full of Q&A discussion. All right, thank you so much.
For a second, I thought I was presenting about the facilities, so. Andrew Mantilia, work at Google, and I spend most of my day focused on preventing scam ads. So a lot of the content talked about over the course of the last 2 days, and particularly this session, is deeply important to me, and hopefully I can shed some light on what we're working on at Google in the ad space and take some questions out there. Just to kind of ground ourselves, so if you haven't become familiar already, our mission at Google is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And absolutely core to that mission is relevance and quality of the information we present to users. Therefore, keeping scams off our platforms in a particular ad is critical to our future. It's critical to maintaining users, and it's critical to creating an ecosystem that advertisers want to promote their products and services. So our approach to keeping users safe online follows these 3 primary pillars: prevent, detect, respond. And I'll spend most of the time today walking you through each of them. So when you think about prevent, that's about, first and foremost, keeping scammers off our platforms, or keeping scam ads off our platforms from being visible to users. So we call that safety by design, and we do significant verification and certification so that we only allow advertisers that have trust onto our platforms, and in particular in verticals with the highest scam risk. Next is around product policy, intel, and research. And primarily I'll focus today on policy. And policy means setting the rules and the guidelines for what is allowed, restricted, and not allowed in our platforms. And that's really important because at the scale we operate, we need to leverage large teams of people and automation to make classification accurate every time. And the only way to do that is by having very clear policies on what is and is not allowable on our platforms. Next is detect, and this is where I spend most of my day doing, which is around trying to find and detect which advertisers and ads are potentially scams. And so a lot of that is around looking at different flagging mechanisms, from user reports to priority flaggers to internal signals, data analysis, different things that we know are common in a scam, which cross geo, an advertiser being in one country, they're trying to serve an ad in another, trying to find and study those trends to then detect and prevent them. As I said a little bit, it's a mix of human and automation. Automation is critical given the scale. Humans are also absolutely critical for context, particularly when it comes to local nuance. And then lastly, response. So incident response and appeals. So in an advertising ecosystem, we don't always get it right. And in the case where we have a false positive, we want to allow a mechanism for advertisers to appeal that decision. Incident response, meaning when a priority flag comes in, we need to make sure that we're very swift at looking at that situation and trying to figure out a way to prevent it. And then lastly, on media literacy and user context. So things like transparency center, user awareness campaigns. One big example that I wanted to highlight today around safety by design is certification. So the example I have here is a partnership we have with G2 that says, if you want to advertise financial products on our platforms, you need to have a certification. And so it's a mix of classifying all of the ads that are about investment schemes and restricting that unless an advertiser has passed a higher bar. And in this case, a partnership with a third party that checks local registrars, authoritative sources of information to ensure that you are an appropriate entity to be advertising those products. Certifications is not just for financial services. We have them for gambling, political ads, a lot of restricted verticals that are highly prone to scams. So again, a lot of the sentiment that's been shared throughout the last 2 days around friction, making it higher cost, this is one of them. There's another company here, I'm not sure they're in the room, it's called LegitScript. That's another one we partner with in the healthcare space, where advertisers actually have to pay to get verified by LegitScript, and then that then allows them to advertise different products on Google. just to give you a flavor for some of the policies, and I just kind of picked out the ones, when we use the word scams, we boil that down to a range of very specific policies, and nearly all of these are policies that are not allowed on our platform. So there's some in here, like financial services, which we call restricted, which means you can advertise in financial services, but you need a certification. But these up here are a snapshot of the policies that we really focus on. So number one, phishing. So hopefully your Austrian example, you weren't using an ad, and if you were, we would have suspended your account because that's a clear violation. Clickbait, sensationalist content, hidden charges. You know, everybody's probably had a situation in their life where they click through a product and all of a sudden it's double what they thought it was. Sometimes, depending on the country, that's legitimate. Sometimes it's not. Inaccurate business name. You thought that you were doing business with a company, and then you get to the checkout or something looks funky and it's not quite the right one. Concealing information on charges, soliciting funds for politicians, meaning your fundraising, you'll need to have a certification to do that. Event ticket resellers, that's a big area that we focus on with a lot of scams. Personally, I was a victim to one in the last month, even though I'm a specialist in this, where I went to that Sheeran concert. We actually got the tickets, but we found out that our friend paid half the price because we went on some dodgy website that sent us the tickets, but doubled the price. Tech support through third parties, that's now banned across advertising on Google. Big hotspot for scams. Googling, you know, how to install, troubleshoot my printer. You get a phone number. That's now off our platforms. Unfortunately, a lot of people fall prey to that scams. Those are not allowed through Google Ads. And then examples of continuous updates. So I'll just highlight, for the sake of time, the last one is around impersonation or falsely implying affiliation or endorsement by a public figure. So there was a common celebrity that's been mentioned a few times on a too good to be true crypto space. So as of March 2024, we're not focused as much on just disapproving the ads, but full account suspension. So the advertisers who are trying those techniques will be suspended. Just to give you a flavor of detection, so it is very much partnership between automation and human review. The classifiers and processes detect the abuse at scale. We also are ingesting, every ad has 3 dots on the right side. You can click report. We also have priority flagger programs. I'll give a snapshot of those in a few minutes. We want to know all of those inputs about what people are seeing online, and then apply automated review with human review as well. And all of that then goes into a continuous loop of constant training. Humans aren't perfect, automation isn't perfect, so we're continuously trying to improve where we got decisions wrong, where we got decisions right. All of those are used both to retrain our human reviewers while also retraining the model as ground truth. A flavor on AI. AI is being used across our company at the moment, not the least of which in our abuse detection. I'm just giving one very small sample around collecting and labeling abuse content. We get an enormous amount of user reports, about 1 million every week just on ads. There was a question related to another platform earlier, and kind of how we handle that situation.
I didn't realize
is
actually,
similar in the sense of we can't human review in 24 hours, 1 million a week, so we do try and spot trends. So how are multiple
is there any reason why you need them as a customer? Just
and then that then sends for human review. So it's a mix of
Jesus. See that? God. 1 minute, please, caller. Unreal. So they banned me. Can you believe that? Unreal. I must look like a scammer. 1 minute, please, caller. Firefox. I get removed. Well, don't I feel special? Why would I get removed?
This meeting is being recorded.
Do you want to go back into that room? I get removed from the spam conference because I asked a question. Just life is good, isn't it?
On fraud is really a key objective a means to fight fraud that payment service providers have emphasized over years now. However, considering that you look at different regulations
put them on the spot.
and requirements both at national level and at the EU level, actually not only related to data privacy, that is certainly one item, but also banking secrecy, for example. It is so important that this topic will now be addressed with, I fear we're saying PSR a lot, as in payment system.
I'm going back to the lounge room now.
Is that we saw it go down a lot. So at the point where you really are bringing the issues to your customers' attention, it really helps. And if you have to place a customer into quarantine a couple of times, they really put in the effort to fix their issues. So that really helps to an issue where it's, well, maybe a couple of tens a day.
Yeah. I'm the other senior.
Yeah.
We started out with about with a couple of hundred customers a day being blocked. We started out with a couple of hundred customers a day being blocked. And yes, you see there that it is a strain. But because we've been doing it for a few years every day, and now at our consumer market, so not business market, purely with the consumer market, at most 50 if it's something serious. But usually 30, 40 customers a day at max that I'm blocking. And with 4 million customers, those 30, 40 customers that you block are completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
And so, and do they typically engage digitally, or do they call into you?
Both. It's still both because of it, it's so low a number.
Yeah.
The call centers don't notice 40 more calls.
So one of the things that we made sure in this quarantine that I was talking about some sites still being available, that also includes webmail services like Hotmail, Gmail, our own webmail, so that the customer at least has the option to be emailing us.
Yeah.
Thank you. More questions? I actually have one, actually to the both of you, I guess. The role of telecom regulators in both situations, because this is extremely interesting, and we'll talk more about it after the break. But it's presented by operators. It seems like it's operator-led, which is great, obviously. You mentioned briefly Ofcom. You didn't mention the Dutch regulator at all, I don't think.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Are they still relevant? Do we need them, or what's the deal?
So what I would say is, so ND 1447 is quite interesting because
Give that guy a mic. All right, how's the sound now?
Was a company called TalkTalk, a small ISP in the UK. They did the original blocking, but when we did the voice call that I was talking about, they just blocked calls to their customers, but they were still transiting, calls transiting their network was still being forwarded to everybody else. So we took a look at it and said, well, we don't want to send bad traffic. So that's when we spoke to the regulator, and the regulator said, oh, that looks good. And from that, ND 1447 emerged. So I'd say in the UK, we're very fortunate because we've got a collaborative regulator. Equally, they will listen to us when we think something's not good. So a recent proposal from them was Shake and Stir. It's a technology that the US have deployed to try and certify phone calls. And it doesn't work. Yeah, I think the success rate is about 23%. And we said to Ofcom, look, you need to research it, because they were proposing it. And they've stepped back from that now. So, we're lucky, both with Ofcom as a regulator, and in fact with the Information Commission, when we look at disclosure
personally identifiable information. Yeah, all in, we're lucky that they are blocked in. And our lawmakers, I mean, one of the observations I would make though is speaking to them as lawmakers is asking them to guide as effectively as possible. Because whilst we in BT have taken a view, and clearly you can see how proactive we are in terms of trying to stop madness, other people looking at the same guidance and legislation at the moment are coming to a different view in terms of what they do. So it's, I think we're lucky that collaborative, we need a bit more help so that we can get us all doing the same thing in the same way, because that's what will drive scammers back.
Yeah, well, the thing that they're lucky about, we are not that lucky. That's the whole thing. The Dutch government sometimes on all cases tends to be trying to be the best in class, and therefore they won't allow us to do the things that Brian is talking about. So that is a big issue, and we're trying to
This
get
meeting is being recorded.
that every now and then, but until now, we didn't succeed.
Thanks. Well, stay tuned. After the break, we're going to touch more on this issue of collaboration internationally and with the regulators, and then we'll have an interesting conversation to conclude this. So enjoy your coffee and see you back at 12. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to the main room, are we? Hope you like my. I just want to know if you can see the sound. I'm just changing browsers. Use my camera is off. Stop coughing out of the mic.
Sorry, yeah.
Hey, does anyone notice my username? What do you think? Too aggressive? Right, working on it. Come back to the main room. Just out of curiosity, do you like my username? Join meeting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just killed it. 1 minute, please. Kill it. So we're back in the main room. Jesus, what am I doing here? Trying to fit it in the room so I don't get black edges. Is it going to happen? About there. All right, so we just need them to... oh, damn it, just hit a button. Okay. All right. Well, while we're waiting... I'm not very good at this game. I just lost the meeting. Oh my God, it just crashed. 1 minute, please, caller. Waiting for Chavez to be admitted to the room. Maybe they know who he is, after all. The person that does the Zoom stuff has obviously gone away for a cup of tea. I couldn't help myself, Susie. But let's see if they admit Danny De Heck versus Chavez. Let's see who they admit first, because, oh my God, they let both of us in.
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so we're going back to here. Now, I need to know whether you actually hear what's coming up in a minute. 1 minute, please, caller. We'll just get the right language. We'll go back to the main room. I think they're having a cup of tea, just saying. Okay. Can't believe I got kicked. I'm a bit sad about that, really. Just saying. Okay, we're going to join with audio.
Up
Now,
expert groups or practitioners groups to actually wrap their head around a topic and try to come up with a solution that would work at the cooperative level. So the association determined already some 4 years ago that with a view to fighting fraud, it would be a good thing if you could share data and fraud intelligence between banks. And the legal items that need to be clarified, notwithstanding, the industry should be thinking about if you can share the data and the intelligence, what data would you actually share?
Can you
And
hear
if we would have the time, I would maybe replicate in this room an exercise we did with this EBA working group in one of the first meetings. And this would be to ask you 2 questions. A, please share your definition of a fraud and B, scam. Secondly, what do you think should be the data points that could be fed into a facility that allows to exchange the data? When we asked the members of our working group, which represents some 30 plus payment service providers from 15 countries at the time, I think we wound up with 100 plus different data points that people felt one could consider. Is it vishing? Is it phishing? Is it, what is it? Is it payment type? Is it methods of contacting? To cut that short, 4 years later, we're looking at the EBA fraud taxonomy version 5.0, and that has been evolved by this working group with a view to ensure that if and when you share data within the banking industry, at the end of the day, the data that you share, it is granular, it is actionable, and most importantly, it's comparable so that it allows you to actually identify trends to to draw the data that you need to train your models, to actually do your internal reporting, to educate your customers. And the ambition, so that at the end of the day, I always like to quote there one of the colleagues that participates in this group. He says, to ensure that the industry compares apples with apples. So with that view in mind, what the EBA fraud taxonomy offers is a pan-European vocabulary, also very important. We need to speak the same language.
Just asking.
And also a categorization approach that allows to capture, I like to say, any fraud event that you come across in your day-to-day business. So you can describe it, you can describe it very concisely,
You guys
briefly,
describe boomerang
and
fraud
you
very
have
precisely?
a common vocabulary and a standardized approach in doing so. As a result, the fraud taxonomy, in addition to fraud data and intelligence sharing, actually by early adopters is used for internal reporting, and also very importantly, customer education. So let's briefly discuss the main benefits of this approach, and also requirements that it fulfills. As I mentioned, the taxonomy has been created by payment professionals, fraud fighters, representing PSPs in 30 countries, in 15 countries, excuse me. It's important also to point out it applies to both payment and card fraud. The ambition is to
Please write me a
overcome
statement about how I
a
believe
siloed view on both
that there's
items.
more emphasis on
It is aligned with the fraud reporting guidelines developed by the European Banking Authority under PSD2, which have been implemented by PSPs across Europe, of course. As I said, it allows describing any fraud event in a very concise manner. And it achieves that by, and that's what the group in its approach said it wanted to achieve. The taxonomy breaks a fraud event down into its most basic elements. And then it describes these elements in a way that allows you to capture the 101 variations of whatever, say the Roman scam. So in a nutshell, the standardized approach of the taxonomy ensures that you can identify how a fraudster first contacted the victim, what trick the fraudster applied to get hold of the victim's money and or credentials, who initiated the fraudulent transaction. That would be either, in the language of the banking industry, the customer, that is the bank customer, or it is the fraudster, or it is a first party. As regards the how, these are the methods. Breaking it down to the key methods used by fraudsters. Forget phishing, vishing, you can all supply that information, but it's an email contact, it's a text message, it's a compromised social media account. If you look at the taxonomy, you'll see it's about 15 different methods that it identifies. The trick that the fraudster applies, also here, let me give you an example. What the taxonomy does is it says, essentially, we're looking at 3 strategic approaches deployed by fraudsters. One, we discussed this a lot in the last 2 days, it's social engineering. So the fraudster will roll out a narrative that triggers a certain emotional reaction by the victim, which then normally the fraudster will aim to exploit to the extent to make the victim do something, which eventually will lead the fraudster to getting a hold of the victim's money or credentials. So if you look at the taxonomy, you would find a category in it's the modus section, the tricks section, that says emotional manipulation. And then you see that you can have very many different scenarios of a fraud event that roll out in this category of triggering a reaction by the victim. Then you have a category that says emotional manipulation. And underneath that, you could at some point provide information that says it's a romance scam. So in addition, what's very important to actually bring payment service providers on the same page is that be it the method, be it the who initiated the fraudulent payment transaction, be it the trick that was applied by the fraudster, each of these items is defined wherever possible using a definition provided by a authoritative and also publicly available source, to make sure we're talking apples and apples, to make sure everybody who uses the taxonomy refers to the same meaning when they use, say, the term CEO fraud. The taxonomy will always give you the source of that definition and a link to that definition. So in addition to having that standardized approach that allows you to describe any fraud event in really 3 easy steps, the taxonomy, however, also provides for a lot of flexibility, because in addition to that, the taxonomy offers so-called labels tags, which allows any user to add additional information to a fraud event as they deem fit. We have a list there of labels tags in the taxonomy. However, that is not exhaustive. It's suggestions, keeping in mind that if you implement it, you will also have to align with internal reporting or legacy taxonomies in place. So you can, having identified the who, the how, and the what, you can add information as you deem fit. So coming back to the topic of our panel, yes, absolutely.
Press for time.
Yes, I will. So you have heard about approaches within the industry to drive forward cooperation with a view to combating fraud at the national level, but also based on cooperation across borders via the EPC, for example. The floor is open to questions.
Any questions? Yes, thank you.
Hi, Ian from Biocatch. I've looked at your taxonomy. I've also looked at the US Federal Reserve classifier. You've gone down very different routes. Yours is incredibly complex. Theirs is simpler and easy to use. What are your thoughts around this? Do you see that there can be a layering? Because I think there's been lessons to be learned from both of them.
I'm sure there will be. We're actually aware, obviously, the Fed, just for information, it has developed a fraud classifier model and also
I was so
a
excited about
scam
this summit,
classifier
but
model.
I believe you may be more like librarians than scam
There
fighting
is
demons.
dialogue.
You need to spend a week with the Crypto
I would
Ponzi
not
Scheme Avenger
say
and my Avengers to truly
that,
understand the battles we're fighting against Ponzi
I wouldn't
scheme
even say
promoters
that
using Zoom.
the approaches
Seeing
are
the challenges we
all
face
that
firsthand would
different.
highlight
Maybe
the
the
urgent need for
initial
stronger
question
actions
that
against
you
these
ask
fraudulent
when you look
activities.
at a fraud event is somewhat different coming from the Fed classifier as then when you look at the EBA fraud taxonomy. As I said, there is dialogue, and I think everyone should be learning from everybody else. So yes, definitely. I would not want to preempt, future steps, but yes, there is dialogue, and it's an important one, of course.
Thank you for that.
Okay, one last question. We'll take a short break.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Clark. I'm with the European Payments Initiative, and we are happy users of the EBA fraud taxonomy, which I understand currently covers payment fraud and card fraud. But
yes, it does.
As a wallet provider, do you envisage wallet fraud being added to the scope of future updates to the EBA fraud taxonomy?
Two things. When the colleague before just pointed out, and you didn't look at a taxonomy, what's the approach? The taxonomy, the EBA taxonomy will look at what trick did the fraudster apply. And then you see that there are a number of tricks, Modi, that the taxonomy describes that may end up in either an authorized or an unauthorized payment. It may wind up in the victim handing over funds or handing over credentials or handing over card details. So we're not discerning by wallet or no wallet. Is that so? It's you can the taxonomy will allow you by choosing the trick
Laundering.
that will also spell out so
Money laundering.
by what payment means, so to speak, by what payment instrument did the victim lose the money. So that could be a wallet. It will not say, it allows essentially differentiating between a account-to-account transaction and a card payment, but it does not, you can add this information, was it a wallet, a virtual card, a physical card, with the additional information that you provide. Second aspect that you answered very quickly, the taxonomy is subject to an annual updating and review process. You find information that on the EBA website, anyone is invited to submit change requests. So we want to make sure that it responds to the needs of all stakeholders that use it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. We'll take some other questions afterwards, and we'll respond after the summit. We have to end there. So we're really under time pressure, guys. We've got 2 more panels to come. They're very interesting panels. Well, I think we could take a break for 10 minutes and come back at 12. There's still lots of speakers. And when you're having coffee, please think about some actions we can take away. So when we round up at the end, I would like to have 3 or 4 actions out of this session that we can take back to the whole group. Thank you very much. So back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All day, find them. Okay, where are we going, guys? You can see I'm commenting. They have no idea what Ponzi schemes are. I just got the details with concrete evidence from some Ponzi scheme scammers here in Nigeria. I have a list of about 10,000 victims. My research indicates that the situation is less about legitimate cryptocurrency investments and more about... Did they remove my comment? Oh no. She keeps flipping me back. I understand. Are you familiar with Operation? No. No. Okay, so where are we with this? Have a look at the chat room. Are they going out for a cup of tea, have they? Is that what we're hearing? Thank you very much, Susie. I thought it was quite good as well. I'm trying to use ChatGPT as we're sitting here. Trying to use ChatGPT to write me questions for me. Linked company, Shamrock. All right, here we go. So she's given me a link. Oh, God. A link to go to, which hopefully I can go to on here. Yep. Yeah, I'll just go. She's asked me if I'm familiar with this organization. Well, actually, I'll stick it in here because I have not logged into LinkedIn because I've been. So she told me to go to that link. So have a look at that, see what that's all about. So we're just waiting for a cup of tea, are we? Well, we would love to be connected to an organization that is serious about fighting scams. We are a small collective that works very hard every day. And we feel like we're alone and no one really cares. You can see what we're doing via my website. Please take the liberty to connect us with anyone that might be interested in hearing our voice. I'm based in New Zealand, but I have a team of Avengers which are all over the globe, and we fight this battle. Last year, someone was trying to sue me in the New Zealand High Court for defamation for $3.8 million. Cost me $36,000 to defend myself. At the end of the day, they filed a discontinuance, left me with my court costs. My costs. I believe there's some real simple things that you could do to stop these fraudsters. And that would be going after organizations such as YouTube and Zoom, who seem to just broadcast any shit they want to the masses. Why are they not held accountable? Yeah, so I've got another chat room going here with the lady directly who's trying to kick me out. But that was the question I sort of asked her just now. Right, so what are we waiting for? I mean, there's no breakout rooms, is there? Just in case I missed it. We just have to wait here until it starts up again. Well, I'm going to go find Helen and see where she is. She might have gone to bed. I'm not doing anything in the morning. I will post on chat. If you've got any questions you'd like me to ask, because I've actually got a lady here at the moment, which is sort of entertaining me. And also I did get a message from Jim Browning, which was quite exciting. I think it was the real Jim Browning, by him trying to confirm that at the moment. I did post that in the Avenger chat room. So have a listen. Just opening up that room now. What have we got? See replies, YouTube. Richard sent a new share. This link to go live with us. What are you doing with that link, Richard? Oh, I'm in my jammies doing a broadcast. Outside. What else do you want? Good on you, Rich. Good to see you sharing that shit. One thing I wouldn't mind doing, while we're having a commercial break, let's go to the Polyscan network. Maybe we can do that instead. Okay, so while we're waiting, let's go to the Polyscan network and see how many people are giving away their money, eh? All right. So if you come here, come down here, you can see 19 seconds ago. See, it's overloaded their server. It's got 4 requests in a minute. We're back to what we used to be able to do. So people here, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 5 people in a minute. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in a minute. And look, there's a failed request. Wonder what that one is. Let's have a look, eh? Fail, it doesn't say why. Execution reversed. Should we have a look? Wonder if they had no liquidity. That's could be. Maybe they have no liquidity. That could be what happened. Doesn't actually say anything in here, does it? About why it does. Request flash loan token bytes user data. There was a failed. Now they say you can't have any failures, but this isn't really the failures that they're talking you can't have. What they mean to say, I think, is you can't actually have any losses. But I do love looking at these while we're waiting. You come in here and you can see that someone has done what they believe is an arbitrage trade for $37. $37. And no one's talking about the bloody elephant in the room. That's an elephant, by the way. And they got out of that, they got 49 cents. Now that's a good return for doing an arbitrage trade on multiple platforms. God's sake. But let's go see how fortunate that person really is. So we just picked the random user, and that means that we can now go into their wallet and we can see other trades that they've done. So they've actually done 3 trades over the last 3 days, 2 days, 27 days ago, and 2 minutes ago. They'd be living the dream. So I'm not going to go into those, but I can guarantee if I went into those 3 there, they would have made a whopping profit of $1.40 maybe at the most. But let's go down here and see how loyal they are to the cause. So we come down here and we find the last request for a flash loan that they did was 103 days ago. How much did they do then? Let's have a wee look, AA. So we look and we go down here and we go, they did a $500 trade. Well, you won't get any more of that. So that is literally, what is that? That is 10 times more than they just did. That they would have been able to select how much they traded at that point. And out of the $500 trade, how much did they make? Wait for it. I think it was $4.11. Now that's not bad. Now imagine if you had $1,500, you bought a $500 license, you would have actually got $1,500 worth of flash loan money to play with. So that's showing you that that person is living the dream. I'm going to try log in here and see whether I actually get my I'll just see if we got that. Remember the password. I'll see if I got my password right. Oh, it says no. 1 minute, please, caller. It's all complicated when you empty your cache every time. So I'm just going to go back in here and see if we can go back to, what are we going for? We're going to Polytron. There it is. Okay, get my, now don't you look at my password. Guess what it is? Don't tell anyone. It is ... Or is it star? Okay, here we go. So let's go back. Let's go back a few pages. 1 crocodile, 2 crocodile, 3 crocodile. Alrighty. Okay, let's go back one more. We'll just make sure that they're not back yet. No. Coffee break. I'll be back soon. So in the meantime, Danny's entertaining you. Here we go. Right, let's go back to, I'll go back one more. One more. And there it is. Right, so now we'll hit refresh because I think that might be cached. And we'll see what other pieces. We'll go have another look, all right? All right, what are you saying in here, Crypto? Do you remember Joe said you were going to get $1,500 in a day? Joe does know stuff, doesn't he? Okay, so now we can see, ooh, it's been busy. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people out of the now, has anyone else noticed that they're stuck at 11930 and there has been not one or one, they haven't lost any members? All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here until we find one of my tag. There it is, the tag person. We're looking at Boomer 2279. I've got an intimate relationship with Boomer 2279. Boomer 2279, well, he's living the dream, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing arbitrage trading. He's got a 4 minutes ago, he did a successful flash loan. He will know about, what do they call that thing? Hi, everyone. The workshop is on a break until 12:20 local time. If you want to join another workshop in the meantime, feel free to use the breakout room to do so. Oh, okay. So there might be something in the breakout rooms. Let's go do that. Breakout rooms. Join a breakout room. Should we see what's in the breakout rooms? Breakout rooms. Breakout rooms. Oh, there is other breakout rooms. Well, which one should we go into? We'll have a poll. Best practices keeping fraud off platforms. That could be us. Fraud out of domains. Global cyber investigations. Oh, that sounds exciting. Which one is it? Speak now, forever hold your peace. First person in gets to choose. Come on. Do we go to room number 7? Do I hear 77777? No, now we're going to move on to number 8. Number 8, number 8, number 8, number 9, 9, 9, 9. We do number 9, number 9, number 10, number 10, 10, 10, 9, back, 7, 8, 7, 8, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 7, 9, 9. Do I hear 10? In the meantime, I'm going to go back here. Now, we did have some funny stuff here. This poor person here, Boomer, they started trading 81 days ago. If we go to all transactions, and we go down here, 89 days ago. So this person has been bloody loyal, haven't they? So if we go to last transaction, we will see they have been with, they funded their wallet with Binance, and they went straight into transferring the money in. Their very first trade was failed. Aww. And then their first successful one that gave them a glimmer of hope. Let's see how greedy they were at the start. Okay, so this person's first ever trade was for $20. They went and traded $20 on a fake arbitrage trading platform, and they made a whopping 2 cents. Now, that would have been very exciting. And look at the transaction fee, 23 cents. Amazing. So let's see how excited that mentality that person got. So they did their first one, and it crashed. And then they did the second one, and they made 2 cents, and they had a transaction fee of a lot of money. 7 or 10. Okay, we're down to 7 or 10. Thank you, Susie. And then we went to their next successful trade. They thought, let's go. No, they didn't. They went smaller. They went for $12.69. 69 is one of my favorite numbers, just saying. And out of that, they made a whopping 25 cents profit. Wow. Okay, so 7 or 9. Give us a number. Give us a number. Do I hear 7 or 9? Don't go to 8. That's where you were. Oh, okay. You're saying I'm going to get kicked out. 8. They won't kick me out. I'm under different names. Okay. On the move. Right of the panel. Okay. Okay. So everyone. So she's dropped me now. She doesn't want to write back to me, anyone. All right. All right. So let's go to, what have we got? 8. What did you say? 8. Don't go to 8. All right then. So that means 7 or 8. I've got to go to 10.
The recording has stopped.
Really? No way. Well, not from our end, it hasn't. Here we go. You ready? Yeah, ready. Brace yourself. Got it. Computer audio.
See another realities, another form or word of the police. We don't say the word because I think it's a very word, a very big word, okay? But when you go out, you think the other police is like you, but it's not. The international cooperation must to do an act of the sheriff.
That picture.
Okay, Mano,
Thank you. So, as my boss said, I'm very happy to be here today with all of you, especially with Lino, even from Germany, and we worked together these 4 years in Eurogas, and we made several meetings. So I'm very happy to share this case with all of you. It's important to highlight that this is our point of view of the investigation. Maybe Nino has another one, or the other part of the joint investigation has another one.
This meeting is being recorded.
No, it's been recording. Okay, let's go to journal audio. Breakout rooms. What were we in? Oh, we'll go to 7, I think. Who put me in charge? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Everyone's learning how. Oh, that looks better. At least we can read it if we can't hear it. Correct? Okay, restore trust in international communication, voice and messaging. Public trust. Issues streaming from scamming, publishing, spoofing. Okay. All right. That's it. No noise. I think we need to wait for the cup of tea to be over, just saying. Right. What we could do in the meantime, though, we could go look at some really good stuff. I don't know if you guys noticed this morning. We go new window. There it is. We go to YouTube. Look at that. We go to Rob's or Danny's channel. Ooh, it's hard, isn't it? We'll go Danny's, okay, if you insist. If you haven't done it, check out the Poos and Wheeze Man. That's what we're going to call him. Go to videos, and you'll see a lovely new shiny video there. It's only had 48 views. What's wrong with you guys? Oh, you got to share this one.
Jiff presents Clean Boost. The new.
1 minute, please, caller. See if we can do this. Don't look at my username. It's complicated. Oh, the heck. But you don't. Do you know the rest of it? .com. Oh my goodness. Now I need to find my password. How embarrassing. Gmail. Do you know Gmail's not spelt with two? Okay, here we go. Copy password. Don't look at my password, guys. ... There it is. Right now I have to approve it off another device. Oh my god, it just goes on and on. Another device using that. Yes, it's me. All right, we're laughing. Look at that. Now listen to this.
On Saturday evening, out of the blue at the last minute. He does that because that's just Chavez, right? That's just how
He's Chavez's best friend. Here we go. I need to go back. You ready? Here we go.
Before you develop any type of attitude, whether you are going to go towards being negative or whether you're going to go towards being positive, before you do that, you need to have all of the correct data, information, causes, everything before you react.
Okay.
Look in the mirror. That just shows what a low grade degenerate tramp you are, my friend. You've come in here, you're projecting toxicity, you're shouting your mouth off, you're pointing your finger left, right, and center, trying to blame people. I've gone on your wall and you're a loser. You don't represent anything. You don't stand for any kind of truth. No one listens to you. You're an idiot. I'm having to come back now at you because you're so thick and stupid that you don't understand that you are coming and attacking me. You are coming to me, my friend. And because you're a coward and you're a weakling and you're obviously stupid, you don't know how to communicate properly. You don't seem to be able to take responsibility for your own attitude and how you carry and how you put yourself out there to people. You don't realize that you're coming across in a toxic fashion, you idiot. So what you need to do is go into the mirror, look at your dumb face and the dumb way that you operate. Yeah. Before you go looking at other people who are having to respond to your retarded behavior, you idiot. Yeah, so then anyway, so Chavez calls a meeting
You should go visit him, Crypto G. Knock on his door. Hello, it's Crypto G here. I want to show you who the idiot is. So what's going on here, guys? 16 people are watching this. 35 members already, including traffic carrying companies, voting, vendors, non-voting, global industry organizations, including I3 Forum, GSA, the global. Look, man, I've done a few PowerPoint presentations, and that has got too much text on it. Just saying, it should have 5 points, and the guy should be versed on what he says. You have to be a. Hey, Crypto G, are you live watching us at the moment? Because something that you may have not noticed is that notice the username I am. Did you notice that? I thought it was quite funny. I thought I'd go to the Global Scam Conference and call myself Chavez. It's kind of funny, isn't it? It is funny, isn't it, guys? I think it's quite funny. Here you go. I'll send you the link. Just in case you haven't seen what we're up to. And we're actually having a coffee at the moment. That's why I'm doing a, what do they call that thing? A commercial break. Right, so where are you? So we're going to go back to the Avenger room. And we're going to chuck there. There we go. There's the chat. Come and see us now. Hey, maybe I need to put that in Lucky's room. That might freak them out. Yeah, I'll put that in Lucky's room. She likes me. There we go. I'll put it in Susie. Oh, no. I'll put it in, I'll just call you and I'll put Miss Howard's room. Ah, there we go. Crypto G. Oh, there is a meeting going on, though. I wonder if I can click into that. That'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? Imagine if we could click into another meeting going on at the moment. And, you know, because this has got no sound, is it? Is it me or is it them? Oh, it's me. Oh, let's join with audio. Let's be fair. Give them sound, do you reckon? Still no sound. Got sound on? You should be sound then. Sound? What type of sound have we got? Yeah, we should be all good. No one's talking? What the hell? Be a bit of crackling. Danny's trying to hack into Lucky's room, which I must admit it's more exciting. We do get the exciting stuff there going on, don't we? Hey, my blog's going off, guys. Just saying. Oh my goodness. Are we really joining a room with Lucky in it? Oh no. Uh-oh. Hello. Something's gone wrong. Male poet. Let's go. No thanks. I'm just updating a few things as we go. Lucky's room might be open. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Let's go S. I'll just go D. Short sire. DD sire. That should be enough. Okay, I can't hear any noise there. So is that why? Is that just the way it is? Yeah. There's no noise. So I'm going to take this back to the main room and see whether their cup of tea is finished. Leave the room. It just seems like they forgot to put the sound on.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, shit. Okay. Got it. Audio. Coffee break. Okay, well then the coffee break will fluff around here. As I was delightfully showing people, as there's a lot of money to be made in this arbitrage trading. If you're interested in making money in this arbitrage trading, well, you need to go buy a $500 license. You'll get your money back in about 600 days, and then 6,000 days. And after you get your money back, you can actually then, well, you have to do it for 1,800 days. Yeah, just 1,800 days, guys. And you can literally, if you work for 1,800 days, you'll get 3 times your return on investment. Now that's pretty good going. I mean, you imagine how many people in third world countries would love to have that opportunity. And in some cases, you can actually make 55 to maybe 57 cents a day by doing arbitrage trading. You just got to find a philanthropist out there who will give you, just turn my mic up, that's better, who will give you a $500 loan and be happy to wait 6,000 days before you get your money back. We're trying to go into a Zoom meeting, that's why it's crackly. Somebody sent a message saying that my sound's often crap. Well, we are live, we're not in a studio, and this can be one of the reasons. A membership presentation meeting who never seems to actually have a presentation meeting. It's pretty scammy, isn't it? Oh, I think we're back. I know. Are we back? Sharvis Anwar is in the meeting. You can see him in the top left-hand side. Could be an impersonator, but I don't think so, if you know what I'm saying. I thought he would be the ideal person to go along to a summit meeting today. And if you wanted my opinion, we could probably actually get another few people in there. We actually have got another guy in there. Who have we got? So we've got new messages. Let's see what we've got. It would be rude not to put my hand up, wouldn't it? Maybe if I give them a love heart. Love heart. You should see me on the screen now. A love heart should pop up. There's no love heart. Okay, so now we're going to go raise the hand. Puts that there. There we go. Danny Hicks on the stage. Turn that off. But look, you can actually give us love hearts. And then you can give us reactions. You can have party pooper. You can actually have thumbs up. We could even put Pixel on the stage if we really want to. Did you know that? Pixel can actually be on the stage. We'll find a Pixel. You ready? Pixel looks like kind of like that. So there he is. He should be there. And there's Pixel up there now on the stage. As we wait. Room 7 is the best. Room 7 is the best now? Okay, let's go have a look. Getting told what to do here. Breakout room. Number 21. Let's have a look. We're off and racing. Off to room 7 we go. Everyone else having a cup of tea and a knick-knacker. They'll be talking about scams, won't they? Oh, there we go. What have we got? Phone call. Use the words, mate.
As chair, I can give myself as
Oh,
much
we
as
can
I
hear
want
him.
for questions.
That's better.
That's easy. Any questions?
Yes, here we go.
Yes, please.
I had one.
Should we put Pixel up there again? Just for Richard?
From the work we did in the UK, I could see there was a strong correlation when we saw scams traffic coming in from other
I'll turn the sound right up.
I thought we were going to have a terrific amount of problems.
Come on, mate. Use the bloody mic.
The business to block it, and a lot of the time there was a strong correlation between partners that were sending us bad traffic, and they were badly behaved in other ways as well, like commercially or trying to mislabel traffic to get better tariffs and stuff like that.
You sure this is
And
the
I
best choice,
wondered,
Susie?
do you get to see the commercial case for doing some of this blocking? Because I found it surprising. There was a commercial case for doing it in many instances.
So that work is probably more done in the item form itself. So again, as an organization, we really focus on the wholesale, internet wholesale aspect of things.
Now he's using the mic.
We do a lot of things to combat fraud and all those behaviors that you mentioned. But this is more like within the industry. What we're trying to address with this initiative is, on top of that, what can we do to contribute to those aspects? So those type of discussions will probably happen in the one consortium as we get going, and lead to hopefully some policies on how to deal with that. Also KYC, KYT, and a number of things. Sure. ET is part of this. I thought we would be. You are, but you're not extremely expert. Maybe we're not talking to the right people.
Back.
You know, if you want to and KPN as well. We're talking to the people who carry your international traffic on a daily basis.
Shavis and Danny are on the stage together.
Happy to expand this and have you guys contribute to that as well. No more questions? That was all. So maybe I'm going to call people our discussion, and I'm sorry, I forgot the names. I need to get my notes.
He's got notes.
You know who you are.
I'd be in there going, why can't we form a collective that goes after Zoom?
Igor, Alexander.
Are they all
I'm
leaving?
not sure to pronounce your name. I'm sorry.
Danny
Sorry.
Everybody. I'm used to that.
Failed to enable virtual background. Your video has been turned off. Well, that's nice.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for joining this discussion. We actually have 40 minutes or something. So time to go a little bit into the details, and I'm going to start by asking each one of you to introduce yourselves and your organization and what you're trying to accomplish. I think you're all coming from different angles and different backgrounds, so this can be helpful. Please, Lou.
Yeah. My name is Paul. I'm in the Netherlands. I work in our wholesale department.
I'm sorry, is the microphone working?
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not.
what we come into.
Just saying.
No, we have to press one time.
Is it?
Yes.
That's
Oh,
it.
that's much better. Thank you very much.
My name is Paul. I'm from KPN in the Netherlands. I work in the wholesale department, and what we've been doing over the last couple of years at the wholesale department, developing APIs for other parties to combat fraud, because we have a lot of information in our network and in our systems that other parties can also use for combating fraud. So we work a lot together with the banks and with other parties that are.
Like it. Hey, lady, get off my screen. Chat room.
Thank you. So,
look.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hester Abrams. I am International Engagement Communications and New Business Manager
I'll
at
go through all the
Stop Scam
questions so you
UK.
guys can read them, okay?
Stop Scam UK is a cross-sector collaboration
That's my question at the top.
run by its members. And we think it's pretty much unique in that it's an organization bringing together financial services, telecommunications, and technology companies. We have 28 members. We've been going since 2020. We have three aims. One is protecting consumers. The other one is prevention, which essentially involves data sharing innovation, and policy, influencing the landscape to make it more conducive for industry to collaborate.
thank you very much. Igor.
Thank you very much. My name is Igor Skutsinya. I work for Lang Telecom. I'm a senior business development manager, and I'm involved in kind of developing the business of the solutions, especially anti-fraud solutions that we provide to our partners. They are aiming at voice fraud and SMS fraud, and we do some heavy investment, and we provide very, very impressive results with those.
Thanks. Alexandre.
Hey, I'm Alexandre Lira, so I'm working at Post Luxembourg. We are a telco, a bank, and a post in Luxembourg. So we are quite like still all integrated post and telecommunication all type company, and I'm leading there basically telecom security and anti-fraud parts. So yeah, we have
some new questions.
Quite a lot of initiatives
let's
where
go, Richard.
we are bringing all our businesses together to combat fraud, which at the end we are also supporting the rest of the ecosystem nationally and at European level to try to do the same.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you. And actually, 3 out of 4 are in some shape or form part of the IT Reform and this initiative. So thank you. So very different, I guess, background and operations, but maybe start the conversation with how do you understand cooperation in your specific area, I guess, and how do you think you should actually grow it, and what's missing to develop that cooperation aspect? If you want to start.
Yeah, in the Netherlands, we actually do have quite a bit of cooperation already going on between the banks and the telcos and other industry members and police and you name it, all kinds of activities. So that is already quite positive for us. And also internationally, we're also active here, for example, in the GSMA, where we discuss a lot of the products that we develop together with the other telcos, so that, you know, that if we develop something to combat some kind of fraud, that everybody does exactly the same thing.
Stop scams. Is that in our list?
Work on the same kind of products, so that once
Give
we
that in our
release
list.
products, that everybody
Stop
can
Scams UK,
implement it
our
for all
story.
their customers, and not just for KPN customers.
Let me have a wee look at that one, eh?
Vodafone
Oh, I
customers,
don't think
or
I can. Hold on. 1 minute, please, caller.
whatever operator it is. So that is very important and very essential. Without cooperation, you don't do anything very well. So that is essential for this kind of business.
Just to build on what you just said, I mean, there's this international aspect, which is we're trying to harmonize solutions in multiple countries.
Yeah.
How important do you see that versus not having it?
When's the
tried, for
DDH coin going to be
example, a couple of
available?
years ago,
Got
like
Reggie?
7 years ago, we started
Look at
with
that.
Mobile Connector. We were
Might
the
even get
only
some
operator
apparel.
at
What
the
do they
time
call it?
within
Merch.
the Netherlands and providing one service. And you notice with each customer discussion, you can't sell it really because they want to have it for all their end users in the end. Unless
Right.
the problem is really, really urgent, it's the top one problem that maybe sometimes customers say, okay, we'll start with it. But in general, you need to do this all together. And that's why it's so important. And we discuss, we work together within Point. We have a national organization where we discuss which products, which APIs we're going to develop and we're going to put into the market for people to use. And internationally, we do through GSMA, and there's also now currently
what were we
come out of
looking for?
standardization for
We were looking,
APIs,
chatbot.
which is
All
run
right.
by the Linux Foundation, so that
So I
is
can click on a link.
sure, so everybody can contribute
No
to that.
idea how to
And
click on
that's
a link.
where we design the new best APIs for sharing data with other parties. And it can go pretty far. The biggest hurdle we often see, at least in the Netherlands, but in many other markets, it's the regulatory
View
framework,
profile.
because that is where we are really
He wants to reach out to me,
often,
whatever.
running
And he comes
into,
up with hello.
yeah,
This is
restrictions
so
that we
awesome.
have.
I have the standard thing. I just go HIR
And that's something we need to
space, and it comes up with a hello. How can I assist
It's
you
something
today?
you also need to work together on, because it doesn't make sense if you look, for example, the problems we have now with at least 3 cases that I see, for example, spoofing in Europe. You see lots of different approaches in different countries. In one country, they block all kinds of international calls. In other countries, they're looking at some kind of extra authentication you want to do, backtracking, lots of different mitigations that you can use. And if it stays that fragment, it's not very good, because as soon as one country blocks it by a certain method, the scammers, they just move to another country and just continue.
Yeah, VPNs.
So that's
You
why
think
it's
they'd be able to
important
clean up
that
a bit,
you
wouldn't
change
you?
what is the best practices, standardize it and in the same way. But also that the regulatory framework that we have in Europe, that it allows us to do a lot of things. A lot of these things impact traffic, with traffic.
Verified
If
you.
you
Oh my
compare,
goodness. Google, you don't know what it's like being a live streamer. Google now wants me to verify on me, and I'm already logged in as
you
me.
can only do 2
It's
things.
frustrating, I tell you.
Use traffic.
Maybe because I'm logged into 3 different browsers.
communications
How many
purposes
other
or
people would be
billing
doing that?
purposes.
Everybody, right?
Anything else you need to
Enter
acquire
password. I think I
consent.
still got my
That's
password
all to
in
ask
the
the end user or a browser consent. I will never get it.
I do have it close.
So that's why
Copy.
there we need to really have different methods.
Oh my God! Now my voice
and
is coming up
different,
somewhere else.
And in my point of view, the GDPR is even ideal, because there you can work place of legitimate interest. And there is a good, but if you can make a good balance between privacy and the scams, of course you need to do that. You cannot
Let's try this.
allow everything to be shared and etc. And it's also often not necessary. But often it's about things that, if I would explain it to you, would say, is that a problem in terms of privacy?
Is this riveting? Looks like they have
It doesn't have
launched
much
their
impact on privacy, but
flagship
just because of the regulation, we're not
5.9
allowed to
call
process the
service
data. That's it.
for consumers to
Thank
report scams.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably
okay.
a bit of an education to do both ways.
That's
which
pretty
is one of
cool.
the conversation that
I'm
they
still trying to actually
start
get. Oh my goodness! Now I've got to find another device and click the number 13. Don't tell me about it. And then my cell phone's flat. Oh my God.
Difficulties of doing policy alignment. I was just going to pull right back actually to the beginning of your question, Philippe. How do we understand collaboration? I just thought it might be interesting because our organisation has industry collaboration. We just talk about it.
My voice is coming through.
But actually, what we do if you work is to provide a process.
Oh, there I am. Talking to myself. So you've been echo. No one's complained.
That allow
A second. I just need to bring up the chat. All this stuff. Get me.
And employees they have professed willingness and or shared to do something about it. But then the kind of commonality breaks up. So you've got 3 sectors who might be aligned within this, but actually you've got businesses, scales, commercial characteristics of different operations global footprint. And that's
I think our video is though. I'll see if we can
and I actually
Getting there, guys. I'm getting rid of the echo.
research. And my
Yeah.
research is very coalitions, jurisdictions, regulators,
Like Crypto G asked me to click on the link.
what does international collaboration mean to you? And I think it was
Oh,
strange
yeah,
to see
wait. Okay, so what have we got here? Chat.
who actually talked about
Oh,
the difficulty or the challenge or how interesting it was to get people
I wonder
to
if I can turn the
listen,
volume
to
down.
talk,
So it
share,
doesn't.
throw
Hey,
off
get
their
back to your
corporate
seat, Dave.
grandstanding.
See you there.
And sometimes in the UK you do that by having a roundtable discussion under the Chatham House
Right.
rule. But you have to
Yeah,
kind of do facilitate their
coming out of it.
and
It's like the
sometimes
beast.
coming up with a campaign and stuff with a policy standpoint and then
Wait.
less people around it. But we have found quite honestly that
Here we
what
go.
is going to
Hopefully
be
that
most
stopped the sound
fruitful
meter.
is
Sorry
not
about that, guys.
trying to, let's
Don't
say,
give me any complaints.
adjudicate or get into
Or if you are going to
a
give me complaints.
conversation where one sector is
Oh
blaming
my
another
goodness, what have we
sector
got?
for
Oh, there it is.
harboring
Yeah, so it
most of
is
the
scam
scams,
stop.
but actually just look forward
Oh,
because we have an
opened a new
opportunity. This
window.
is not going away. It's going to get
Right,
worse.
so now I need to somehow
And
get that
I think we've got many kind of
chat box open so I can get there next time.
contrasting elements to deal with at the same time. We heard today from
Come
Nat
on,
Gleichen
one more
from
button.
Meta,
That's all I'm
and I
asking.
fully agree that
It's sitting
we're
here
not
waiting
going
to
to have
load. It's
a
just crazy.
golden egg or something people talk about.
Okay, I'm going to get rid
Silver
of
bullet.
one of my
You know,
connections.
in the UK, policymakers got
Say
to tell
goodbye
the phrase that
to,
don't
I think
boil
it's
the
Danny
ocean.
the Hick.
That's not a phrase. It means
Yep,
absolutely
so
nothing.
Danny's
But
should be
just
gone.
do the most immediate,
Seems to be using up too much of my
specific thing
resources.
you can do with willing partners,
Right,
with
now
the
we've got
engagement and resources you've got. We did some research with Rusi, which was looking at what are the barriers in our own membership to actually sharing data.
all right, pop out
And
chat.
there were cultural ones and
There
perceptual
you
ones,
go.
there were commercial ones, and there was this one about, well, where do we actually stand on privacy? Are we actually able
Okay.
to do this? Is our
We now
legal
have a
department
chat room
defining
box.
GDPR in that way? But also, we've worked out that if we get people to think long
Look at
term,
the optimal
we start
size,
thinking about the 2030.
which basically means
We can
layman's term
agree.
the best
We
size
can
for the
all
window.
agree at where we want to get to, and then we have to work backwards. So anyway, that was just about collaboration.
Oh, thank you very
I
much.
often wonder who their
And
mum and dad are, these people that talk.
we have
Whether they go
someone
out
to
and
should
go, oh, how does it go?
our
Oh, I
segment
thought
of
it was really
industry
good.
is
Actually, I really
global by
enjoyed it. I was
nature.
nervous.
We always have global discussion because every one of us operates globally. But what we find is
Okay,
that
so now we need to bring up
there's nothing like a little
link.
encouragement from regulators
Tell
to
you what, that was the hardest link to
help
get off
people
the
have an
screen.
honest discussion and the realization that longer
Right,
term,
I'm going to make an executive
it's only
decision.
going to get worse and painful. So the better be
I'm
smart
going to
about
go
it.
to another tab.
Igor, from a completely different perspective.
And we'll hit enter on that
Yeah,
one.
so our approach
And I'll
was
now get rid of some of the other
directly
things
to
that may be
introduce
causing my
the
computer to really
cooperation
have a hissy fit at the moment.
and kind of this approach of
great
sharing into the business model. So for example, we provide our AI-based system for our voice partners and our SMS partners. The traffic that is terminated through us would be analyzed and processed by this AI wonderful system that we spend millions of dollars and we deliver quite substantial results. I mean,
Oh, no, I'm
maybe
starting to fall
this is not a
asleep.
platform to deliver the financials
be
that we
good.
deliver. I mean, they're not a website.
I can't help myself. I'm not
Other
paying
than
attention.
that, we're very, very
I
open
don't think
in
I
terms
got
of
live on
sharing what
Instagram
we
today.
discovered with our
That
AI-based
means you're
system.
only broadcasting on a few.
Ourselves, and then we're very, very willing to
Okay, so we were
as
going
a
to bring up
platform to discover to kind of
Crypto
present those
G,
theses, answer
meet the
and
team.
answer questions, provide details, etc.
Ruth
For example,
Evans looks a wee bit like the
I
lady
think it
on
was last
Mission Impossible, just
autumn,
saying.
and I informed when we presented our findings at
Oh, that looks
Fraudsters
like a
using
much
assigned allocated
younger
numbers
version of
and the
Rob.
fraud schemes and
Oh, that's
the
definitely Richard before he got his
multiple
beard.
consequences that are coming out
Richard
of that.
Cooper,
If
even.
30
Look at
or
that. He had
40% of the
a
numbers
different name.
that are used in the fraud
Oh,
schemes are
Chavez's
assigned allocated
apprentice.
numbers that are used
Looking pretty good.
by a legal
I
entity
don't know
or
who
by
that
a
could
living
be.
person yesterday,
Who could that
then
be?
they're used in the
It
scheme.
could be
They
Scully.
get into the database of
So,
fraudulent numbers, and tomorrow this
Jimmy
person
Block.
could be flagged, but
He's a
when
young
they
guy,
hired,
envious
could
of
be
him.
flagged when they use any kind of telecom services.
No, do you reckon that could be a Bob?
It's very important
Could be
to
a
share things that happen. For
Who's
example,
that could be a P
we're talking
Music.
about the scams of how the
Oh,
SMS
that's
are usually
definitely
used
somebody we know.
as a channel of
Samantha
reaching the
Black.
retail user. Well,
Sam
sometimes
Mental is a
the
qualified
scam is
EA
common and
with
the
other
retail
15
user
years
is
experience and
scared
began
the
working with
SMS. They didn't know
Stock
quite with
Scams
what the
UK
password
in
is. But
2020.
sometimes the
The
scam isn't
executive
about limits at all.
assistant. Ooh, ooh,
It's,
ooh, ooh. Well,
sometimes
that's
it's
not
about
bad when you think
artificial
about all the
inflation
people that
traffic,
we find in
where
Zoom meetings.
the enterprises
And
are
here's a
being
team of
skimmed
6
for
people
the
taking on the
OTP
world
costs
by
that they're paying
storm.
for each and
Do
every
you think they need
SMS. But
ask
someone
for
in the supply
outsiders'
chain
opinions?
ditches
Or
those
what do you think they
those
do when they
messages,
find a
not
scam?
delivering them.
How do they stop it
However,
in its tracks?
a small
Do
percentage
they
would be
jump out there
delivered,
and
and
put their
there you
life
go.
in
The
danger?
retail user is thinking that
Guess
there's a
not, huh?
scam going on, that they
Anyway,
are
so that's thank you very
they
much,
obtain the
Crypto It's
password
much
for the
appreciated.
servers they don't use, or they
Was
didn't
it as good
request,
for you as it
etc.
was for me?
Maybe
That's what I
something's
want to
going
know.
on. Well, sometimes
Flack,
it's
Flack
a
in
little
here.
different, and we're very, very willing to share our experience and to warn
Right. I don't know
companies
you
around
guys.
the
Should we go back to
world,
the main
industry
room? Give me a
members, general
yes.
public
If I
about
get more than 3 yeses, I'll go back to the
A
main
quick
room.
follow-up,
Other
because
than that, I'm just going to ignore
I
you
know it's
guys.
always
Okay?
complicated for
Just
vendors
saying.
to, vendors are all about collaboration with their customers, and this is fine.
I've got the
The hard
sound just
part is
about a
collaborating
max.
with the
Very hard to hear
competitors.
them. And with me talking, it's
Which
fucking
something we do
impossible.
naturally in wholesale, because that's the nature of wholesale for traffic carrying companies.
competition. Yes.
Competition, but working with your competitors, that's wholesale. So it's kind of natural for the traffic carrying companies.
I don't know if I can do this anymore.
For the vendors, and
I think we need to go
you're
back
part
to
of
the
the
main
forum,
room.
so
Just saying.
you know how it works, but
Shut down some shit.
how do you see
They
that
don't
playing
want
out?
to sell
And
their
now,
BTCC.
should we have
I'm your man.
better cooperation? There's lots of good solutions out
Let
there,
me
but
know.
everyone's
A
keeping these
photo.
solutions.
Somebody sent me a photo. Oh my god.
Which probably
Sharvis
doesn't
meeting
work in
with
the end.
ranked
I mean, I don't know if
leaders.
you have any thoughts on that.
Oh
Are
my
you ready
god.
to
Oh
actually
my god.
collaborate with your competitors?
We have
on
just
some
got
stuff?
some good shit.
Sure. I mean, we do
Okay.
that all the time.
I'm going to put
People
this
are
in the
saying
Avenger
traffic, then
room.
if they win a deal, then in many cases we end up delivering the traffic because they won the deal, but then they route their traffic to us. So it's a natural position in the
We're going to
market
have a bit of
where
a
you
Avenger chat here.
cooperate with
We're going
your
to do. We're going
competitors.
to lose the
Competition,
sound.
I think it was the word that Google usually uses.
We're
When
going to
you're
lose the sound. We are going to do we might even do me in my pajamas. How's that going to look? All right, we're going to turn the camera on. Hopefully my camera hasn't blown up. And we will figure out how to do this in a second. If you just give me a second, we've got announcements. I don't know if this is old. I think this might be old, but we'll have a look at this together. We'll first of all make a folder for the goodies, new folder that we've just got to hand, used to hand from our secret correspondence. It looks like she's been coming out of the. Let's see what happened here. We'll just see if we can put all this in a nice. If I go save all, 1 second, please, caller. Oh, that's better. We'll go OK. I think we've got a button up here to go save all, have we? Download all. We're in the dream, living the dream. Okay, let's have a look at these together, shall we? Now we downloaded all them. We now will go to downloads. We can probably grab them there actually. Oh, well, let's do that. All right, so while this conference is sort of in limbo land, they're having a cup of tea, we will bring up a web browser, which I'm doing right now, which I already have open. Yep, there it is. And we will bring these up. So these might be old screenshots, but they're just to hand. Right, and we'll make it exciting for you guys. Let's see if they're dated right. Let's go to the first one. Okay, here we go. Let's share the screen, present the screen. We're going to go to stop scaring the screen. There I am. Look at me. I'm sitting here, just relaxed, having a bit of a share the screen window, and there's the first one. Boom. I even put my camera on so I feel like I'm part of it. Not that one there. Try that one there. Okay, so this must be, I'm not sure when this was. We've got 8:17. It might be last night's. Not sure that is going to work. It's not the servers. It's not the code. It's not Boomerang. It's the Polygon network that is not able to handle the amount of trades. The Polygon network was crashed in less than 2 hours. I know it's pretty slow at the moment, but doing some maths, it looks pretty decent times to come. Yesterday, I noticed the time it takes to complete. Now, this is really dumb. These are messages from Yvonne Henry's room, and they're saying stupid things like a pack of idiots, which is really dumb. Now, the next one, right, development is achievable if is planned to be implemented. Thomas, it is Boomerang that has the issue. So go check the stats on. It is Boomerang that has the issue. Go check the stats for the Polygon network. Boomerang did not even become noticeable. I think they got that wrong. So what they're basically saying is Polygon is not the problem. If you go look at the stats, you can't see any influx of traffic. It's all just being blamed innocently on Polygon as a scapegoat. Well, he's very good. I like Lloyd. I like Lloyd. Everyone, please check your trade on Polygon Network to make sure you got paid. Myself, I am missing Rapmatic. The DAP says otherwise, plus it took it off the flash loan. First one was incorrect. I did. Now that's so funny, isn't it? Because here they are saying, did I get paid? Now, would you chase up a 50-cent payment? Oh, what is no one talking about the elephants in the room? Next one. What is the plan moving forward? Over the next 2 months, we will add 4 more networks. The first one will be Arbrin in the next 10 to 12 days. This will immediately take the load off. The load, there's no load. This is the really funny thing. The restrictions will then get lifted gradually. Once we have 4 networks running, our transactions will approximately be 5 million transactions every 30 days. Now, this is really written by Yvonne Henry from the meeting. Now, the real dumb thing about this isn't if one network can only handle 20 trades a minute, that means if they have 4 networks, wouldn't it mean that they could potentially only handle 100 trades a minute? It's just so stupid. So now we're going to go to the next one. We've got 4 more after this one. Okay, so we're talking about that. Important. What everyone must do is check the gas fees, MetaMask pop-up, and compare it to the profit made. Do not execute a trade which has less profit than the gas fee. Oh, yes. Remember that? No one will ever lose. And here you go. People are losing. Once the 4 oh yeah, so we've got that one. So now we'll go to the next one. We're up to 3 more to go after this. If we were to let everyone trade like they did on the first 2 hours, literally bombarding Polygon network, then Polygon would have remained crashed. Oh my God, really? Can you crash the internet with a whole lot of scammers? Doubt it, guys. And the gas fees will remain high. We are not here to crash the Polygon network. We have a responsibility. It's not ethical. So we have had to make these restrictions for now. Why the high gas fees? Simply due to the huge amount of trades. When high demands, gas fees go up. All right then, but don't how can you tell that to somebody who's just spent $500 on a license? That's what I want to know. I'm just going to have a look at this here and see if we're back in the main room, which we probably will be, but I'll finish these off first.
This meeting is being recorded.
Meeting's been recorded.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yeah, we know. Let's see what we've got here. I won't be too long here. Anyway, so I think we've heard most of these before, but anyway, just to hand, that's why I'm saying it. Boomerang is not for short-term benefits. Oh God, really? That's not what you sold it as. And it is not seasonal. It will work, rain, hail, or shine. Well, that hasn't been proven yet because no one's had any rain yet. It will work in a bull market and a bear market. It will work before BTC halving and after. Boomerang will work, it sounds like Joe talking, work in all circumstances and in any, until they run out of money. What happened? The issue was that the first 1,500 to 1,800 hours transactions were done. This meant that 30 hours there would, meant that then in 30 hours there would be 45,000 K transactions on the Polygon network, thus overloading Polygon. Oh my God, these guys don't need to even think about this. Polygon is fine. It doesn't need your help and no one's complaint. I think Rob's wrote to Polygon and asked them if they had a problem the other night. and it hasn't heard back yet, I presume. The first 2 hours alone caused high stress on their network, all because Boomerang membership was huge. Oh my God. And the last one makes me laugh is Discord invite. We can go to that. Shavis meeting with ranked leaders. Time approximately 8 hours, blah, blah, blah. Shavis did a private room with leaders to go after the recent launch. That's why they restricted the trades. This is what Shavis says. Boomerang is AI product and extremely robust. So robust that it took almost 25% of Polygon's blockchain. Well, dude, we need to actually get Polygon and actually ask them directly to come on our meeting and show them that
Between banks and
Polygon did not
networks,
have a
and we tend to
problem.
jump to technology
that's what I'm
solutions, right? We
reading.
tend to jump to,
Hey, and thank you
we
so
can give you
much
this
for
data and
all
get this data.
those messages. They were really
What
good.
role
I
do you
think we got
see
them all.
your organizations
We
or similar
now we'll
organizations
flip back
playing
to the,
actually
the
outside
summit,
of the
global
technology space? If you think of a
sales.
room like this,
Sorry,
actually,
this is
again, you're having
scam summit, and
conversations
I'm
with
going to go to
multiple
bed,
banks.
and hopefully I'll be able to
Again,
turn this
yourself,
off on my
you're
phone.
owned by multiple
That's how it
banks,
works.
right? So
Battery flat.
how do you see that
Share
role
the
being played as
screen.
well? Not necessarily just the technology
Please let
side
me
of
know if
it,
you
but
can't hear this at home
driving the right
before I wander
conversations,
off.
driving the right
Jesus.
collaboration, helping that
Dr.
data
Seuss.
sharing in more of these type settings. Maybe we'll start with Chris yourself, and then Olivia.
Oh, I think I've done it wrong.
Yes, so I think this is, you're right, there's no silver bullet or golden egg, as we like to refer to it. I have to get it in every session. So that's the one for this one on the bingo card. There isn't a single solution, but actually we've all got to play our part, and we've got to recognize how that can work together. So if you look at it collectively, if you were to take all of the different options that were available out there, you pretty much would have enough silver bullets that you would cover it. But actually what you have to do is we need to work as an ecosystem together. There's another bingo card tick off for you that looks at how we all work together to really bring all this into one place for banks. So the ease of access of how we do it,
Do we
the
think we should ask them
future-proofing,
whether they
but
know
also I think
the
it's a really
Polygon
great
network fellow
example.
the
So
other
the
day?
conversation earlier was asked by the lady
Anyway,
from
I'm gonna hop off
Meta
stage.
to the gentleman from Vodafone. You know, that's a classic example. I've got some real signal of information that you can kind of do that. So if I take my product and my solution, I think about that from a payment perspective. How could I enrich that with other people's data that creates further value back into the chain to enable customers, and by customers I mean the banks and the PSPs, to benefit so they can provide a better experience and protection down the line?
Olivia, anything?
Yeah, just to elaborate a bit on this. Yes, indeed, there's a role to be played by market infrastructures as EBA clearing beyond simply delivering technology. So it's also the role we play is also in fostering the dialogue between users and shareholders of EBA clearing. Just to give you an example, FPAD, that new functionality, was delivered by us, but mandated by users, and also under guidance and close supervision by experts from numerous 18 in total participating banks that constituted an expert group working with us throughout the project delivery and continuing to work with us to govern FPAD. So this is about constantly exchanging feedback, ideas, the direction we want to give to fraud fighting. So again, I cannot emphasize it enough. It's about collaboration rather than competition when it comes to fraud fighting.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. More of the times, there was one more thing I wanted to ask before we open up for questions across the group. So this is all great. One challenge that always comes up is data privacy, data sharing. We've heard it on one of the previous panels about opening up GDPR more. Again, I guess you're at the front of these conversations with banks, with customers. Are you finding that is kind of less of a barrier, that actually banks and PSPs are broadly comfortable with these data sharing agreements and allowing you to kind of utilize it? Are you still seeing that as a challenge? Just keen to get your views. Maybe we'll start Olivier this time and then over to Chris.
I don't think anyone is comfortable when it comes to data protection, GDPR, etc. So of course, it's always a topic. It's always a cause for not necessarily concern, but at least discussion. And this is something that is at the heart of whatever we do. And so data protection is paramount. We, of course, take it into account. But what truly matters is also that it does not become a something that hinders progress and fraud fighting. So we need to, of course, embrace regulation, protection of all stakeholders, and making sure that we, of course, abide by all regulations in terms of data protection, but making steps forward.
Where's your icon? You're out of uniform, Richard.
I think it's a shame that GDPR is viewed as data protection rather than data sharing, because it's a mindset. The mindset is we can't share data because it's data protection regulations. If it was the GDSR and it became the data sharing regulations, we wouldn't be having it because it would be a baseline position where we did it, but it's not. So is it still a problem? Yes, it is. I mean, if you talk to the colleagues from CIFAS, for a UK organization, they'll talk about the great work they've done about, you know, working through how GDPR can be accommodated in partnership with fraud sharing. So obviously sharing of data for fraud purposes is a legitimate reason. But it's a mindset where we have to move. I think the final thing as well is, alongside it, you have to look at how you minimize the risks associated with GDPR. So if I think for a minute about what we're doing, actually, I don't really want to know about Chris's account number. Actually, what I need to know is I've got a tokenizational solution that identifies Chris as a token, probably adds more value that way, but then it's consistent. So actually, I don't need to risk the PII aspect of it because I can go through appropriate secure tokenization aspect. So it's a mindset, but it's also about using technology to protect end consumers and therefore get the legal and the risk departments comfortable with actually this is the right thing to do.
It doesn't scroll automatically.
If I may elaborate just a bit, yes, indeed, it's like you say, it's a balancing act between, you know, sticking to what GDPR says and making sure that we protect data, but still enable sharing, meaningful sharing, efficient sharing. And this is something that was mentioned earlier on also by Meral. This is the whole point of the taxonomy, the ABA taxonomy on fraud, that enables categorization of fraud to share in a meaningful way. And that's so there's this understanding that we need to be able to share information. Indeed, our solutions for fraud fighting will only benefit from sharing that information. So it should be, like you say, about global data sharing regulation, and on top of protection. Yeah, we embed this also in our systems to gradually enable, in a controlled way, the sharing of information between stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you both. Just in interest of time, keen to open up to the floor if there's any questions that you wanted to ask either of the panelists. Everyone's clearly ready for lunch. Okay. In that case,
no one wants any questions.
I don't have access to them, so.
Checking any questions online.
It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So I think I'll probably, just to summarize, I think the key learning and takeaway for me is probably, look, there's the two organizations sat on this panel, but I'm sure a wealth of organizations out there that are able to see across kind of organizations and drive some real network level intelligence and insight. And yeah, I think there's a great opportunity there.
I think I'd echo that. I think everyone needs to work together on this. I know all these conversations, we always seem to have the same discussions and output, which is we need to collaborate more. It's not necessarily about collaborating more, because I think the mechanisms to collaborate are there. It is moving that dial on the engagement to do it, moving past apathy of acceptance and normality being okay, and proactively thinking about the difference it makes. And it is about fraud, but more and more it's about the end consumer now. And I think banks, particularly across the European markets, have got a real concept of duty of care and protection that they're going to have to adopt. And what you did yesterday is not going to be acceptable in the future.
Okay, thank you to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I realize we're almost up on time, and I did ask the question earlier on, right? We're very keen that we don't just leave today and wait for the next summit. So we have a email group at GASA, finance@gasa.org. We are going to be following up, but I just wanted to turn the tables a bit now. And, we've given the opportunity for people in the audience to ask questions. And I'd just like to ask the audience now, out of what those 4 panels you've heard, are there any actions or things we can do as a group to follow up on some of those great initiatives? Because we shouldn't just stop here. Be very, very happy to hear any suggestions. Jock, yes.
Yes. In the last day and even today, I hear a lot of issues around data sharing. And I'm an engineer, right? So the way I see it, especially around recent developments in privacy engineering, has come about because data privacy has been around for a long time, but only in the last 2 or 3 years has it started to bridge the gap between policy and implementation. So to share to everyone here, I don't believe that GDPR prevents us from sharing data, like what the speaker said. What it does is tell us how to minimize the risk and encourage us to minimize the risk of sharing personally identifiable information. And there's a spectrum of things you can do to do this minimization. It is not a 0 and 1 or 1 game where it's either you share everything or you don't share anything. That's not true. There's a lot of things you can do. You can anonymize, you can create APIs that only share relevant signals. You can even reduce the amount of sensitive information so that it's less identifiable. And I truly think that's the way forward, rather than say 0 or 1 situation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I've got one action to follow up after this summit, right? Data sharing. I think the first thing that obviously comes to mind is what's the scope? So is it country based? Is it something you should try and do globally? What type of industries? I think we had a good example earlier from the banking group about how the cooperation grew in Belgium. I think that's a really good example of how it can start with one bank, spread to other banks within the same country, and then roll out to other industries. I think one of the problems with data sharing, in my view, is that it hasn't been sort of defined or clarified exactly what the scope is. If you try and take on too much, then I think it's only going to be set to failure. So some of the other conversations we had and heard today about the networks, and the 16 data elements that Form 3, for example, share, that's a great starting point. So how do you build on, adding one more point? Same thing with telcos, right? They have a very, defined subset of fields today, but there's a lot more that's available and can be growing. So I think data sharing is one thing. So thanks very much for that suggestion, Jock. I think that's a good thing. And anything else in terms of collaboration you think the banks can be doing? Yes, yes, Lynn, thank you.
I want to propose a real concrete action, actually, because we heard about Line Busy, and yesterday I also told her it's one of the biggest wishes, because we think it's, I'm going to say it, a golden egg. No, we already know it works, but what we need is we need to raise our voices. But because right now it's not possible in the Netherlands, also in other countries. It's the telecom law. And I think with telcos and the banks, but also all people here, we are going to need to raise our voices for Line Busy in Europe, also with all the legislation that is coming up throughout all the sectors. So next year that we have some concrete action there, and we spoke to the right persons to make this work.
Oh, sorry, wait for the microphone, please.
And Dennis from KPN. We have all things ready, what you have in Vodafone, but we are not allowed. So that's the main issue. And we can share data, but we are not allowed by the telecom law. That's a big issue.
I mean, I fully agree. I mean, UK, I think the regulator is a bit more pragmatic, and we were able to do a scam signal because of that. But in Europe-wide, that's not the situation. And someone was mentioning the GDPR not being a problem. maybe, but as telcos, we all not only have to cater for GDPR, but also have to cater about telecommunication law. And the telecommunication law is local. And every country's telecommunication law basically dictates what are some of the things that you can or cannot do. In the case of scam signal, it can be considered sometimes traffic data. And in the case of Netherlands, I think we have followed the process, as you said. It's now with the Ministry of Economic Affairs, I believe, to give us an exception. But I think because of the new government change and things that is happening there, I think it's got a bit stuck. But we did speak to the Ministry of Justice lady that was here yesterday, and hopefully she'll do something about it.
Yeah, and I think we also had a global anti-scam summit Europe, that maybe the European Commission and DG Connect can help us with this. And I really hope we can use this network to fix the problem.
Okay, so thanks very much, Lynn, for raising that. So that's 3 actions we've got now, I think, to follow up. We have data sharing, and I think we start there, as I said, by defining the scope. We have to come together and decide, who do we lobby? How do we get the telcos? How do we get this information that's very valuable? How do we actually allow it to get through the regulation, or
so much easier for people.
any barriers that exist today? The other one, I think, is that comes out from the workshop yesterday. The other thing I think we can follow up on as a group is this idea about sharing best practice. We've heard so many different stories. We know we've got this great information from Visa presented at the summit, but it'd be great, for example, just take those examples and follow up and share other best practices amongst this group. Whether we do that on a European basis or a global basis, I think we can decide as an organization, as finance.gressa.org. So that's 3.
Use AI,
I
I reckon.
was just going to, so Nick Fleetwood from Form 3. I was just going to build probably on a few of those points, because the one thing that I think's come out of this, and if I will shift away from the kind of data sharing to actually think about the way that scam signals, or I will use that in a general term as well as the name of the product, that scam signals are effectively rather than data sharing, it's insight sharing. It's here's a product and an output that we think is a useful indicator of risk. And if you can think about the fact that we heard of 3 scam signals from the telco sector that are good indicators of risk. We know there are in the payment sector, there are things like and they were really similar, which was why I thought I'd say it. But things like, how long has the account been open? Has the account been dormant? Is there changes in terms of the frequencies of transactions or size of transaction? Those are indicators of risk. That again, those can be used in the banking system as a way of saying, there is risk and it's here.
I believe
how could that be used
and similarities
in across the kill chain? Like how? So the question, and again, Meta's asked this over and again, and I really like the idea. Like how can we provide risk indicators Meta can use? How can the telco sector provide it to the banking sector and vice versa? Like if we think about kind of coming together and going, rather than kind of data sharing, what are the insights and scam signals that actually would be useful across the kill chain? And then it's a question about how those scam signals could be used. And then that'd be quite cool.
Direct. I'll give you a list.
Okay, have a 4th topic.
You just give them
Yes,
Jarvis's
Brian, please.
details.
Up to you.
Jane Gregory's details.
So yeah, to that point,
Clayton
effectively
Ford
what we started to do in the UK was exactly that. We asked the banks, that's what they said, and we built it. That principle, I think, is exactly on a European basis. Maybe can we take that on? So that's what we're trying to do on a country by country basis, because you do find in specific the problems will be different.
Using tokenized
we're doing work in
signals
South
on
Africa, and I
technology.
didn't get scam signal as the next product to build. I got 6 others. So lots of different problems depending on where you are in the world. But as this is anchored in Europe, to the same point we made before, if we know about the Netherlands, we've got a good process to unlock that, I think, and that's great. I wouldn't, the other 26 countries, I wouldn't wait for a lobbying of the European Commission on that product. If you want it, tell us, speak to telcos, because in your country, they may actually agree, like they did in the UK. Don't believe it's a problem in France. Don't think so, it's in Ireland. So it's Holland or Netherlands and Germany, we believe. So if you're in another country, don't wait for a global process with the EU to sign something off. Start talk to us, talk to telcos, and let's see if we can unlock it in that specific country with the telcos, is what I would suggest. Is that work?
Yeah, so again, I sort of pick up a bit of a theme here, right? So there are things happening, the great ideas, best practice. It's brilliant to share at things like the GASA, Global Anti-Scam Alliance. But when it comes to putting this into practice, making it action, if you stick at the global level, then it's gonna fumble and drown, right?
That's
You then
right.
have to take that and do things like's happened with the banks in Belgium, and deploy that. How do we address this in our particular country? How do we take that good idea and how we apply it based on our own unique situation? So I think there's a good message there for sharing ideas, but then saying, how do we actually make this come into effect? Anything else before we break? One last.
Hi, this is about clarity. One takeaway for me from this conference is there are all these cool ideas, but they seem to be very fragmented in the sense that it's very tough to get an overview of what constitutes best practice. So one simple suggestion could be for someone, it could be anyone, to actually go out there and document not just best practice, but what data points are actually being shared in different communities. Having such an overview might make it easier for other people to ideate and learn from regional or national best practices. So I'm from Denmark, for instance. In Denmark, there is
It's going to be a bit crackly for a second.
Structured sharing of mule account data, and it's structured by the Nordic Financial
It
Cert.
won't fail.
I think that's particular to Denmark, but if there were other arrangements in other countries where there were potential lessons to be drawn from, I think that would be interesting, and that might serve as a better basis for helping us get cool ideas about.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, yes, so along to the same theme, yeah, global is best practice, but how do you make it effective in your own particular jurisdiction?
Yeah.
So, any last points? Sorry?
No.
No. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for attending this workshop. I think it's been really helpful. I think, as I said at the beginning, in terms of the bank's participation at GASA, 2 years, and I think that's only going to grow. I think we can see ourselves as some of the forefronts, some of the leaders using these ideas here. And I think when we spread this word and we go about to Singapore and then into the US later this year, I think this image is only going to grow.
We are the change.
And there'll be a lot more at the next GASA summit. So thank you very much for attending. Enjoy your lunch and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Boom. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Yeah. We've been listening inside the room. We have. Is that it? So is that it? Is that it? Over? I'm assuming there's no schedule. Mobile Intelligent JR International IT Global. I will now tell them they can subscribe to my YouTube channel. See if I get kicked out, eh? YouTube. No, it doesn't work. Thank you very much for putting on the event. We look forward to your next event. See you guys. Now put see you guys. Do I really have to do this? Do you have to put HTTP in front of it? HTTP is : blah, 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 blah. Da, da, da. Can you get rid of that message? Delete. Okay, you can. Then we go boom like that. Now we'll get kicked out for sure. Not allowed to put URLs in there. It's called. There we go. Oh, guys, hope you enjoyed that. That's the chat room. That was the Global Summit. And I think I've got a mic on. I have got a mic on. I'm going to go to bed very tired. You won't see me in the morning, or my morning, but it's very good. Believe versus Club. Crypto is a scam in itself. Well, not necessarily. It's just they use it as the payment gateway, don't they? Got to admit. I think it would be rude if we didn't do a quick wee look around and see what's happening on there. I have been trying to log into a
Testing
few.
audio.
Oh, hello. Wait, there's more. James Green. He spoke. Oh, hello. What are you doing there? See you later. Bye. Turn the camera off. So who's that lady?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hi, Max.
Hello. What's she doing?
1, 2.
We can hear you.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Fine.
I'm not talking to the Zoom. We're trying to get this working for the room for later. Thank you, everybody. We're testing to present for the room, so you can ignore it for now. Okay.
Okay. That's it. Say goodbye to the lady. Bye-bye, lady. She got to know how to smile a bit more. Okay, there she's gone. All right, there must be having a COVID meeting next. Anyway, so that's the end of that special. And it's me presenting another share screen. Gosh. Zoom. Should go to bed really. Okay, so just looking at this screen here, then I've got Crypto G's attention. Fish is hanging around. What's fish is hanging around? Don't know what that means, but anyway, yeah, let's have a look. So we got some pretty good statements here today. Always like to have a wee look at the fund controller and see how that's looking. That was reasonably quite good. At least somebody's doing something. Okay, so this is for what we call Boomerang, and Boomerang just overloaded, crashing the Polygon network like left, right, and center, surely. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 transactions in a minute. And then a minute earlier, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And oh, look, here we actually got more than 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 transactions in a minute. And look how lucky you are if you've got yourself a Boomerang license. So let's just pick on a random. We'll click on the Boomerang license. Yeah, we'll get some rest. I'm just having a look at some of this funny stuff here, Susie. I can't help myself. So this is a beautiful. Oh, look, I haven't got these ones tagged. Maybe I should go away and tag these ones while I've got Crypto G watching. He'll be proud of me. So these are contract addresses that aren't tagged. And if you ever want to tag anything, it's real simple, kids. You go here, and then you go to DeFi, and you go to their scanner, and then you go and get the address that wasn't tagged, or the contract that hasn't got a name. Oh, it's a lunch break. They are coming back. Oh my God. I might actually leave it on then. I'll just go to bed and leave it on, okay? You guys can handle that, eh? Okay, so now we go back to, so now we go to the contract address and you open up DScan, which seems to be going very slow today. I don't know why, but anyway, why seems to be going very slow. Yeah, there you go. And there's your contract. Notice it's got no name. It's not very exciting. So then you go to DeFi, and there's an area in DeFi where you can scan. So what you do is you decide that you're going to put the name of the contract address in here, because this is how we discover things. And it goes away and it says, oh, look, it's a Uniswap V3 pool. And there you can see it's analyzing it, and there's the name. So now we come along here, we highlight that, copy that with a keyboard, come down here, and we give that a name. And now it's got a name. So when you line them all up like soldiers, instead of having a number, that will be a name. And then it looks like you know what you're doing when you're doing YouTube videos. So now you refresh, and hopefully we see we have all these named. So if you wonder how this arbitrage thing works, well, it's just smoke and mirrors, really, to make you feel like you're getting something special. But somebody come along here and they decided they were going to borrow $59. Yes, $59.91 from Rapmatic. And then they're going to go away and do some arbitrage trading. Well, if you're clever enough, you can look at this and just go in, out, in, out, in, out. Means absolutely nothing. All smoke and mirrors. Doesn't do anything exciting until you get to the end. And then there should be a user at the top. And we don't figure this out, but for some reason, this person did receive some money, but I can't see the transaction in the list. And Crypto G said, well, it might not be in the list for whatever reason. I can't remember what he told me, but you can see that this person actually received some funds. So if I click on that there, we can actually go in there and see what a lovely time this person is actually having been a Boomerang owner. So this person has bought a Boomerang license 3 minutes ago. They did that trade that we just looked at. 4 minutes ago, they traded and it crashed for some reason. And then they had the privilege of doing another trade 24 hours earlier, and then 2 days earlier. So this person in the last 3 days have done 1, 2, 3, 4 trades. This person is what you call a lucky boomeranger. Now, every single one of these trades, I'll be lucky if any of them made more than 50 cents. So let's just take 50 cents as the high. So after 4 days, 2 days of trading, this person's actually managed to make nearly $2 back from their $500 investment. Isn't that great? But in the meantime, they bought their license. Their last successful trade was 79 days ago. So we're just going to open that up for shits and giggles. And if we look back to when they first come on board, we probably find they were probably like 110 days ago. And if you come down here, you'll see, let's see if we can get it. We'll go back. Oh, this guy's ancient. Girl, boy. So let's have a look. 90 days they actually transferred money in. They were called Boomer. There you go. So I can guarantee that this Boomer is actually someone who's got 2 licenses, because I've already tagged this person previously and now they've got another account. So if I was clever enough, I should really tag this as Boomer. What I can do, and I will do it, is I will tag this as Boomer. So I'm now going to go tag, and I'm going to call them Boomer hash 1300. I've got a plan. Let's see if I can do it. Is that the one I want? OXAF. Yeah. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them Boom. Oh, I've forgotten what number it was. Damn, that's no fun. Why did I forget that? I would have had only one job to do, and I forgot what it was. Go back. Okay, so we're going to go and call them BOOMER, and then we're going to go hash 1304-01. Actually, we'll call that 02. Right, so you watch what we're going to do here, kids. It's going to be exciting. So I'm going to get their Boomer name there, rename that one. And this is completely a waste of time, but for the shits and giggles, I'm going to call that 01. And then I think I can open up this one. That's it there. If I play my cards right, we should be able to rename this sucker. Taking a long time though, isn't it? Yeah, did we manage to do that? Flash loan. I think we're stuffed up. We're going to go back here. That's right. And we're going to go back to here. And we're going to go to this AA address. And it is that one. So, yeah, so this is where we stumble across. We have find people that have got two addresses. So you can see that this person has decided to go buy another license. And now they're called Boomer 1304. And if you go to the last of the transactions, you can actually see that this person has funded their own wallet. And that's what we're doing this for. Because something crazy is going to happen here in a minute. So you can see that Boomer 13042 has funded their own wallet, which we presume is the same person, 1304-1, 90 days ago. But the real exciting part about that is we can now go into their existing wallet, which is Boomer, whatever that one is. Can I go to that one? Boomer 02. Where the hell's that? Oh, so I can actually search for that. Might make my life easier. Okay, Boomer. Can I let me do it? Boomer 01. I've totally stuffed this up. I still want to persevere though. Oh, it doesn't just let me come up with that Boomer, that number. It keeps coming up with 01. Well, that's no fun. So that means I have to go back. And now I want to go to 02 because I want to see if why can't I click on that? Is that not the same? No, it's not. I want to click on that. Why can't I click on that, Crypto G? There it is at the top. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Alrighty. So now I want to go all the way back to when Boomer 02 come into the show and see where the money come from. Because you go all the way to the last transaction, and we should see them. I wouldn't be surprised if they come around about the same day, but it is a bit of fun having a look all the same. Okay, we've got the same problem. They've come from the same wallet address. They're not helping. We still want to see. Oh, I don't know how I did that. This does not work. I know I already did that. I'm not doing this anymore. I've hurt my feelings. But what I did want to do is have a look to see where Boomer 02 come from. But I presume that's up there now. So it's really confusing. Anyway, let's just get out of there and pretend that never happened. And I'll review how I did that wrong some other day. But I think it's a bit of a laugh and a bit of a terrible scenario. And just for shits and giggles, while they're having lunch, I'm going to show you something pretty cool. Now I've got D-Bank, right? I've got Crypto G stuff here. I've got Cameo. We have got D-Bank. We've got Boom Trust Controller 5. And we've got number 4. And hopefully we've got number 3. And we're going to go to Polyscore, D-Bank, Crypto G, number 2. And what we've found out, if you are wondering whether this is real, the thing is, it's so we're talking about Boomerang here because it's what we've been hunting on for a while. And if anyone clever is watching us right now, we have discovered that there is all these wallet addresses. Now, I did give you another wallet address somebody seemed to have found the other day. Danny, you read it too, please. CD, you have channel. I don't know. Bruno, read what you said. Tiger, you follow me. What are we doing? Spend too much money? I have no idea. But anyway, these are the wallets. These are the wallet addresses that are feeding the people who think they're doing arbitrage trading. And I think we found one the other day, which I think I actually put down for Crypto G. And I'll have a wee look to see if I can find it while he's here. But I think it's this one here. And I put a question mark on it. So I don't know if you've got that one. Crypto G. But if you have a look at that address, I'll put that in the chat room for you. I think this is another one that we haven't, well, you would have bookmarked it. But so what we've got a wallet here that's topped up, ready to pay people. And that's and then we've got another wallet here that's already topped up and ready to pay people. And that's all controlled by Mr. Chavez. And here's another wallet. This one here is really topped up to pay people in Rapmatic. So instead of having the one wallet address that we tracked last time, we literally have a pretty full-on. Now, did I get Cameo wrong? I did. So I'm just going to get that right. I'm going to show you all the clever stuff that we have been gathering over the months, and you can look at it all in 5 minutes and go, oh, that's interesting, and turn off. So here's another wallet. So what we're claiming here, guys, is another wallet, and there's another wallet. This is the big kahuna. I think that's Cameo. No, that's Mr. X's wallet. That's where we reckon all the money is. The big person, Mr. Chavez. This is where we watch money go in and out of. So you've got $3,284. This is ready to pay people. And then you've got this one here, which is looks like zero. Here we go. There's one that's like the leftover wallet. Did you get that one? I'm not following. Are you referring to what we are viewing last night? Maybe is. Anyway, so now this might not be. So these are all the decentralized wallets that we believe are getting topped up by Chavez. So if somebody was doing a trade at the moment for LDO, probably wouldn't work because there's only 12 cents in there. But if you sat here and looked at this for 12 hours, that will get topped up, and then away they'll go again. But what you want to do is once you've got all these wallets, you want to go to transactions. So we're going to go to transactions, and we're going to not look at that one. Oh, we might look at that one. And you can actually see activity, and this is where you follow the money. So we've got all these transactions, and you can go into that. So I've just opened up all 5 of Chavez's deep secrets. This one here was a bit of a laugh because there's no money in this one. So you'd think there's nothing going on there, but you click on transactions and voila. Look, 18 seconds ago, there was something going down. So you click on that sucker. Now it goes off the Polygon network, and there will be something dirty like an arbitrage, a fake arbitrage thing, see? And that wallet would have topped up that fee into that person's MetaMask wallet, and that person would have got 54 cents. Now, if you go back here, I might see something around 54 cents. But normally, there's a figure where it tells you how much money that person got paid, but not in this case. But once again, you can go through here, and you can see how people are getting paid. So it's pretty ridiculous. So let's have a look at this one. And now we're going to go to the transactions, and we come down here and it's pay. So that's a pay, send, execute, send. And this is where all the big money is going to top up the shit. And this is where they do it. So that's where you could look at that all day long. Go, oh, that's interesting. And then you can come here and you can go 5 minutes ago, $20 something here. So this is another wallet they're using to top up shit. I'm just making assumptions here. I don't even know if it's true or factual what I'm saying. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, I say. Where are we up to? Yep. And this is another fake arbitrage trading thing. Somebody that did $20. They wouldn't have had a choice. They would have clicked the button, optimized it, and it went away to the roulette wheel and grabbed any old figure. Did an arbitrage trade, and this person theoretically got paid 59 cents. And the real funny thing, when you look at these transactions, you sort of feel sorry for the person that owns this wallet, because if you look at the pattern, you can actually see that this beautiful person has probably bought this, and this is their first time they've actually managed to do a flash loan. And what did they get out of 59 cents? Is a bit crazy, isn't it? But then you can click on this, and you can go to see other transactions they've done. And now you can see that this person didn't just do 50 cents. They did not just make 50 cents 6 minutes ago. 32 hours ago, they made another 50 cents if they're lucky. And then 2 days ago and 3 days ago. So they've gone in here diligently every day, hoping that they're going to be able to make $1,500 in a day. That'd be a bit disappointing, wouldn't it? And then you go back to the first time they did a trade, which was 3 days ago, and it failed, even though they're not meant to ever fail. That one did. And then you come all the way down here, and then you go back to 77 days was the last time they actually managed to do a successful trade. And look how much they did. I can just about guarantee it would be $500. No, it wasn't. It was 14. No, it was $8. They did $8 trade. How about this one then? Look at this. They got paid out 9 cents, but look at the fee, 34 cents. So the whole lot's rigged. We looked at thousands of these. No one's making any money, kids. It's just a myth.
The recording has stopped.
The recording has stopped. Oh, they must be getting ready to go again.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, they are. They're coming back. So now we're going to keep you busy for half an hour. I'm going to go to bed and leave this going, though, just because I can. And I'm going to have a look at one more here. So this is a $30 trade, and this lovely person got paid.
The recording has stopped.
Stop. Okay, all right. We'll keep it on. Right, so now we've got... oh, I don't even know how to read that one. But I know now if I click on here, it will tell me how much they got paid, I think. I don't know. I can forget. All the complicated shit. There, we go down here. They paid $92, $900. So you can actually follow the money. Click in there, and you can see that it's just all smoke and mirrors. That's what I'm getting at, guys. A bit tired, really, to be explaining this complicated thing. It came from Cameot, and they went into Ratmatic wallet, and you can basically go in here and follow the money. So this is it topping up. So here's the Cameo wallet topping up the X5 Boom wallet, and that's how they're funding these wallets. And then you see the X5 Boom wallet topping up people's MetaMask wallets after they've done what they believe is arbitrage trading for 50 cents. Can you really believe this? It's just not really that cool, is it? And look, everyone's happy. Here's a flash loan. Somebody's been paid from that wallet. They've done a $49 trade. You notice they're all $20, $30, and $50. That's because it's all done with smoke and mirrors. And they got paid 44 cents, and they had a transaction fee of $1. Yeah, so it's a Ponzi scheme there, guys. So enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that. The other one I do ask you, if you haven't done and you are watching this on the rerun, is do go to my YouTube channel. I noticed that 13% of people that are in my channel aren't actually subscribed, and it hurts my feeling. So that's what I'm saying. I could leave the chat room open, but I don't think it's much point because as soon as people start chatting, it doesn't scroll, and I'm going to bed. So I'm going to take an executive decision and make that big, and then we're going to go back to some greedy people brought 10 to 15 licenses alone of the of the groundbreaking technology. Yeah, I know. It is actually amazing that people did that. They must be like kicking themselves now, eh, Tiger? They're kicking themselves. Let's see what I've got. So I'm live at the moment, and I'm going to have a wee look at the stats to see how good we're doing. I'm going to see if you guys have actually hit the thumbs up on this video. I can tell. We'll be going in here in a second. And then we're going to go to, where is it? Hey, I went for a run today, guys. I did a 6.6K run around the park. Quite pleased about that. It's like the pooing in the pool. It's called, what do they call them? Brown alert. It's quite funny, really, isn't it? Alrighty. Here we go. So let's look at the stats of the video that you're watching right now. 65 views. That's not too bad. And look at that wee graph going up to the moon. Look at that. It's going up. People are coming in on droves. Watch time, 14 hours. Of people have watched me for 14 hours. That's crazy, isn't it? Impressions. Now, that's what you really want to do. You see that impression rate? If that was 10, they would throw my videos out more. Now, if you sit here and did lots of love hearts, I reckon they must go, oh, people are liking what's happening in here, and we'll send out Danny's live. I'm just guessing that's what happens. I don't have any idea if that's really true or not, but I know it happens in TikTok, so that may happen. Subscribe. So 14.9% of people who watch my videos are not subscribed. So we want to have a talk to those 14.9 people. See that there? It tells you down there. 14.9% of people are not subscribed. So what's going on there, guys? Are you guys just sitting there toying with me? Make sure you are subscribed. Otherwise, I will find you and we'll hunt you down like the animal that you are. Revenue. How much money do you make from a TikTok video? Nothing. No. Hey, have you ever wondered how much money a YouTuber makes? Let me show you. You might be surprised. You might be surprised. Powered by Google. Google, Dutch Banking Association. I didn't realize all this is coming up. Ministry of Security and Justice. Polite. Dutch Police. Vodafone. Isn't that quite cool? Let's go back to here. Oh, maybe we need to go. Oh, yeah, analytics. So now we go to analytics all together. Oh, it's got other one. Meta. Facebook's even Scam Advisor. Oh, they're there as well. Oh, you should be watching all this sort of stuff. Hey, look, $333 in a month. 30% of that's going to keep for tax. That means I'm going to get about $220. Not bad for 70 or 80 hours a week I spend doing this. But you know what that means? That means that I get paid more than you would if you had an arbitrage license. Hey, my biggest video, how much does that one video make? It's Jarvis and will expose for working for Hyperverse video, which I published, I think, from memory 3 days ago. Took me about 4 hours to render it, make it all up, make it look all pretty. $8.76. And then when I saw that, I thought, oh my God, that's amazing. So then I decided that I would render another one. Let's see if that's in there. It's not in there yet. This was in the last 28 days. So if I put that back to the last 7 days, we should see some more exciting stats. Right, so their launch video was one of my big ones. Expose is still in the running. So if I went to my launch video, which had 1,100 people look at it, that also made me $8. I'm going to be rich this month, guys. And then it flatlined when it got to here. But hey, isn't that great? So that's what happened. All right, guys, that's enough of me. I'm literally going to leave you, but I am going to go back to the summit because it's still happening. Hopefully I don't get kicked out while I'm sleeping. And you've got the entire screen. No, we're not. We're going to do entire window. Okay, here we go. You ready? Entire window. And Danny's going to disappear. Look at him. He disappeared. Boom. No more Danny. No more Danny. No more Danny. Hey, it's one thing I haven't looked at. What's Robbie Boy doing? Is he trying to be a YouTuber still? Let's have a look to see if he's up there. He might give us some entertainment. See if Robbie Boy's live. He's normally live about now, isn't he? That's probably why I had a deflux. Where's Rob? Boy, I tell you what, this internet is really getting... restart the computer, but if I restart the computer, I'll lose my friends. You're my friends, guys. Oh, I might go wake Helen up. So, hello, honey. I'm going to bed early. I'm 3 hours early to bed today. Thirsty as hell, though. Right, let's see what we got. Have a look at Robert first, see if he's doing anything. Oh my God, Rob, you've got more in your chat room than me. Oh, let's go watch Rob for a wee bit. Can't help myself. Let's go. Let's see what Rob's talking about today. I hope you guys went secretly in Rob's room. That's where if you were. I mean that. Okay, we're going to go entire screen. Here we go. Rob, what are you talking about, Rob? He's in there. I see you. I see you all. Spelled all wrong. Now, where's the sound? Here we goes. Timestamp, pop out. Okay, we've got a chat room over here for Rob. Where are we? Rob's
make profits all the time. Should be able to make a lot more profits than 30 cents per trade, you would think, to be successful. Or to match probably the expectations. That's a statement we could confirm yet. Next one. It will work in a bull market and a bear market. Well, in theory, that's probably true. That's probably true. There's trading all the time. There's trading when it's a bull market. There's trading when it's a bear market. There's probably more trading and more chance of a arbitrage, arguably, in a bull market. But that's true. It will work before BTC halving and after. Now, this is sounding like a Winston Churchill wartime speech, isn't it? It will work rain, hail, or shine. It will work in a bull market and in a bear market. It will work before BTC halving and after. Boomerang will work in all circumstances and in any other conditions. And we will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them in the landing fields, on the landing fields, whatever. This does sound like Winston Churchill. So will it work before BTC halving and after? Well, it hasn't got anything to do with BTC, has it? So who cares? So we'll give that a neutral. Boomerang will work in all circumstances and in any conditions. We don't know that. Apparently, it couldn't work properly in the conditions that it had on its MVP launch when everything was good to go, and they'd been saying everything was fine. So, what do you think? Oh, we got Danny on here as well. I see you. Sell all. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Susie's put a link there to Crypto G's video. That's fantastic. After the gold rush. Hello, haven't seen you for a while. Just as a comment there, Crypto G, I tried to do a Winston Churchill speech once when I was at Toastmasters. Winston Churchill wrote his speeches for himself and for his own voice. They are very, very hard to do unless you lower yourself in to a Winston Churchill persona kind of thing. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, so what happened? Well, we're not doing very well so far. The issue was that in the first hour, 1,500 to 1,800 transactions were done. 1,500 to 1,800. So they don't actually know. So that's a little bit scary, isn't it? Okay, so they don't actually know how many transactions exactly were done in the first hour. But remember, 1,500 to 1,800 transactions is very, very low. That's an hour. And if there were that very conservative figure of potentially 12,000 people who could have been trading straight away if they weren't at work, weren't asleep, weren't asleep, then that would have been way over 1,500 to 1,800 transactions, because 12,000 people would probably have wanted to trade, let's say, every 5 minutes. So that would have been 12 times 12,000. What's that? 144,000 trades. Do your maths on that. 144,000 trades could have been there if you work through the numbers and apply some logic. Okay. So, and yet this was only 1,500 to 1,800 and it killed it. So this meant that in 30 hours, there would be 45,000 transactions on the Polygon network. Now, this is interesting wording here, because it said this meant that in 30 hours, there would be. Does that mean there was, or theoretically there would have been? Anyway, let's go on. Now remember, 119,000, those 119,000 license holders would have gone to work, come home, or woken up and gone onto the computer. So in 30 hours, all of those 119,000 license holders could potentially have gone on. And even if they'd only done one trade, which would be mental, but even if they'd only done one trade, there would be 119,000 transactions.
Hey,
and
hello,
he's
Scully.
talking
Nice to
about
see you. We're just
45,000
redubbing
transactions
Rob's
in
video.
a day and 6 hours.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to
We're
get back.
at the meeting. I don't
Zoom
know what the
letters
qualifications were to be one of it was, and why he had to restrict
so
trade.
he's gone through all the slides that I just.
That is extremely robust.
What else he had? Just catching up on them.
There wasn't 12,000 people around, were there?
No, it wasn't.
Well, considering that on some say that that's a statement. So we'll give that a neutral. Boomerang will work in all circumstances and in any conditions. We don't know that. Apparently, it couldn't work properly in the conditions that it had on its MVP launch when everything was good to go, and they've been saying everything was fine. So, what do you think? Oh, we got Danny on here as well. I see you. Sell all. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Susie's put a link there to Crypto G's video. That's fantastic. After the gold rush. Hello, I haven't seen you for a while. Just as a comment there, Crypto G, I tried to do a Winston Churchill speech once when I was at Toastmasters. Winston Churchill wrote his speeches for himself and for his own voice. They are very, very hard to do.
About there.
Anyway, let's go on. Now remember, 119,000, those 119,000 license holders would have gone to work, come home, or woken up and gone onto the computer. So in 30 hours, all of those 119,000 license holders could potentially have gone on. And even if they'd only done one trade, which would be mental, but even if they'd only done one trade, there would be 119,000 transactions. And he's talking about 45,000 transactions in a day and 6 hours as if that's a big thing. That's incredibly small. So it says 45 transactions on the Polygon network, thus overloading Polygon, which we've already heard is highly unlikely. So this isn't true. This isn't true. And they're setting us up as if 45,000 is this huge number. Well, actually, this is incredibly low. And no one in their wildest minds would think if you had 119,000 people in a room and said, go trade your heart's content, that the majority of them wouldn't trade at all in a 30-hour window. Crazy. Let's go on. So
True.
The first 2 hours alone caused high stress for the network. These are people that have led us to believe for 6 months that these are experts. That these are people who know Web 3.0, whatever the F that is, inside out. They know the internet, they know software, they know trading, they know crypto, they know arbitrage, they know development, and they couldn't foresee this. Wow. So in other words, they knew exactly how to sell the licenses, but the product, well, that seems to have not been first priority by the looks of it. So the first 2 hours caused high stress for the network, all because of Boomerang's membership and huge amount of trades and transactions. Well, it wasn't a huge amount of trades and transactions, but they're saying the membership. So what, they sold too many licenses? Is that what it's implying? Did you see them slowing it down? Did you see them telling people, hey, we're going to sell 119,000 licenses, but only like 20,000 can trade for the first month, and then month after 20? No, of course you didn't. Yeah, all right, they got all sold licenses to jump on there and go like hell. Unbelievable. So here we go. So an analysis was done. Well, after the fact. After the fact, unbelievable. Okay, every hour, 15 to 1,800 transactions. Well, that's not even analysis, is it? Right, over the first 24 hours. So they don't even know what the figure was after 24 hours. 36 to 38,000 transactions. Don't even know. And there's a question mark on that because someone stuck up a screenshot of the list of transactions that was on the DAB, and the same transaction came up about 6 times. You can see it on one of my previous videos. So that has to bring up a big question mark about whether whatever this big number of transactions was actually not multiplying the same transaction all the time through some fault of the software or whatever. Anyway, let's go on. So what else have we got from this high-tech team? This gave us an average scenario of the people using Boomerang. No, it didn't. Actually, that is fundamentally untrue. Can anybody in the chat room find out what is wrong with that sentence? This gave us an average scenario of the people using Boomerang. No, it didn't. That gave you a very broad, imprecise amount of people, of transactions, but it gave you nothing to do with the people using Boomerang, because not one time here have we heard about how many licenses actually traded. What was the average amount of trades that each license got? We haven't heard that. That's the people. Oh, now we've got a huge amount of information coming through in the chat room here. Oh, my goodness. What's Susie talking about here? Someone in one of the chats took a cue I floated about a month ago about the percentages of the total DEX trading volume across the major blockchains. DEX trading volume across the major blockchains is approximately 16.97 billion. The percentage share of each blockchain is as follows: 46.9% Ethereum, 32.52% Solana, 11.79% Binance Smart Chain, and Polygon is only 1.57%. Wow. And that's in 4th place. Well, that can't be right, Susie. There must be a typo in there because base is at 7%. So is that 7.57 for Polygon? No.
Only Rob would figure that out.
Please explain that. Please explain
really
that.
good news
Anyway, we'll get back to what we're doing here. So we don't know how many licenses were up there trading. So over 30 days, this would equate to 1.1 to 1.2 million transactions, which is a big number until you think, well, there's 119,000 licenses. So in a month, 30 days, a month, those people on average would have only traded around about 9 or 10 times in a month. So they're making this out. You got to look at the words here. You really do have to look at the words here. They're making this out as if this is some monumental figure, but this is an incredibly low and slow. That's only like one trade every 3 days. One trade every 3 days. And we saw what the average payout was, only like 30 cents. And to have 1.1 million transactions seems like a lot, but if they were averaging
Let's
only
bring out
30
Rob.
cents, that's only like 350,000, which also sounds a lot of money until you think that 119,000 people probably averaged at least 1,000, and some people were saying 3,000 each for a wallet. So that's 119 million only getting paid out about 300 to 350,000 in a month. Have I got my maths wrong? Tell me if I got my maths wrong. Why? What are you doing, Danny? Calling me in the middle of my show. You know my brain can't handle those things. What are you doing? I hope I've got sound or something on there. What are you going to do with your $1.70? Oh, there's a lot of hold on. We interrupt this for a live breaking news. No, we don't. What are you doing, Denny? All right, I'm gonna have to turn that off. Anyway, we'll get on with the show. Why were restrictions put on? Good question, because this seems that overall this trading number was incredibly low. This seems that overall this trading number was way lower than you would have expected it to be for a launch where everybody's really excited. So what's going on? You're trying to put me off, you bastard. Go away. All right. So why were the restrictions put on? Here it says, if we were to let everyone trade, control freak. If we were to let everyone trade, which is what they paid for, what they've been waiting for, what they've been dying for, what they waited to get paid out for, like they did in the first 2 hours, literally bombarding Polygon network, then Polygon would have remained crashed and the gas fees would have remained high. Well, the gas fees did go high. I will give it that. That's the one thing. But the gas fees were supposed to have been paid by the platform. People bought licenses having heard that the gas fees were going to be paid by the platform. Now, I don't think that some people get the maths here, and I haven't. I hope I have my little whiteboard floating around. But think about this. I'm going to try to do this really simply. So let's say you had a $500 license, and you're allowed to trade to $1,500. Okay. $500 license, and you're allowed to trade at $1,500. Now let's bring this right down, and just for a minute, think that instead of $1,500 as a profit ceiling, it's $1.50. Okay, let's think. Instead of $1,500, it's $1.50. You divided it by 1,000, so you come down to $1.50. Let's say that you traded 5 times to get to your profit ceiling of $1.50, and each trade was 30 cents on average. Okay, so let's assume that your gas fee was 10 cents. Okay, so if you traded 5 times for 30 cents each, you'd get $1.50, which is your profit ceiling, which is your maximum. And to have all things equal, to get to that profit ceiling, you would have had to have bought a license for 50 cents. Okay. All right. We're just pulling this right down to something practical. So you paid 50 cents for a license. You got 3 times 3x profit ceiling. So $1.50. You did 5 trades, 30 cents each to reach your profit ceiling, but you got 5 times gas fee. So if that gas fee was 10 cents, which is not out of the realms of possibility, then that's $1.50 you get from your license off your profit ceiling. But then you got 50 cents that you incurred over here in your MetaMask wallet. So you've got $1.50 less 50 cents. Now you're down to $1. You've actually lost 1/3 of your total profit ceiling has gone in gas fees, and your profit has gone from tripling your money to doubling your money. Your profit has actually halved from $1 to 50 cents. This is how significant those gas fees are. Okay, they are mega significant. So a lot of people, even if they thought it was all kosher, hearing that the platform was paying the gas fees and then to have what do you call? Is that a rug pull? Like, what is that? Is that a rug pull? I don't know. Overdose of drugs reflecting in your words, Mr. Rob. Hey, Barmian, right? Don't be a dickhead, because this is what a lot of people are. They come onto my chat room, right? They come up with stupid comments like this, and I call them dickheads because they are. Because all they do is attack. I challenge you, Barmian, because you've been on here before. I challenge you to tell me how any of my words are wrong. And you're more than welcome to. So don't delete any of his comments. Barmian, anybody else as well can come on here, because I want to show these people up. Here's your chance. Here's your chance to show me what drugs you're on. Show me the drugs that you're on and prove me wrong. Take apart my logic. You're more than welcome to, because if you don't, you're talking shit. And I hope that's your real name, but we know it's not, because all of these people have got non-diplomes. And I hear on my comment section, it's hilarious. They usually go on about my bald head, which I'm totally at peace at, you know, as if this is some kind of an insult, right? Oh, here we go. Rob is mental, dear. Don't trust his words. Here's your opportunity. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll get back onto the show. Oh, I love people like this. I love it, because this is the type of people that is supporting Boomerang blindly. Barman, have you got a license as well, have you? How much money have you made? Tell me true. So here we go. If we were to let everyone trade like they did in the first 2 hours, literally bombarding the Polygon network, then Polygon would have remained crashed and the gas fees will have remained high. They actually got over $1 at one stage, which they should have known, shouldn't they? They should have known what those gas fees were going to get, and they probably did, which is why they rescinded that promise, that statement that they were going to pay the gas fees. Who knows? If it's some other reason, then why don't they tell us? Anyway, we are not here to crash the Polygon network. No, you're here to actually provide the product that you've taken the money for and haven't delivered after 6 months, since you've been selling this since 2023, since before New Year's Eve. I just put that in because it rhymed. Anyway, we have a responsibility. To what? You have a responsibility to your license holders, first and foremost. So we had to make these restrictions for now. What restrictions? That people couldn't trade. And you made another restriction to save yourself, that you didn't pay the gas fees. Why the high gas fees? Simply due to the huge amount of trade, which was nowhere near what it could have been. When demand is high, gas fees go up. You knew that, but you still went on Polygon. You still sold the licenses. You still kept on selling licenses to such a high level that there's 119,000 people waiting. And you've been going on that it's scalable. Very important. What everyone must do is check the gas fee charge in the MetaMask pop-up and compare it to the profit made. Do not execute a trade which is less profit than the gas fee charges, as if any moron would. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's go and see if my critic has come up. Oh, Rob is a dog. He is barking on Chavez continuously. How many chances do you need to come up
welcome
and
back,
prove me
everybody.
wrong, rather than just throw
This meeting is being recorded.
insults? Look, they're
Thank you.
dripping off me like water.
I realized we're going to have a
Unbelievable. Passing Sherpa, good to have you on here. Exactly what is happening with Boomerang MVP? I tell you what, it's a very good question, and I do not know the answer. You know why? Because I now have no interest in Boomerang. Like I have an interest in part of Boomerang, but I don't have any interest to go on the meetings each day. I'm going to go on one of the meetings and just have a look to see what they're doing, because what the hell could they be doing right now? You've had the MVP, so that was like the big orgasmic crescendo of boomerang land, where all of the like the nerves and started twitching and firing and spasming, all getting all excited, and then was that it? No. Was that the highlight? I bet that's what people were saying the other day. It would be. I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to go on there and just work out the percentages from the transactions, how much each transaction is averaged and stuff. Just for the share, I'm going to go on a meeting and have a look to see, well, what are they selling now? Who in their right mind would buy anything right at the moment? This is Barmian. You've had what? How many opportunities have you had to say something intelligent? You can't say anything intelligent, can you? So you're gone. Bye-bye. You can come on here and say anything you like, but at the end of the day, you've got to, you've just got to be constructive. You can be critical of me if you want, but be critical of what I say, not of my personal self or whatever. It's just stupid. It adds nothing to the conversation at all. And this is the whole thing that I see, is that so many people, and it's not only in Boomerang, it's in all of these things that I watch, so many people wank on about being positive. How about you wank on about being realistic? How about you actually talk the truth, ask the questions, get the information, make decisions based on something? And we're coming up to something later on in the show, which I find absolutely fantastic. As an example of flawed logic, and we're coming up to that. Anyway, so let's get back to this. Okay, so what's the plan moving forward? Well, is there a plan? Why wasn't there a proactive plan? Why wasn't there a contingency plan? Hadn't they actually thought about this, like in the war room, Chavez at the head of the boardroom table with his tech team that nobody's seen around him. Right, guys, it's a war out there. All right, we're gonna go into battle with Boomerang. We think this thing is unbeatable, undefeatable. It's stronger than anything that's ever been seen. All right, it's able to leap giant trades with a single bound. We're going to go out there. We're going to be courageous. But what if something goes wrong? Did they ever ask that? What could go wrong? So they launched it. It wasn't under pressure. It didn't have anywhere near as many license holders trading as it could have had. And it still fell over. That's what happened. So what's the plan moving forward, boys? Over the next 2 months, we will add 4 more networks. Well, weren't they going to do that ages ago? Like, it's always, we're gonna man. That's what, there used to be a guy when I used to train horses, who used to say, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do this, and we used to call him Gunner. You're always gonna do something, all right? Well, how long has Chavez been gonna go on to Arbitrum and all of these other networks? But apparently he's going to do it in the next 10 to 12 days, and this will immediately take a load off. Yeah. I'm not going to make any comment about that word. Restrictions will then get lifted gradually. What the hell? I thought I read this. I missed that the first time. Restrictions will then get lifted. So actually, everybody's bought a product. They've paid full price for it, and you're not going to let them use it. Unbelievable. It's like selling a bloody lawnmower and say, you can mow one strip. One strip of your lawn. That's it. If you mow more than one strip, the thing's just going to break. So just one strip and then let it cool down. You know, it's like selling a plane and you say, well, you can take off, but we don't want you to land. It'll be too stressful. So look, you can take off. I'm not too sure how you're going to come down, but you can take off. But you can buy this car. You can buy this Tesla car, but don't drive it any further than the shop up the road.
All right, Rob, I love you. And leave you.
It's just not ready.
We'll go back to the summit because that's what my thumbnail says. Summit's back on again. So let's see if I can go do that. Right, screen sharing. Okay. Screen share. If you want Rob's link, let me know and I'll post it in the chat room. Start screen sharing window. And I'm going to go to bed, guys. And after this starts up again, I'm going to sneeze again, though. I'm going to click that button. I think I've just discovered something really cool on my camera. I went from my camera being broken to something really cool. Okay, let's see. Oh, excuse me.
So, Abigail, you're in luck. You have 15 extra seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Abigail Bishop, the floor is yours.
All right, amazing. So 5 takeaways and a poem. First takeaway from our panel, which was all about platforms, is that platforms is not a one-size-fit-all term, right? We have different products, we have different services, our customers engage and experience scams differently. And secondly, despite super effective controls and protections of platforms that are blocking tons of nefarious activities, scammers are still trying to get through, right? And the scale of scams creates a dependency on machine learning, artificial intelligence, LLMs, to sort and manage just the sheer volume of these data, right? However, there is a place for humans. And human role cannot be undervalued, and we need to continue to plug in humans into the solutions. Fourth, is that this is a noisy solution space, and we need to find sort of that signal through the noise and figuring out those solutions that could be focused. And there's some promising efforts. We cited things like ad certification services, getting tighter on sanctions against bad actors, where we're not just removing content, but we're suspending accounts. And lastly, there is more to be done, and it is super important that as platforms and service and product providers that we are listening to consumers. I have so much time, I could keep going, and we need to keep a pulse on consumers moving forward. It's just super important. To close, a poem, a haiku, for those who are familiar. This is a traditional Japanese poem that follows a syllable framing of 5, 7, 5 syllables. First line: consumers need more help. Consumers need more help.
Jesus,
ML,
we've got another
AI,
one that's just completed
plus
the form.
humans equal
$3,000 US.
Focus together for progress.
So our next chair, I really want to thank, because he became chair last minute and was able to do a lot. Lars Stefan from ECO, please, the floor is yours.
Bravo. So we discussed in our workshop how to keep fraud out of the domain space. And I was also, as an industry representative, very happy to see that we had people in the room that are taking responsibility and that care. So we currently see a lot of movement in the domain industry to make a difference. And we had a real time there, presenting as a registrar, having a real proactive approach on fighting DNS abuse on their platform. We had also .eus from the Basque region there as a registry that is taking responsibility for their own zone and also in a very proactive manner, and is also very vocal about this. So when you go to the website of this registry, you will see everything about what is going on on the network. We had .eu, we had also DNS Belgium there, who showed how you can use AI and machine learning in keeping abusive domain registrations being delegated and causing the abuse before it actually happens. And we also had Bfrey AI in the room that showed how we can take this AI approach even further to even predict where potential abuse is even happening before it's actually there. But also what I've taken away is that collaboration is key. So we had also contributions from the DNSRF. We had the Global Cyber Alliance in the room. Me, with our trade association, we're also running Top DNS as one of those initiatives. So there are a number of initiatives out there who are currently driving collaboration in the industry, exchange information and exchange intelligence, and also get to know each other. It's always important. It's a people's business. So we always have to have personal connections in the community, so that you know the face behind the email address, that you know you can trust them, and we have to build this connections, and we have to build those communities. And last but not least, of course, all what we are currently seeing in the industry is also driven by regulation. So we had a contribution by React on the NIS2 that is currently driving the entire industry crazy, and we also had a contribution from ICANN itself about the self-regulatory approach by the changes of the contracts with the contracted parties, the contract amendments. So where contracted registries and registrars at ICANN asked ICANN, please, we would like to have more obligations. We would like to have more regulations in place that we are forced to act upon DNS abuse. So those are the key takeaways from this session. And with the last 20 minutes, I would like to ask you to give a round of applause to Yuri, because I know how much it takes to create conferences like this. And please applause for Yuri and his team.
So. And then our fifth chair, Peter Hagenaars from the Dutch police. Peter.
Thank you, Jory.
Yes.
We had a wonderful workshop, so many thanks to our participants who had great stories. One's about science and policing, and what was the main finding is that we have to go shorter to the scammers. So we investigate within the processes and give the feedback loop earlier, so we can efficiently fight the scam more better. There were several speakers who pointed out there were challenges, like fighting borderless types of crimes. And we are limited by borders, especially law enforcement. Luckily, we have some solutions for good contributions. Another theme also was the growing intertwinedness between the worlds, physical and digital. And we know it, of course. But we see that other types of crimes, like drugs, human trafficking, weapons, and violence, are coming more and more intertwined with scams. So a lesson to learn and how to react is we have to follow the money, of course, but we see, because of the growing intertwinedness, it's very, very difficult, and the payment landscape is very complex growing. But we have some good innovative initiatives that were shown in our workshops. For example, by our Spain colleagues who found out that via VoIP, you can get to a small amount of IPs and get to the perpetrators. What other lessons are learned is that swift action is necessary, especially regarding to the money. So a very, very good initiative from Interpol is called iGrip, Interpol Global Rapid Investment Payments, 24/7 available. And they succeeded, and a good success, to block 3.6 million euros in a great business email compromise cause. That was very good. Another lesson we learned is that public-private partnership is very, very important. We know, of course, because we are here together with these parties. But what I didn't know, that there are specialized private parties who do open source intelligence investigations. They are very helpful in fighting scams effectively. We should use it more and more. the last one will be my giveaways given the time. I think we see that very young people get involved in these types of scams, and the youth is our future. So we have to do more and more about preventing youngsters becoming cyber criminals. We can learn from each other. You got to think big, but act small. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think that the chairs have been doing an amazing job. I now would like to connect to Eilert. Eilert has been managing, together with my team, the virtual space for 2 days, starting at 3 o'clock at night. And I would really like you to give a big applause to Eilert, who's managing the Zoom.
Oh, here we go.
Eilert, the floor is yours. Please share what you learned online.
Great. Thank you so much. And again, great conference. And thanks everyone in the room and online for participation. I wanted to share, let me actually start the timer. I promised to use it. So I'll share a few nuggets from the conversation that was pretty active in the last couple of days. So yesterday, there was some conversation around the security of Android versus iOS due to one of the comments that was made. But it kind of brought us to a conversation about consumer responsibility, because everyone agreed that iOS is more closed, but Android could be secure if the users know how to use it properly. And that brought a whole discussion about individual responsibility versus the tech company's responsibility. And I think that at the end, the agreement was, yes, and we need to do more in empowering consumers to protect themselves by pushing out knowledge, awareness, and tools. And that was also in response to some tools that were presented. So that is a kind of another layer. And I think we talked a lot about the kind of the kill chain or the life cycle of the scam and all the insights and controls we need to put in place. The second one was data sharing, which was a hot topic yesterday and a little bit today. And just acknowledging that different countries have different data protection laws. And I really like the comment today about in one of the rooms, instead of calling it GDPR, the protection, data protection, it should be data sharing regulation. So that was great. Sorry, I have a comment about my audio. Okay, that's not me. And then the third and fourth points, I would say very, very active conversation when Meta was presenting today. So I wanted to give 3 highlights on this topic and some maybe advice from the chat for Meta to consider. First of all, many people said, we're talking about reporting scams and either scam ads or scam profiles or fake profiles and profiles. And just to connect to the point that Peter made right before me, we need to protect our kids. We need to protect our society. And, you know, there are a lot of scams like sextortion and fentanyl, and, you know, don't need to go into all of that, but we definitely need all as a collective community, and that's why we're here to do better to protect our kids. So many people have, and really this was a really active chat. We're talking about reporting scams, and not all of these profiles or ads were taken down. So some suggestions that came up in the chat were maybe a verification process like a KYC or some form of verification. Someone else suggested email address verification. Another request was to maybe drive collaboration and have trusted parties that can report without the regular scrutiny, because everyone mentioned that either the profile did not violate terms and conditions, or, you know, how can we really go around that? And I'm sure Meta is thinking about all of these, but here are some additional suggestions. Another recommendation was government level user authentication that will really empower the key initiative, but that will take years. I think we need a sense of urgency in solving this problem. And one comment, I think the Trustpilot conversation, and this also came up in the chat, was very transparent. And transparency is very, very helpful in understanding what big tech companies are doing and how they're working to prevent it. And I think that transparency can go a long way. So those are the general comments from the chat. And again, thanks everyone for participating, for keeping it live. And back to you, Yuri.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alet, and I wish you a very good sleep, and thank you for helping. It was great. Thank you very much. I would like to move to our last speaker. Paul, may I ask you to the floor? I met Paul in Dubai, and I got scammed. And I thought, well, then he should definitely be invited here. Paul, the floor is yours, and a warm applause, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say that I shouldn't be here. I mean, I look around this room and you lot are intelligent, clever people. You lot are doing great things with IT. You're doing great things with security. You're stopping some of the utter scumbags out there from stealing my Aunt Doris's money. Whereas I'm a magician. I'm a mind reader. I'm an entertainer. I have been for the last 30 years. And I love what I do. But my world has become embroidered with cybersecurity. It happened a little while ago. Basically, I was doing a gig for the military. I was doing a normal show. I was messing about. I was doing card tricks. I was making sponge balls disappear and reappear, things like that. And I went up to this one table. Now, I won't tell you which military I was working for at the time, but it was a bit of a flight from my home and I had to travel for a bit. But I went up to this one table. There were 6 people on it. 3 of them guys, 3 of them girls. They all had nice medals on their chests. Highly decorated people. I was doing magic tricks. And one of those people was an arrogant person. It's far too early. You lot seem far too nice. I won't use the language I'd normally use. I'm doing stuff. I'm making cards appear. And this one guy just kept saying, magic's not real, magic's not possible, it isn't. You're just fake all the time. I'm thinking, mate, I know. I'm the one who's doing this stuff. But he annoyed me. So while he was annoying me, I started doing some mind reading on him. From him, I stole his username and his password for his computer, his PIN number for his credit card, his mother's maiden name, the name of his pet dog when he was growing up, the name of the road that he grew up on. You know, silly little things that don't matter. I wrote them all down on a piece of card. And at the end of my time at the table, I said, 5 of you have been lovely. 1 of you has been an arrogant person. And I'd like to hand that person this piece of card. Could you please take that card and have a look at the back and tell me what you think? He took the card, he turned it over, he swore a lot. His face went whiter and his jaw dropped. I said to him, look, without saying exactly what's on that card, can you tell your friends how well I did and roughly what the information is? He listed it. He then said, you got it 100% correct. I got a nice round of applause from 5 people. The other one looked scared. I said, ladies and gents, I've got to go and entertain other people. Otherwise, I'll get fired and never work for these guys again. And I walked away. I was thinking as an entertainer, I've got to entertain more people. I've got to make them laugh. I got about 10 meters away from that table. This guy ran up behind me. He spun me around on the spot and he said, I want a word. Now, those of you who can see me well, I'm not easy to spin around. He said, I want a word, and he still looked scared. It was at this moment that I realized I'm in a room with about 400 armed military officers. One of them is about to kick off a fight with me. My life choices went flashing through my head. And then he said something to me that made me stop. He looked at me and he said, is mind reading real? I thought, right, you've been messing with me for the last 20 minutes. My turn. I'm going to have you. So I did. I said, I'll ask you 3 questions and I want you to answer honestly to those 3 questions and you will have your answer as to if mind reading is real or possible. He said, okay. Question 1, could I have brought anyone onto this base with me and maybe they've been listening in and they're feeding me information through an earpiece in my ears or something? He actually checked my ears just in case. And then he said, no chance. I'm actually in charge of the gate. I know the guys on the gate, and there is no way you'd bring an extra person in. Brilliant. Perfect. Question 2. Would anyone at your table have given me that information freely to help me, the unknown entertainer, rather than help you, the decorated officer? And he said, no, no chance. I trust those guys with my life on a daily basis. There is no way they would help you. I said, brilliant. Question number 3. If you've answered honestly to the first 2 questions, how can mind reading not be real? He went a bit whiter. He looked a bit more scared. And he swore a lot. We then had a conversation. I cannot tell you everything we said in that conversation because I don't want to get shot. But he ended up saying to me, with your skills, think about the damage you could cause to every English-speaking organization in the world. Think about it. Right now in this room, we've got, 360-odd people. You guys have controlling factors on the security of all of your clients, of all of your colleagues. Think about your colleagues right now. If I attacked one of them, how many of them could stop me? If I did decent research on one of them and went for all the information that I actually want, how many of them could stop me? Now be honest. Can I have a show of hands of anyone who has never been scammed in any way? Over the back there. Blue shirt. Stand up. Come down here. We're going to try something.
I like this guy.
Right, just stop where the step is, just down the front where the step is. Awesome. I love the fact that in 365 people, one person was brave enough. The rest of you went, I ain't doing that. No chance. No. Right, could I try a bit of body language reading with you? Yeah? Do you speak good English? Oh, that makes it so much easier for me. Thanks. I'm going to get you to pick a card. Okay, I'm going to do this as openly as I can. Here's the cards. It is a normal deck. I'll get you to check the deck afterwards if you want. It just makes it easier. I'm going to literally pull the cards like that and run my thumb down there. Okay, I'll do it really slowly. What I want you to do is shout stop wherever you want, and I will stop where you say. I'll cut the cards where you've picked, and your card will be the bottom of the top half. Okay? Perfect. Ready? About there? Right. Are you happy there? Do you want to go a bit lower, a bit higher? Stay there. Right. Where are these cards like that? I'm trying to do as much as I can to not look at the card. Okay? So I'm going to do that. This means roughly you lot can see what the card is. Do you know what the card is? Don't say what it is. Yeah? I'm going to turn the cards down so I don't get to look at them. Can you hold on to that half for me? Brilliant. I don't want to see it. Okay? Here's the annoying bit. I'm going to ask you some.
Hope you come back to the mic soon.
Please do not answer me. Okay? Just go blank for the first question.
It's a card trick.
Ready? No, because if I ask a question, you want to know. I'm going to say a statement. Don't say anything. We both know your card has to be black or red, correct? Brilliant. See that? You wanted to nod, even though I said nothing. Okay? Now, I think that you looked over towards black, so I'm going to go for a black card. Now,
here we go.
If I think you've got a black card, I now need to figure out the suit. I'm going to do the same kind of thing to you again. This is a 50-50 chance for me. Ready? If it's a black card, it has to be a spade or a club, correct? Nice to see that. That's only when it's so good. I think that you try to look away from the spade, so I'm going for it being a spade. Now, I need to figure out the value or the picture. This is the hardest one for me because I've got a 1 in 13 possibility. Okay? I'm going to run through from ace to king without stopping. Don't say anything, don't do anything, don't nod at me when I go past it or anything like that. Ready? You guys that can see him, watch his face. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. Oh, it's near the middle. It's really in the middle. Past the middle a little bit. Target middle be 6.5. Just past it and go for the 8. 8 of spades. Gotta do. Yes! Take my card. Make sure they're all different. If they're all the 8 of spades, isn't it? Sorry. Are we good? Was that? What's in it for me? Was that right? Are we good? Thank you so much. Go sit there. Round of applause. Guys, I don't love standing behind lecterns. Okay, I understand it for most speakers. I'm an entertainer. And you guys, can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Yeah? Perfect. Can I tell you a story? I was invited into a corporation and they said to me, we've never been scammed, but we never will be. Yeah. I've been messing around with this stuff since that military guy gave the idea of getting this. And I've been doing pen tests. If you look at the world differently, you guys all worry about the tech. You worry about the customer and the consumer. I worry about the people. My only whenever I'm doing a pen test is to make an emotional attachment to people I attack. Because if I can make their emotions ping off the chart, they will never want this to happen again. You lot can't do that. Everyone's in this room right now. You have rules and regulations and policies around you that stop you being as annoying as I am. It's true, right? Think about it. If we could make every customer, every colleague, every business owner go through the emotion of being scammed, of being done over, what would they change straight away so that it would never happen again? How many of your ideas would they finally listen to? How many of those things that you set up to help them honestly, primary focus is on getting scammed. You can't do this. You have too many rules. You have too many policies. You have too many laws. The scammers, today I've been listening from the top while I was sitting at the back of rooms. You guys have been talking
Первый
about
раз, наверное, в Zoom заходит.
getting across better, working with each other better. I can make a bet right now. On Telegram, there are conversations going on where scammers are working
Там
together.
добавляет.
They communicate better than we do. I know this could.
Just jumped into a Zoom meeting. We've turned the audio off.
This meeting is being recorded.
I don't know who it is, but I think Bob will tell me in a few minutes. It's in Russian. Where's my sound gone? His sound is gone. Really? That's not right. Their sound's gone. Just put it back in.
Why'd you ask me here?
There we go.
I was just so proud of everything, so proud of everything we can do.
So is this a Russian meeting?
Excuse for a nice cup of tea with a couple of guys I've never met before. Fine. Can I have a wander around the office? Do a little tour for me and I can tell you what I think. Yeah, of course you can. All right then. We wander around the office, come back to their offices, tea's ready, a couple of nice biscuits as well. Lovely. Sit down. Company owner says, see, so we're absolutely perfect. I looked at him
Can you
and said,
guys hear him
systems
and
in
see
30
this?
seconds.
This is Russian.
Yeah,
They
you
look
could,
Russian.
yeah. Do you want me to prove it? Yeah, go on then. I then said, my fee is up to 25 grand for doing this one. Do you still want me to do it? Yeah, okay. The CISO started a bit nervous. Told the owner to log out this car. Told the owner to log out of. Is that working? Yeah. I told the owner to log out of his computer. Give me a couple of minutes to sit down at his desk. I opened his computer up. I started it. It started working for me almost straight away. Then I logged into their account system, set me up as a payee, authorized an invoice for 25 grand. The fee on their face was ridiculous. Okay. The way they saw me just go into their systems and not even bother proving it until I was about to hit go on the invoice. The owner of the company went ballistic. That's not possible. You can't do that. I just did. It was simple. While I was doing the tour of the offices, nobody in the office knew who I was. Now, I was wearing the hat and I was wearing the jacket. Some people who Google me find pictures of me and they find out what I do. It always amuses me because when you walk through an office the first time, they're all quiet and respectful. Nice smiles, things like that. If somebody's Googled me and looked up what I do, when I come back the second time, they're scared. I went through the first time. 5 separate people had post-it notes with their usernames and passwords on their computer screens. The best one was the chief accountant. So I stole her username and password. I do this in a really easy way. Whenever I tour somewhere, I normally have a clipboard. Behind the clipboard is my phone. I set it to video and I record everything I'm looking at. When I went to say hello to the chief accountant, I went near her computer. The owner's desk, used her details to log in, got into the account system, and with her being the chief accountant, could do anything on the accounts. Guys, your technology is amazing. What you're trying to get people to do is amazing. But until we get the people to give her monkeys, what are they going to do? They're going to find ways to bypass you. They're going to find ways to get around you. Because they're going to see this stuff as hurdles to doing their job that they want done quickly. Okay, how long have I got? Have I got time for one silly trick? Yeah? Yuri's there going, maybe. Other people, yeah. Yeah, come on. Let's try something. Can I pick on you? Is that all right? Right. Dude. Okay, cool. Okay, have we met before? No. No. Take my phone. We're going to have to try and do this quick. Hold the screen. So
Why didn't he keep the microphone?
Can you think of your birthday for me? So I want you to think of the day, your month, and your year of birth. Okay? Do this. Do day times month times 4 digits for the year and it equals. What's the how big is the number? 6 digits. That's not big enough. Let's make this harder. Think of a PIN number that's important to you. Do not tell me what it's for. Okay? Got it? Do times that 4-digit PIN number and hit equals for me. How long is the number? 9 digits. Could you please read out as loud as you can to everybody the 9-digit number?
419-197-024.
419-197-024. There is no way I would have known your date of birth, your month of birth, your year of birth, and a 4-digit random number that you come up with to create that number, correct? Awesome. You will watch me give her my phone and my case. Yeah? On my case, you can see the bit where the credit cards are. You see my business card right in front. Could you pull that out for me? On the back of it, I've written a 9-digit number. How to do?
It's exactly the same.
For the annoying people at the back, 419-197-024. Ladies and gents, my name is Paul Newton. I'm a magician. I'm a mind reader. I mess with people's heads for a living. But what I really do is I make people think about how important their security is. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, thank you for time. You lot are awesome. If I can help you in your fight at all, please shout. Have a great afternoon.
Right, we've got two things going on here at the moment. A Russian
Ladies and
meeting?
gentlemen, and I also want to thank Paul because, as Paul said, he can get 35,000 euros. We only paid his flight and hotel, and he's doing this to help us. So, Paul, really, thank you very much. And if you want to have to share. We're going to close.
Как относиться к этому делу, да, как к этой теме, как реагировать на тот негатив, который сейчас есть от людей, не умеющих ждать, нетерпеливых людей, не умеющих входить в понимание каких-то моментов нашего инструмента. Так вот, здесь о Павле Сапкове.
Okay, so we've
В настоящее время директор блокчейн-центр Шри-Ланка.
Like talking about Pavel, is that right?
В настоящее время супервизор там, да, кофаундер
the creator of
PBPay, это платежная система. Это все вот, ну, по настоящее время. Кофаундер, ну, я думаю, вы понимаете, соучредитель, да, сооснователь. Экономическое образование. То есть это люди, которые не будут мараться ради создания какой-то там финансовой пирамиды, схемы Понци и так далее и тому подобное. Надеюсь, я вам привела достаточно аргументов, чтобы вы, ну, как бы для себя сделали определенные.
So sorry, it's a bit of a popcorn meeting, but I think you get the idea. We've lost the sound for some reason.
Юра, хорошо меня слышно?
Ты немножко пропадала сейчас.
Так, а сейчас меня слышно, да?
Сейчас слышно.
Все то, что я сейчас показывала по демонстрации экрана, было видно?
Да, это было видно.
Отлично. Юр, я сейчас тебе задам сама лично несколько вопросов, которые волнуют очень многих партнеров, да, такие прям ключевые вопросы, чтобы они сейчас, ну, ребята наши, да, не затянули время, чтобы задавали уже другие вопросы.
Terrible sound.
Хорошо? Я сейчас закрою трансляцию, да, закрыла, по-моему, да, трансляцию?
Да, закрыла.
Да, закрыла трансляцию. Значит, ребят, с основным вопросом, когда нам начнут разрешать торговать больше, мы с вами, по-моему, сегодня уже определились. То есть я недавно скинула в чат информацию, закрепила ее, что с завтрашнего дня нам будут снимать постепенно ограничения. Это прекрасно. Повторяюсь, большой такой лайнер выкатывают в океан нашего криптомира аккуратно. И мало того, это, в общем-то, только одна из прекрасных частей, да, то, что мы сейчас видим. То есть часть только лайнера, этот бумеранг. Что там будет еще в дальнейшем, мы уже завтра узнаем на встрече с Шаризом. И вот этот вопрос, когда нам начнут снимать ограничения, думаю, уже снят. Второй вопрос, Юрген. Люди, которые еще не видят себя в белом списке, я так понимаю, что это тоже сейчас происходит процесс внесения в белый список, да, постепенно. Те, у кого не отображается потолок прибыли. Я правильно понимаю?
Да, совершенно верно. И по этому вопросу я тоже сейчас тщательно тоже... У нас особенно те, кто заполняли форму раньше еще, которая была, да, и я слежу за этим процессом, и я работаю над этим. И это постепенно, сейчас на данный момент действительно так, что постепенно те люди добавляются в белые списки и постепенно обрабатываются. Потому что, ну, можно просто представить, и я знаю по себе, что у меня абсолютно нету времени, даже пообщаться со своими лидерами, очень мало времени, даже на это у меня времени. Я могу себе представить такое время у Шависа, да. И в этом направлении мы работаем над этим, да, чтобы все было конкретно, чтобы все было сделано, отработано. Просто нужно нам немного набраться терпения, подождать. И как говорится, что Москва за деньги тоже не строилась. Да. И поэтому мы здесь поставили фундамент и начинаем строить свой особняк. И поэтому здесь всем хотел тоже такое дать понимание, что мы находимся в такой очень глобальной, да, что системе, что здесь не будет больше такого, что вам нужно куда-то ходить искать через полгода еще что-то, какой-то заработок. Да. Здесь будут приходить дополнительные продукты, с которых мы каждый день будем зарабатывать. Да. И самое важное в том, что вся наша структура стоит за нами. И мы зарабатываем с каждого продукта и со всей структуры. И особенно это очень-очень приятно смотреть сетевикам, которые строят команды, да, что здесь будет множество продуктов, и со всей структуры, со всей вместе структуры мы работаем вместе. Вот это хотел немного такое дать понимание, да, и ну, что здесь ждет нас очень-очень большое будущее. И особенно просто я вот вижу тоже, что многие ходят по чатам, собирают негатив. Просто да, хочу дать такой совет. Не ходите по чатам, не собирайте негатив. Просто негатив притягивает негатив. Да, и то, что многие привыкли, может быть, на какие-то красивые сайты прыгать, и что там какие-то обещания, да, и потом вот если мы обернемся назад за последние 5 лет, какие проекты, какие продукты, которые так красиво обещали, какие работают и сколько они работали. К нам пришла такая новая революционная эра, да, что здесь создается такой продукт, что никогда никто еще такого не переживал и не пережил. И поэтому мы здесь вместе. Мы строим очень что-то глобальное. Да, и ну, вот такие слова с моей стороны. И да, Наташа, если у тебя есть еще какие вопросы.
Да, Юр, конечно, я понимаю людей, которые заполняли форму в отношении смены кошелька. Я очень их понимаю. Это не $50, это $500 лицензия. Этот вопрос меня спрашивают, в личку волнует тех, кто не имеет доступа к MetaMask кошельку по каким-то там причинам. Причины могут быть разные. Люди бывают совсем новички, да. Вот они не догадались, что надо записать эту фразу, например, да, они потом там что-то почистили. Я думаю, ты это понимаешь. Мы все-таки сможем, скажем, попросить вот прям вот так вот, да, Шавиза, чтобы все-таки можно было сменить вот этот вот кошелек, да, то есть, ну, чтобы подключаться к платформе с нового MetaMask кошелька, а не с того, который был указан при покупке лицензии. Этот вопрос волнует людей очень-очень.
Этот вопрос меня самого лично тоже очень сильно волнует, и я за таких людей тоже очень сильно переживаю, и поэтому эти вопросы мы тоже решали. Мы уже недавно тоже рассуждали, когда у меня вот эта тройная встреча была с Шависом и с Марко. Этот вопрос я тоже поднимал. На особые случаи Шавис будет рассматривать наши все вопросы, да, ну и поэтому мы все решим и все сделаем, да, и попробуем, постараемся это как можно быстрее это сделать. Поэтому эти вопросы тоже решаемые и будем делать.
Супер. Ну, мне кажется, друзья, вот если вы посещаете Zoom, вот вы посещаете, вы видите, что он реально переживает за свое комьюнити, он заботится, да, он реально переживает. Просто мы с вами очень многого не понимаем в плане внутренней кухни, создания инструмента, DeFi, там, да, смарт-контрактов и так далее. Мы просто реально, ну, не видим, что там происходит за кулисами, какая там происходит работа, что там надо сделать, прежде чем нам всем вот открыть, да, вот этот вот безлимитный функционал торговли, инструмент, которого никогда не было. Я повторюсь, кнопочки бабло, ее никогда не было в интернете. Здесь действительно создается уникальный шедевральный продукт. И мы, скажем так, платим вот своим терпением, да, где-то благодарностью, поддержкой тому же Шавизу, молодому амбициозному гению. Какой шикарный инструмент. Анастасия? Настя, микрофончик. Настя. Угу. У тебя там включен микрофон, Настя. Так, еще такой вопрос. Значит, Юр, Я сама лично смотрела, значит, происходит какая ситуация. Вот сегодня я, например, вообще, я правильно понимаю, что вы передаете списком какие-то вот такие технические моменты туда передаете дальше. То есть ты передаешь технической команде Шавиза, либо лично Шавизу. Я правильно понимаю?
Да, совершенно верно. У нас
Потому
есть...
что total profit...
Да, у нас есть
Говори.
отдельная есть тоже группа общения, где я напрямую с Марко и Шавесом общаюсь, да, и там все мои вопросы, все пожелания я задаю, да, предоставляю, и Шавес рассматривает их, да.
Супер, потому что, ну, скорее всего, есть какие-то баги, да, то есть total profit, он отображается некорректно на платформе Boomerang. У меня тоже некорректно. Вот, 0,76 как зависло, так и висит. Вот. Сегодня я смотрела, мне прям партнер присылал запись, да, у него, значит, последняя сделка проходила 23 числа, у него 24 числа не прошла, то есть раз в 24 часа, получается, у него не получилось, раз в 24 часа. В этот момент поставьте, пожалуйста, заметочки, тоже передать.
Да,
то есть я посмотрела транзакцию.
Да, это связано тоже с тем, что на данный момент, что стоят на все адреса кошельков стоят ограничения, да, что для торговли. И поэтому вот этот баг есть в этом моменте, в этом ограничении, что отображение не всегда корректнее. Когда ограничения будут сниматься, и эти все баги уйдут автоматически тоже.
Ага. То есть может быть некорректное отображение.
Да.
Все, здесь понятно. Теперь, значит, вопрос возникает, мы вчера тоже в чате обсуждали по поводу матика. В-матик не отображается как прибыль, вот если сделка проходила по В-матику, да, и я показывала тебе в самом списке смарт-контракта, да, вот когда выходишь на полигон, там нет вот этой предпоследней строчки, где показана наша прибыль, как она к нам в кошелек падает. Вот везде на W, BTC, там VTH, да, там везде есть предпоследняя строчка, это наша прибыль. А вот именно по VMATIC этого почему-то нет. Это ты можешь как-то объяснить, если можешь?
Ну, на данный момент, как я вчера тебе тоже говорил, поэтому, да, что связано с тем, тоже, что смарт-контракт закрытый, что не открытый смарт-контракт, чтобы его не могли копировать. Возможно, это что связано с этим. Конкретно я тоже не могу сказать, что это действительно так. Да, и поэтому все вопросы тоже разберем, когда уже будет полноценное вот это все движение работы. Будем разбирать потихоньку эти вопросы все тоже, да. Я постоянно ставлю все вопросы, все пожелания, всегда ставлю себе на заметку. И потом прорабатываю их, да.
Так, супер. Давай, наверное, Юр, перейдем к вопросам. Вот у нас тут поднимают ручку. Ребят, вы услышали, да? То есть если вы хотите спросить лично Юргена, вы подняли руку, мы вам разрешаем микрофон, но вы включаете камеру, да, и мы с вами общаемся как человек с человеком через камеру. Так, Булгар Гусейнов, да, по-моему, Юр?
Да, включайте микрофон, Булгар.
Checkbox is pretty boring, just saying.
Здравствуйте.
Oh, Russian fisherman. Hello, Mark.
Добрый день.
Да, здравствуйте.
Hello. I put $500.
Вас не слышно?
Well, I'll kill
У вас
you.
микрофон выключен обратно.
You give me my money back.
Все, да, сейчас слышно?
Да, сейчас слышно.
Добрый день, Юра, добрый день, Наталья. Извините, у нас жара, в тени 35.
Да.
Yes, you can.
У меня такой вот, Юра, я тоже писал вам в личке, на то есть причина, почему прямую личку написал. У меня у нижестоящих партнеров, да, лимит показывает. У вышестоящих тоже. Вот только в середине у меня не показывает лимит. Я вам вот заполнял тоже в Google форме тоже. И вот дня 3 тому назад тоже в личку написал. Тоже вы прочитали. Я бы хотел бы вот, почему я вот беспокоюсь об этом, да, вот я уже 12 лет как бы в сетевом маркетинге. Хочу сейчас приглашать команду строить, но мне не
My wife
открывается
is better.
кабинет, все
I
это
am a wife
показывает,
beater.
как что происходит, хотя бы в день вот одну вот
And I got my
сделку,
singlet
эту
on
транзакцию
because this
сделать.
is my wife
Поэтому вот,
beating
Юр, я
singlet.
очень хотел бы просить вас насчет вот включения, да, вот потолка, лимита, да, чтобы он меня показывал.
Ну, Юра говорил уже об этом
If
в
I
самом начале,
Да,
что они
you
это
marry
делают.
me,
Да, я все
then you're
сообщения,
my
которые я
wife. You cannot
получаю,
marry
которые я
a man.
прочитываю, я постоянно их
Да, в
ставлю на
Телеграме
заметку.
я писал вам.
Да,
В Телеграме, да, писал.
если я даже не отвечаю,
I will
то
take
я
your
все
wife
равно
from you.
ставлю на заметку,
I
да,
will
и
trade
поэтому
her
я
for
прорабатываю все равно все
fish,
вопросы.
and you
И
can
поэтому не переживайте,
swim
если
and
не
I can't
отвечаю,
fish.
потому что
I'm
не
out there with
доходит
your
до
wife.
руки, да.
Да,
И
огромная вам
You
всем
just leave my
благодарность, да.
broken
Я
loan.
хотел бы немного
Give me your
такой вот
fish. You
грубоватой
give me 3
форме,
fish,
да.
I'll take your
Как
wife.
говорится, мусор и говно долго под водой не остается, всплывает. Наши хейтеры тоже всплыли, наконец-то,
Well,
да,
she
это
likes
очень
it this
хорошо.
morning.
Мы узнали, увидели этих людей, кто они, и они какими мыслями, замыслами у нас в группах находятся. Конечно, мы все верим в наш проект, верим в видение Чавеза, да. Огромная всем вам благодарность, да. Будем терпением
Right,
и
change
ждать все это. Будет хорошо,
my
я
name.
верю.
Супер,
спасибо.
супер,
You can change
спасибо.
your name here.
Благодарю вас.
Oh, you can
Так,
rename
дальше
yourself.
кто там, Юр? Кто следующим?
Так,
Мария?
Мария у нас, да. Включайте, Мария, микрофон.
Hey, I'll see what happens if I call myself the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, eh?
Добрый день. Я, наверное,
Здравствуйте.
немножко буду волноваться. Первый раз, скажем так, в Зуме на международном уровне. Я сама из Крыма, крымчанка.
I put
Сказать,
$500
что я
in,
профи
and I had to
в
sell 30
криптовалютном
chickens.
бизнесе, да, вот в рынке, нет, я не профи. Но когда я
And I'm just
увидела
wondering if now
саму
that I can't use
информацию
my
о бумеранге,
boomerang
вот,
license, if I
я
can get my 30
обратилась
chickens
к
back.
человеку, кто мне ее дал. Моя вышестоящая – это Настя. Отличный, прекрасный человек. Вот, но на сегодня у меня немножко смятение в том, что я понимаю, что информация, которая была о бумеранге на март месяц,
Yeah,
конец
yes,
марта,
okay.
да, на апрель, она уже имеет другой контекст, она уже не такая,
Yeah, I
как
mean,
на сегодняшний день. И у меня вопрос
can
следующего
you make the
порядка.
captions any
На
bigger?
сегодняшний момент, вот как бы для меня, наверное, уже
Change the
недели 3
fonts.
выкатилась такая аббревиатура, как
Hmm.
MVP. И вчера у нас был
Wow,
созвон
we
в
were told
чате,
MP3.
вот, и Настя нам
You're
говорила
complaining,
об
you see.
этом MVP.
Now you
Вы
have
обращаете
your
внимание, не обращаете? Я обращала внимание, но я не
yeah.
придавала этому значения. И сейчас я хочу понять все-таки,
I'm
что
gonna put it on my credit
такое
card,
сам бумеранг, да,
and I
вот
have to
его
pay my credit
техническая
card, but my credit card
составляющая.
company said they're
Потому
not
что
happy
когда
with
мы
50 cents a
участвовали в
day.
тестовом режиме, у нас там, например, были входные билетики, мы делали по $50, по $100. Сегодня
Hmm,
это,
I understand. It's very serious that you can't
судя
get
по
50 cents
нашему
a day.
заработку раз в сутки, да, это там, у меня получаются сделки даже
Yep,
на 20 центов.
yep.
То есть я понимаю, что входной билет
No,
примерно у меня
not good
около
enough.
$1.
We're gonna have a yarn to Charlotte
Или же
soon.
это MVP будет привязано к тому, сколько мы там в течение суток заработаем. В общем, я не думаю, что разработчики разрабатывают то, чего они не знают, да, потому что у меня мой муж,
Oh,
чтобы
I have
вы
an idea.
понимали, он
Is the chat room open?
тестировщик программ. И я немножко
Chat room is
понимаю, что
open.
такое
Oh,
разработка.
well, let's go and
Вот.
spam that.
Мне бы хотелось вот
We would not
получить на
to.
сегодня
Have another
четко,
window there.
конкретно
We will open
информацию о
up.
том, что такое бумеранг. Да? Вот если мы вкладываем деньги, когда мы отработаем нашу лицензию, будут ли эти так называемые входные билеты по стоимости увеличиваться, или это будет в таком же минимальном режиме? Ну, в общем, за сколько отобьется лицензия? Потому что, чтобы приглашать людей, я думаю, что должна быть достоверная информация. Потому что я лично подозревала, что это стартаповский проект, судя по тому, как долго он запускался. Но об этом не говорилось. Вот, ребята, давайте вот в открытую. Никто нам не говорил, что это стартаповский проект. Вот. И мы уже заходили на готовый продукт. Поэтому я думаю, что я вот
Давайте я вас сейчас перебью. Ладно, тогда говори ты.
Okay, what's your
Смотрите, мы услышали, что вы хотите спросить. Да, спасибо вам за вопрос.
Да.
Дело в том, что если вы не понимали, что это стартап, что этого инструмента никогда не было, это не говорит о том, что мы об этом не говорили. Мы слышали, что бумеранг – это инструмент, которого никогда не было. Ну, правильно, получается так. То есть вы это не услышали. Ну, значит, вы сейчас это видите в процессе, вот в нашей жизни. То есть сейчас инструмент, который в дальнейшем будет давать шикарную прибыль, неограниченную, круглосуточную, 24 часа в сутки, да, сейчас этот инструмент постепенно, функционально, именно технически, да, он расширяется, дает нам все больше и больше возможностей. То есть сейчас мы нажимаем одну кнопку за 24 часа, в дальнейшем мы будем нажимать сколько угодно раз эту кнопку. То есть две кнопки оптимизировать газ, и следующая кнопка это арбитраж. Вот и все. Поэтому я не вижу смысла дальше слушать, ну, что вы там не поняли, да, что такое бумеранг? Это арбитражная торговля с помощью искусственного интеллекта и флеш-кредитования. Вам нужно связаться еще раз с вышестоящим наставником.
Я вообще-то у вас спросила, простите, что перебиваю, я у вас спросила, к чему привязана аббревиатура MVP, с чем она связана? Она связана с вот этим минимальным входным билетом или с нашим минимальным заработком в день?
Right, and then the more funny thing is,
тем, что это
I make it
минимально
that we just hide non-video participants. I think I've got my camera on now. Bit of a new
продукт. Вы там вам покажут, ну, расскажут в Гугле, да, что такое MVP. Для чего вообще разработчики выводят стадию MVP? То есть, что они хотят тем самым увидеть, да, внутри. Тогда уже идет работа, какая вообще это нужно. Это вы, пожалуйста, изучите самостоятельно. Хорошо? А мы перейдем еще к одному вопросу, потому что у нас осталось 10 минут, ребята, и переходим к другому вопросу. Да,
я
Юра,
хочу
добавляй.
немножко добавить тоже просто и хочу дать такое понимание людям, что вообще за машина вообще здесь организовалась, да, что, например, сейчас на данный момент, чтобы положить какой-то блокчейн нашим продуктам, кто такой смог? Никто. А мы просто взяли, положили сеть полигона. И поэтому здесь это уже видно и заметно, да, что вообще какая глобальная машина здесь разрабатывается. Я не думаю, я не видел просто такого, чтобы кто-то так просто взял, положил такого я еще не видел. Кто-то видел такого.
45 new messages in there, all from me, spamming them with our
Да, давайте к следующему вопросу перейдем.
Модераторы, почистите, у нас тут какие-то ссылки кидают. Не надо переходить ни по каким ссылкам, ни в коем случае. Да, не переходите ни по каким ссылкам. Очень часто в ссылке зашиты всякого рода трояны, вирусы. Пожалуйста, вот этот Дэхек какой-то, удалите его, пожалуйста.
Надо чат вообще отключить пока, потому что в любом случае мы на сообщения в чате сейчас не отвечаем. Кому надо задать вопрос, пусть поднимает руку. Перекрой, Юра, перекрой чат, потому что там миллион сообщений уже накидали. Там невозможно все удалить.
Have you not been talked about? Get me out yet? No.
Так, удалите, сообщите о нарушении.
Removed. Let's go back again, eh?
Все, удален. Этот у нас активный товарищ.
Now they'll have to remove. The chat will have to be the chat room.
Следующий вопрос у нас.
Следующий вопрос.
They've got it so you can remove all the personal.
Здравствуйте. Евген, Наталья, благодарю вас, что устраиваете такие встречи. Информацию необходимо получать о состоянии
Dog, yeah.
Бумеранга. Ну, хотя бы вы какую-то ясность вносите. У меня такой вопрос к вам. Вот дело в том, что как бы на странице бумеранга у меня не отображается никакая информация. Периодически пропадает привязка к кошелька MetaMask. И зарегистрировался я не так давно, может быть, 2 с небольшим недели. И, значит, я бы хотел уточнить у вас такой момент. Вот то, что не отображается информация, это связано с техническими вопросами относительно платформы? Или это может говорить о том, что я какой-то параметр, там где-то что-то, вас, когда регистрировался, что-то недостаточно данных или что-то такое? С чем это может быть связано?
Не отображаются данные там, вы с компьютера или с мобильного телефона заходите?
С компьютера.
Попробуйте с другим браузером, если будет то же самое, то будем просматривать, посмотрим, что у вас там. Возможно, что у вас там с браузером, вы через Chrome, наверное, заходите, да, или через...
Да.
Попробуйте другой браузер, Edge или еще какой-нибудь браузер, будет ли это то же самое. Потом, может, напишите мне потом в личку, там просмотрим потом с вами.
Вот да, мне это и хотелось понять, что как бы о чем это может говорить? Только о технических вопросах, которые сейчас решаются на этой платформе? Или есть какие-то другие моменты, которые я, может быть, не учел, упустил, как-то что-то не так сделал, не знаю.
И то, и другое может быть.
Да, может у вас,
понимаете, и банки управляют.
Попробуйте с другого браузера, перенесите MetaMask на другой браузер, и там потом проверьте еще раз.
Куки, кэш почистить в этом в самом браузере, то есть, ну, почистить компьютер, почистить браузер сам.
Да я недавно уже переустанавливал.
Значит, интегрировать MetaMask, этот же счет, в другой браузер.
Все, благодарю вас.
Спасибо за вопрос. Кто у нас еще? Еще мы успеваем? Да, еще последний вопрос.
This meeting is being recorded.
Дилара у нас, да. Давайте, задавайте ваш вопрос.
Okay, they've opened the meeting again. They opened the chat room. No, chat's been disabled.
Здравствуйте.
Дилара?
But that's okay.
Да, здравствуйте.
Because we can rechange it.
Здравствуйте. Я хотела сначала свои эти слова хотела сказать, но времени мало, я задам вам вопросы. В первую очередь, первый вопрос у меня белый список, которые регистрировались до 4 до 6 апреля. Есть разница, которые регистрировались заново, которые купили лицензию? Есть между ними разница или нет?
Нет, на данный момент нет никакой разницы. Все вносятся, все. Если кто-то еще не отображается, мы сейчас об этом рассуждали, тоже говорили, что это сейчас время проходит, все добавляются.
Хотела просто узнать разницу. И второй вопрос. Мы вот в бумеранге в кабинете дают нам сделки, да, которые сделаны. Мы там видим токены, которые у нас нету в MetaMask. Эти ссылки, которые у нас нету, дадите или мы сами должны найти?
Я постараюсь выставить инструкцию, как вы можете установить MetaMask.
У нас есть эти ссылки контрактов в навигаторе, у нас есть на эти основные токены.
Окей. Ну, там можно тоже установки поставить, да, что автоматическое добавление, и они будут автоматически, просто там при обновлении будет вам показывать, что у вас появился новый токен. Его можете сразу нажимать, он добавляется.
Есть у нас, но которые мы увидели там, которые у нас нет в большом количестве, конечно, хотелось бы иметь тоже. И третий вопрос про двухфакторного аутентификатора Васи, который мы сделали. У некоторых удалились, и сейчас они не могут зайти в вас. И мы написали в техподдержку, никто не отвечает, что нам делать с этими аккаунтами, заново регистрироваться или откроют нам их. Потому что когда они работают лицензию, они заново не смогут купить.
В принципе, это снимается очень быстро, да. техподдержка это делает, поэтому пишите в техподдержку и просто ожидайте, сейчас просто перегружена техподдержка, поэтому это все сделает, они могут снять это. Были такие случаи, что снимали уже,
Спасибо.
да.
А можно скажу свое мнение коротко? Я
Давай,
вот когда-то
давай.
вот, инвестиционных компаниях работала, вставляла свои по 10 тысяч долларов, и выводов не было до месяца. Пока не пройдет месяц, мы выводы не делили в день, даже давали они по 300 долларов и не могли мы вывести деньги. А вот когда приходило время вывода, нас блокировали, и мы теряли свои деньги. А мы сейчас вот, меня то, что удивляет и радует, самое главное, что я в шоке, конечно, то, что мы сейчас вложили только там маленькие, очень маленькие деньги, 500 долларов, да, и даже мы спокойны за последние центы, да, потому что как мы зарабатываем, они сразу в кошелек, и мы можем спокойно спать за свои деньги, да, из-за того, что они как зарабатываются и сразу переводятся в MetaMask. Вот это, если вы, вот эти, которые не понимают, да, негативщики, если поняли бы вот это вот все, что происходит, было бы хорошо.
Дилара, это, знаете как, все познается в сравнении, да? То есть вот когда люди действительно натыкаются на действительный развод, вот конкретный развод, кидники такие происходят, такую лапшу вешают на уши в интернете, это просто вот те, кто не попадал, они действительно вот, ну как бы, они вот смотрят, и вот какие-то вот эти просрочки, они расценивают как что-то мошенническое, что-то несерьезное. Ну просто... Потому что вы не знаете, как вообще пылесосят людей.
Если бы вот сейчас сразу бы начали бы большими выплатами выплачивать нас, это меня бы припугнуло. А то, что сейчас вот работают, да, над ошибками, что они исправляют, стараются, чтобы постоянно работал проект, это меня очень радует. Я своих партнеров своими этими опытами рассказываю, делюсь. Они все спокойны, слава богу, у меня негативщиков нету, ругачих нету, и меня очень радует каждый раз, когда я в день, даже если один раз сделку делаю, у меня мурашки по телу, поэтому я это очень хорошо чувствую, очень, очень вкусно прям. Я прям прыгаю.
Спасибо вам за ваши эмоции, за то, что вы такой благодарный человек, за то, что вы подмечаете все. Спасибо вам огромное. Друзья, мы не можем больше задерживать Юргена. Я просто объясняю, что действительно очень уважительные причины, да, у Юры, ну, семейного плана, да, касаемо здоровья, поэтому здесь нельзя никак нам его задерживать. И, ну, все оставшиеся вопросы где? Как обычно в чате, да, увидимся в чате. Всех благодарим за внимание, за то, что мы были вместе. Надеюсь, сегодняшняя встреча вам пошла на благо. И только вперед, больших нам побед, шикарных нам чеков, профита отличного. И всем прекрасного настроения. Будьте здоровы, счастливы и с деньгами. До свидания. Юра, останавливай запись.
No, I think she mentioned my name.
Тогда запись скинешь мне там, да, я могу ее потом оформить и выложить.
Да.
Угу. Все, тогда всем пока.
Всем пока-пока. Да.
Всем пока, ребят. Спасибо, Юр.
Юра, остановишь, да, Zoom? Юра? Так, Юрген вышел, что ли? Не остановил Zoom? Так, все окей.
The meeting's been ended by host. that really what happened? Really? That wasn't very exciting. Where's my camera gone? 1 minute, please, caller. Camera, don't scare them off that easy. Funny. Whoops. Hold on. I need to fix this camera. Turn it off. That was kind of unusual, just saying. It was like they were trying to get me to turn the camera on to talk to me. And then all of a sudden, they ended the meeting. But they had like 500-600 people in there. Did I miss something? Anyway, that was a lot of fun. So at least they know who the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger is. And let's just do something a bit funny. Let's go back to here. And let's go to there. And let's see if, out of curiosity, if we had any visitors from Russia. Quite scary, isn't it? So they're probably wondering why I've got the Europe Global Anti-Scam Summit on. And if we go into the stats here, I've probably got no one in here. But I've had no real influx of people. But for some reason, they've decided to abandon the meeting. Now, I couldn't speak English, so who knows what really was happening. I think that was a sort of a success, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, now I can go to bed, which is quite good. I won't see you in the morning. I'm going to sleep in, and I'm working tomorrow, and I'm trying not to be so stressed with myself. And if you're still listening, Susie, I will listen to your messages. I just haven't had a chance yet. But that's kind of funny. I just got 18 hours from people. What reach did I have? Browsers. What have we got? WhatsApp. 20% of people came from WhatsApp. 20 other percent of people come from WhatsApp business. Android phones, 10%. Through crime. How about that? That's interesting. Tells me that. What's that org? That's an interesting one. I'm going to look at that one there. Let's have a look at that. There's an unusual address. That's seems to be technical support called Signal. Should I be worried about crime? You shared your video Signal. Oh, okay. Nothing to be worried about there. I'm trying to figure out what that was about. StreamYard, see more. It tells you where everything comes from. Anyway, nothing to exciting there. How do we shut that back? The back button on that. They diverted. That was really weird, eh? I'm just wondering if I go back in there, whether they have a new Zoom meeting. Just got to go back in there now. I'm curious. That was kind of weird on too many levels. The start of DDH. But anyway, that's what it's like. Waiting for the host to start the meeting. Go back to where we started. Schedule that. So they're about 12 hours behind. So that was in the morning, that meeting. They are using their alternative. Maybe. So I'm sure Bob will have another alternative. Let's have a look at the webinar links. Zoom. Man, what a crack up though. The other one that we do keep an eye on, obviously, is no one can register for this webinar. You cannot register for this webinar. Is that NFTs? Funny. NFTs are quite guys. NFT rewards. They now trying to police it so people can't get into their Zoom meetings. Just wonder how do they think that's going for. All of a sudden, we can just go straight to their Zoom. That's crazy, isn't it? I'll just have to look at a couple of others. Nandy, Crypto Man, Gobi. I wanna zoom, zoom, zoom. Goby's always exciting, though, isn't he? Who else could we just have a wee look at? Mark. Goby's not going to be there, but imagine if he was, that would be quite funny, wouldn't it? It's morning time over there. Keep that there while I'm looking for another one. Recovery, Crypto 101, Business Connect overview, Wednesday late 9 calls. Some of these other ones, I still want to get into, what's the other one? Get. Okay. Waiting for the mist. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Oh, that's been a long day, isn't it? Dexter, Satoshi Show, Boomerang, Pinicky Narc. Well, he's got to be good for a laugh, doesn't he? Let's have a look at Pinicky. That would be a laugh, wouldn't it? Imagine stumbling into Pinicky Narc's room. Okay, so there's no one there. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. No one in V light window. Let's have a look at Pinicky Narc's room. I don't know why they're doing that. Pinicky Narc, nothing happening there, mate. And let's see, there must be one. The Island Girls used to always be good for a meeting. You kind of want these to light up when you Conrad. That's another Russian room. That could be. Let's have a look. Nothing's happening. What's happened to that Conrad room? Where are we going to go for that one? We're going to go to Zoom. And we did see, yeah, Conrad Zoom meeting. How come that didn't work? Nothing. Alrighty, that's exciting, guys. Just in case you missed it, let's just do one more. Share the screen. Looking for every excuse not to go to bed, really, aren't I? So now we go here. Nothing in Goby's room. Go to the front end of my YouTube channel. Shut that down. Shut that down. Right, in an ideal world, what do we have today? We had 2 watching. We had Arbitrage AI. We had another one there 21 hours ago. But the most important one probably is that live. 2 videos. So I really want to get this guy out. I'm trying to find Mr. Whatever his name is. I want to find this guy because he is notorious. Don't go on cam. Too late, mate. I've already been on cam. I managed to shut the room down though, which is quite good. And I also got they spammed the fuck out of them. Excuse my French. Don't go on cam. Oh, have you given me one? Okay. Have you given me another one? Did cause a little bit of havoc. Are they back again? They're not back again, are they? Hold up. Don't go on cam. Well, I went on cam on another browser. It is quite a hard case that we sort of managed to make them just. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. What have we got? And surely they can't. They're not going to shut down. Have they got another Zoom? What else have we got? What about this one? A whole room full of. Whose meeting's that? Webinar. Indian. I should just leave it all going, shouldn't I? Okay, so what have we got here? Join with your browser. That one's not going at the moment. Help myself, Bob. Oh yeah, no, there's one. Already had that one. That's the good guys, so they're actually quite nice, those guys. They actually got somebody arrested the other day. All right, nothing here to see. I give up on that one. Bye-bye, Russians. Oh, those guys are nice. They put me in the leadership meeting. Oh, please don't. I'm trying to go to bed. You're not helping me. Scully. Hi, Scully. Hey, Susie. No worries. Sorry, I can't go on and on about it and get away out of the control sometimes. Ha. Indian Prime. When's that meeting happening? Hey, Susie. Where's Susie? Susie's not even in here, Scully. What are you doing? All right, we're going to end it. It's been awesome. I'm going to bed. Bed. You guys are probably just getting up or getting ready for dinner. I'm going to bed. Indian Prime. Now live. Now live. Now live. Now live. It's like TV. Anyway, go watch that. Hey, Scully, go watch this one if you haven't already watched it. Listen to one of the leaders who doesn't realize his recordings, and he called us silly YouTubers. We figured him out. Go have a listen to that. Why is there no sound on it? You. Hey, really gross. The guy in the picture here is drinking his own urine. He believes it's good for health benefits. Yeah, that's what he's doing. So when I did the thumbnail, I said is whatever his name is, Fabaguska, taking the piss. I thought it was quite funny. Had to be there, I suppose. All right. No, everyone. It's end of stream. It's good night from me. It's been another fun day, and I found some good news about my camera. The battery was going flat at a great rate of knots, and then I found the cable that I got with the camera, and now when I have it plugged in, my battery doesn't go flat anymore because it must have been a 10 millihertz charger, and it needed to be a 15 millihertz charger. So by plugging it into the mains instead of going through a 10 whatever, it's now getting charged. That means I don't have to worry about changing my batteries anymore, which is really exciting. So I thought my camera was blown up, and now my camera's better than ever. So that was my high and low of the day. All right, see you guys. I'm Danny DHeck, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. You're kidding me. Urine? No, it's not. It's really, he's drinking his own urine. Oh, okay. I'll show you before I go. You gotta see this guy. Okay, so let's go and search for him. All right, you gotta look at this. Okay, so this is the guy here who's one of the leaders telling everyone that they don't know the thickest shit. And this guy here is actually the man who drinks his own piss. So, yep. Meet the man who drinks a pint of his own urine every day, claiming he has never felt healthier and it tastes better than ale. Okay. Remember? And he is the guy that is in the video, and there he is holding his bottle of piss. Yep. And if you go down here enough, you'll see the photo. I think it's here somewhere. That is on the video. So if you have a look at that, it's going to work. There he is. He's drinking his piss. And now here he is taking the piss. And he's, if you listen to this video, though, and listen to it, you'll be amazed. There's Susie. She is there. It happens to me, too. Oh, my God. This is... What's wrong with getting your own piss? Oh, that. Listen to it. Again.
Trying to blame people. I've gone on your wall and you're a loser. You don't represent anything. You don't stand for any kind of truth. No one listens to you. You're an idiot. I'm having to come back now at you because you're so thick and stupid that you don't understand that you are coming and attacking me. You are coming to me, my friend. And because you're a coward and you're a weakling and you're obviously stupid, you don't know how to communicate properly. You don't seem to be able to take responsibility for your own attitude and how you carry and how you put yourself out there to people. You don't realize that you're coming across in a toxic fashion.
Now, there's a guy talking about a toxic faction. Now, I am curious when he drinks his own piss, whether he heats it up. I know. The translation is shit. Danny. Oh, yes, good. I like it. All right, guys. Enjoy the video, Scully. Good night, Susie. And I'm going to bed. I should have gone to bed hours ago. I don't know why I'm still here. 1:30. Fucking hell. Excuse my French. Anyway, I didn't mean to take the piss out of him. I was just doing a piss take. There we go. All right, guys. Thanks for your support. You're awesome. Both of you, all of yous, everybody. Night, Danny. Go to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I promise you. I'm tired. I'm even in my jammies. I won't show you, but I am. I'm going to sneak into bed now. Hopefully the electric blanket won't take too long to warm up. See, it's freezing over here. Okay, I'm going. I am going to click end. Ending. Okay. I see eyes, you, Danny. I see eyes, you, Danny. So Danny, I see. Danny, I see you. Do not see me. Good try trying to scare me. All right. Night, guys.